Right team, in today's video I'm showing you behind the curtains of exactly how I've built my microeducation business over the past 3 years from zero to having my first 7-figure year last year. I'm giving you absolutely everything. The strategies, the playbooks, the workbooks, the GPTs, the spreadsheets, literally everything that I've built and given to my clients in my consulting and advisory business, Scale 20, where I help 6-figure online educators scale to 7 figures per year. This is our full one simple offer protocol where I'll help you uncover the biggest pain points of your perfect future client with our painkiller model, help you design your bank of unique intellectual property and wrap it into an ultra attractive signature system so you can stand out from everyone else in your market. Then create the step-by-step roadmap you'll take your clients on to help transform their lives and business. On top of that, I'm going to be helping you craft a world-class education experience for your clients by sharing all of my lessons, experiments, and failures I've learned around scalable delivery, effortless onboarding, and pricing and payments, all the stuff that I've made mistakes on. If that's not enough, I'm going to be showing you how to build your own AI version of yourself so that your clients can have a 24/7 version of you in their pockets that can help them go through implementing all of your systems. And I'm going to be guiding you through the process to create a simple offer document. It's something that I've used to go completely sales free back in 2024 and close multi 4 and 5-figure deals without sales calls or a sales team. I mean it when I say I am not gatekeeping anything here. This is the exact process educators like Frederick, Taryn, Louis, Hugo, Ollie, Richard, Nick, Patricia, and Austin have all gone through to hit their next 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100K monthly income goals over the past couple of years. Now, if you want access to all of the course materials in this video, the playbooks, the GPTs, the spreadsheets, I've got everything stored inside my free school group so that you can access it whenever you want. So just click the link below and you'll get access to it. Okay, there is something that I want to highlight to you before we crack on. This video is a meta video. So it's an example of one of my core ideas for running and scaling a microeducation business. And I have to be honest here, I was initially planning to make this a paid course and probably charge about $400 for it. And honestly, even then, it would be an utter bargain because right now, I just don't work with folks starting out. So selfishly, I needed to create something that helped get folks to a level where they are qualified to join us in Scale 20, which at least is doing about 10K per month. So a mentor reminded me last year that my marketing will help transform more lives than my paid work ever will. So with that in mind, maybe a tiny proportion of you will decide and come to join us as a member of Scale 20, but regardless, hopefully you'll get something from this. My fundamental thesis is that you just do not need a complex web of upsells, downsells, cross-sells to scale a microeducation business effortlessly. All you need is just one core transformational client offer that helps one person achieve one desired promise by solving one painful problem via one simple plan. And then you use that material that you've already created for your clients to slowly ascend them from a follower to a lead, to a customer, to a client, and then finally turn them into a transformational case study for you to showcase as a sales asset to your audience. It's what I call the one simple flywheel model. It's the simplified model that I've used to grow my business into a full brand over the past 3 years without having to manage a web of complex products, taking hundreds of hours of sales calls with strangers, or managing a sales team and giving away 30% of my profit straight out the gate. Now, if you're one of those psychopaths who loves the rush of complexity, stress, managing a big team, having ultra low profit margins, you should probably click on one of the other videos around here because this one ain't for you. But if that ain't you and you're not a psychopath and you actually want to help people, like I said, this is approximately 1/12 of our growth infrastructure that we help 6-figure educators implement into their business to help them eventually scale to 7 figures per year. Now, if you're interested in what potentially joining us in Scale 20 looks like, just drop me a DM on Instagram with the number 77 and I'll send you all of the details. Now, I truly believe this is some of the best work that I've ever done, okay? And so it actually makes me super proud to open it to you all. So how about we cut the bullshit and we get to work. Enjoy. Okay team, so welcome to the first section of our One Simple Offer course. This is where we're going to lay the foundation, okay? First, I'm going to share with you my journey, something I think is super important to give you an indication of how long this shit really takes. You'll see how I launched the first iteration of Scale 20 nearly 3 years ago by running a beta cohort for 3 months at a fraction of what the eventual price was going to be. This was to get my first batch of testimonials and proof, and to build my first V1 client success timeline. By the end of this section, you'll have got crystal clear on who your perfect future client is and everything about their desires, their fears, and headaches that you're going to solve with your painkiller model that we're going to map out together. I'll also run you through my processes of doing market research so that you can find gaps in your niche so your messaging truly sticks out. And I'm going to give you my playbooks for collecting proof, which is ultimately the most important outcome that allows you to hop on the scale train. No proof, no ticket, my friend. Just a reminder that you can get all of the PDF playbooks, all of the GPT accelerators, and access to the full course in my free school group. The link is down in the description. Let's get to work. You know I mean business now because I'm standing up. I'm standing up and we're ready to go. So welcome to level 3. And this is, well, you know what it's all about. It's all about helping people with transformations, helping you get your perfect client from A to B. And that is what we're going to be talking about in, well, this level. And we're starting off by, I'm just going to share with you what my journey has been with the evolution of my offer, with the evolution of everything. I just want you to see what the journey has been like for me over the past like four to 5 years. Because I think it's quite important to, I just think it's useful and valuable to be able to see, okay, what could the path ahead of me look like, and just give you some realistic expectations. So, we've spoken a lot about the leverage trap, and we don't have to go through that because we've just gone through that. But I want to show you what the reality of being in the leverage trap looks like, because it's the majority of the past 5 years for me was within that kind of phase. So, let me just share with you my background. Some of you will be familiar with this. I have shared this before, so I think I shared it publicly, but so you may have seen this before. But in 2021, I was operating as a funnel analytics consultant. So I had big clients from all around the world: Selfridges, Chanel, Self twice apparently, Harvey Nicks. Harrods, actually, it's not. So I worked across retail, luxury, fashion, banking, travel. My job was to look under the hood of big businesses and see where they can optimize their funnels. And that's where I kind of first was like, okay, I think I can kind of do this. And I was working with some e-commerce brands at the time as my clients, and I was like, what if I started an e-commerce company? So I tried making an e-commerce beauty retailer. And in hindsight, that was my first ignorance tax payment. I got into 30K of debt, 20K of personal debt, and 10K of startup loan debt that I took from Virgin Startups. Got myself in 30K of debt and realized, oh shit, if I'm going to make it as an e-commerce business owner, I'm going to have to sell thousands and thousands of units a day. And I was selling like 10, maybe if I was lucky. So I realized the math weren't mathing there. And then that's when I started working with a couple of other people, a couple of other guys. And we built this agency where we were doing kind of done with you, done for you services, building communities online, and doing social media consulting alongside to help them with social media. So I was working alongside another YouTuber, and that's where we had this agency where we were kind of doing between 20 to 50K a month, and life was absolute hell because at the end of the month, I wasn't getting paid anything. And I was like, things need to change. So I quit. And it was funny because it was whilst at this agency where I was like, guys, we need some help. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. We're like flailing around. Let's work with a mentor. And there were some people in the space who were doing what I do, helping agency owners grow. And I was like, let's just go, we can spend a few grand, so let's go. And one of my business partners was like, no, it's a scam. Look at all of these he would go to the case study, all these dozens of case study interviews and be like, these are just all scams. It's all bullshit. And I was like, whatever. He was older. And I think I was like, okay, I need to get out. And so as soon as I got out, I actually paid for my first mentor, and I paid for it by hustling and got myself a job as a growth consultant for Paperboy Studios. So this is the newsletter agency that sisters Kit. It's co-run by the founder of Kit, Nathan Barry. So Shane was my boss. Sahil was the kind of like the face of the brand, so that could help get in. He was non-operational at all. And I was working 10 hours a week, so about 40 hours a month. And that gave me just enough money to pay for my mentor, like a couple of K. It covered me just a couple of K a month to pay for my mentor for that time. It was at that time that I launched my first beta cohort, which was Project Stealth. And you can see that in the beta cohort, the 20K sprint that I'd get to after this. And you'll see that I launched a beta cohort. I got 15 clients paying $395 for 12 weeks. So my offer to the market was, hey, I'm going to do this thing in 4 months' time. I'm looking for a handful of beta testers who you can get this now for like $400. It's going to be $4,000 in 4 months' time. Do you want it for $400 and be a beta tester? And so that was how I got my first proof of concept and a bunch of testimonials. Did that for 4 months. Then I launched, officially I launched Launch at the time. I called it Launch, which was to help creators get to 10K per month. Also at this time, I was working with some creators and helping them, some big creators, and essentially working as a growth operator for them. So I was doing all of their marketing, email marketing, all that stuff. So 2024 really was all about getting proof of my methodologies. That was when I first started the flywheel model. I kind of was looking at the big creators out there and thinking, okay, I could do that. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to do synchronous one-on-one consulting. And that's where I worked with my first batch of 20 one-on-one clients. And the way I would work is 6 months of one-on-one bi-weekly calls. And then you get 6 months of the kind of like the group community environment as well. So I had about 20 people in that. And that's what got me my first kind of like proper 5 case study interviews. You would have seen them, would have been Austin, Dan, Stephen, Ben, like those are my kind of like my first batch of case study interviews. I then all of a sudden was like, this is when I started investing in, so I was making about 5 to 20K per month, like very up and down. And I had 9,000 followers on Instagram, 10 to 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. But like really low views because most of them weren't my ideal customer. They were from stuff that I posted previously that were not relevant to what I was doing now. And then I had about 500 emails. And it was around this time, so around September, where it was around actually July, August, September, where my Instagram started to take traction. I'd been working with Jean for about 3 months, and we suddenly started to have some outliers. And these outliers were, reminder, I'll keep on banging this home, 10% of your content is going to drive 90% of your followers. And so I was I'd get a couple of like big hits, my first big like viral bumps in traffic. And then that was also bringing a lot of followers in. And that's when I launched. I kind of was like, I started working with a new mentor in August 2024. That was Anthony Vicino, who I'd originally like penned that I was going to work with him in years to come because he was in real estate investing. And so I kind of was like, okay, I'd like to work with him down the line. But he was also had a really big YouTube channel. And so he reached out to me, and this goes to show like you never know what's going to happen. And he basically sold me on working with him, joined his program. We had a one-on-one call, and that was an amazing one-on-one call because it really just like helped highlight to me where the biggest constraint was in my business. One of the biggest issues with the way he works with people is that he doesn't capture data. And so whereas we capture data, so he really needed to like literally have a big long chat with me to like figure out what's going on in my business. We don't have to do that here because we can literally see where you guys need to focus on. So, that's one of my strengths is that because we collect all of your information, your like key performance indicators, we know exactly where the constraint is in the business. But anyway, he highlighted it to me. He was like, okay, look, you've got loads of traction over here, but you're not converting it. That was when I was working with I tried a pricing model of weekly pricing. So I did weekly pricing for a couple of months, and he was like, stop that. He was like, do not fucking do that, because you need to maximize cash up front and optimize for cash up front. And so that's when I changed my pricing model around September to the three, as we're going to get to in level 3, I'll show you my pricing architecture and recommendations. Three pricing options: paid in advance, 3-month split pay, and a 5-month split pay options for like new clients. That was by far the best option. And my recommendation is like, you absolutely should be using that until you get to at least 50K per month. MRR, or that kind of like, the pricing model that I have now is really only, like, in my opinion, is good for people who have like got significant cash flow already. If you don't have significant cash flow, it's just going to keep you broke, because you're just going to feel poor like for too long. So that's my biggest lesson around then. Then like things, I launched my mini series in November and December of that year, and that got me a shitload of traffic. I had the first video of that YouTube series got 90,000 views. So if I show you on YouTube, so this was, only, a year ago. This got 86,000 views. So this got a lot of traction, really kicked off the rest of this this course. And so this got me a lot of traffic in November and December, and converted it and ended up having record months in December and November and December. And this was when I launched. So I launched Scale 20, the first version, in September, with a new pricing model as per my mentor recommended. Ended up getting a lot of traction. Then grew quite quickly to 50,000 followers on Instagram by the end of the year. 20,000 subs on YouTube, and then 10,000 emails. So I collected a shitload of emails in between, this period, and that was where that traction from both YouTube and Instagram happened. So that was when I felt at this point, and around October, I was like, I said when I recorded the leverage trap video, I was like, I think I'm around here. I felt like I was close, and it turns out I was, because then in April, that's when I had the record month, 161K, 70,000 Instagram followers. I stopped posting on Instagram in January, February, because I had so many leads. But I still kept on growing on Instagram because the flywheel was working. Same with YouTube. So still at that point had collected, it was around 10,000 emails, because a lot of people were unsubscribing, as most, as I want. I don't want people there who aren't going to work with me. This was when the offer was, I had two tiers. I had one-on-one synchronous consulting for 5 people, and that was where I would do either 6 or 12 months, depending on the agreement that I had with the people, and we get on calls once a month, so a 1-hour call once a month, and that was with just 5 people. And then the rest was asynchronous consulting, which was Scale 20, and the offer at that point was 4. It was really, yeah, I actually went from, it was like 5 to 10K. So depending on how much you paid, if you paid in advance, it was 5K. If you paid a split pay, it was like either, I think, 8 or 10K. If it was 2K a month for for 5K for 5 months for the 10K option, and then 16K paid in full for the 12 months of one-on-one synchronous. And then, yeah, that got me to then I was like, okay, I figured out that Scale 20 worked. In and around like April, I was like, okay, I've got enough feedback. We were starting to get some really good client results during this time. And I was like, okay, I need to now really lean into some of the assumptions I'd made around how to structure this stuff, what you're seeing now. And I was like, I need to build an AI and data spine into the business. And that's what I did from April until, it's ongoing. It's now December in 2025. And this is when we relaunched Scale 20. And I've now dropped all synchronous consulting, so I do not do calls anymore, which I'm really stoked about, to be honest, because the truth is the folks that I was working with one-on-one synchronously, after the first like 3, 4, 5 calls, they didn't really need my help that much. One of them was Richard, one of them was Frederick, Jazz as well. I just realized, I was like, my process is so robust now. These guys don't need my time. And that was when the calls started feeling like a bit pointless, to be honest, because everyone was crushing it, and they're like, and they would be like, "Oh, can we move?" Fred would always like push the calls. He'd be like, oh, because he just didn't need them. So that leads us to where we're at right now. So it's 24K for 14 months paid, and it is right now, as of now, it is 18 per month, $1,800 per month. And that will probably, depending on when you see this, that might be different. And yeah, this is December. In November, we just did 357K in new business. I'm currently at 80,000 on Instagram, 28,000 on YouTube, and 11,000 emails. I've realized in hindsight, for me, this whole period of 2025 was actually a consolidation year. It was actually a full year of consolidation this past year. And so I'm going to be heading into 2026 as more of a scaling year. And so that means I'm going to be putting more into marketing in 2026. So the lessons here, I feel like I've done really, really well by not chasing scale. There was only one period where I was going full throttle on marketing. And that was this period here. Like, I was like full throttle on marketing. And to be honest, like, I've dined off that effort ever since, for like over a year now. But now I'm back. I'm ready. My flywheel is working. Like, I've not done much marketing in 2025, and yet filled in my slots for the end of this year, feeling really good about moving forward and actually going ham on marketing. So really excited. So look, don't chase scale, chase results for your clients. I feel like that's why I've done so well. Don't expect linear growth. Your true growth really is a roller coaster. There's a big misconception that I had. I was like, oh, just like slowly increase. And I'm now at that point now where, especially with my pricing model, where it's going to be a little bit more like that. It's going to be a little bit less kind of up and down. But I'm never going to shoot for giant growth in a short period of time. I'm going to shoot for patient growth. Aim to be the best in your market. Like, just aim to be the best in your market, and I promise you, things will turn out for you. I'm gonna help you in this level how to figure out to show you how I'm planning on doing it. 2 to 3 years of patient building is what it takes to get leverage. 2 to 3 years of patient building is what it takes to get leverage. Have that in your mind, okay? Helping people go from 1 to 100 is 100 times easier than 0 to 1. What that means is, if you work with beginners, it's going to be harder. It's going to take longer. It's just going to be more challenging. And that's why I quickly moved from working with kind of beginners around here to more advanced people, you guys now. It was a strategic decision. So yeah, that's it. That's what my path has been so far. And I fucking love it. I put a lot of effort, a lot of hard work, but I was patient. And I'm playing the long game. I want to play long-term games with long-term people, you guys. And so hopefully that's given you a bit of an insight into what my journey's been like and what yours might be like too. So, okay, now let's move on to the one simple offer. Okay, let's talk about the one simple offer blueprint. This is just going to give you an overview of the steps that we are going to take in this level, so that by the end of it, you have one simple core client offer that you are going to scale to 7 figures. The majestic stallion that you are going to scale to 7 figures, just as I have done. I'm really proud of this, to be honest, this process, because it was kind of what I mean, I built what I wished that someone could have taken me through. No, I've never seen anyone do it like the way that we're going to do it today. Yeah, just be aware, like the steps that you're going to take here, you know, this should take you about a week at least to go through these steps. Just be aware of this, you know, maybe about an hour of work per day. Just be aware that like you get this kind of done, the rough and ready version 1, you're just always going to be refining and evolving. And kind of, as you see, like for me, it's about once every year, I kind of go through a bit of an evolution. Unlikely that it's going to be the case now for what I'm doing now. I'm aiming for the stuff that we do to last at least a couple of years, because at least we're building. I've got the evidence now to know what works. So yeah, I can now build something with really good kind of like clarity that is going to last a couple of years. So let's get into it. Okay, so what are we going to try and do? So this is the objectives of this playbook, is just to give you an overview of the clear steps of implementation that you're going to need to launch your 7-figure One Simple Offer. So here's the big idea. Creating your One Simple Offer is made up of 8 separate steps. And look, I'm going to be honest with you. Let me just frame this for you, okay? We're talking about earning $1 million per year. Think about what, you know, if you're a kid, you know, I now earn, you know, the same as like a lot of like most professional footballers. You know, I've got Chelsea Stadium just in the corner. I can just see it around here. This should be like a significant amount of work for you, okay? You know, I say this like, there's no shortcuts to this shit. It really does. Just like it takes effort. And so this is the fair warning that this might take a week or 2 for you to complete these steps. So the 8 steps: market research, the 5 Ps, perfect future client worksheet, the painkiller program method, the One Simple Offer blueprint builder, the roadmap builder, the One Simple Offer document, and the offer launch and validation. Those are the 8 steps of doing this. I'm fucking proud of this. Really am, to be honest. And so this is generally how long it's going to take for you to do these steps. Market research. This is really fucking crucial, guys. Really crucial. I think you'd be surprised at how well I know my market. I know who my competition is. Whether you know, I don't believe it is a competition. I believe you are your only competition, but I think that you can do things to separate yourself out from other people, because ultimately there are people. I know I've had people come to me and they said, "Hey, I'm thinking about working with either you or someone else," and I've had people choose someone else. And so ultimately it is a competition. People will be choosing. If you're a leader in your market, they're going to be like, okay, who should I work with? A couple of hours for market research. The 5 Ps is going to take you about half an hour. Perfect future client worksheet will take you about an hour. Painkiller program model, about an hour. The One Simple Offer blueprint builder, about an hour. The roadmap builder, about an hour. The One Simple Offer document. I spent a whole day the other day remaking my offer document. I spent a whole day of probably six hours of crafting and rewording. And I mean, ultimately the proof was in the pudding, is that my wording and the way I refined it resulted in a record month for me. So I'm going to tell you one story before we go ahead. And this is from Sabri Subi, so Shark Tank guy. Not Sabrina Carpenter, Subi. So I've seen him twice in 2 different masterminds this year. One at the beginning of the year in Dubai in April, and then in California in just a few weeks ago in October, November even. And he said this in both of these sessions, and I forgot. And I really want you to take this away. But he's like, when he talks about tip of the spear sales assets. And for us, the tip of the spear sales assets are going to be the One Simple Video sales letter and the offer document and the 6-part, the mini series. Those are the tip of the spear sales assets that you have. And I'm going to actually throw case studies in there as well, case study interviews. You should really take care and attention in doing those. I've made the mistake of not taking enough care and attention into how to craft those. And he said, like, he over-indexes time into tip of the spear sales assets. And so I want you to think about that. Like, if you're thinking a VSL is just another weekly YouTube video, you are wrong. He spends so much time and energy into those things to make sure the wording's right, the messaging is correct. And the cool thing is I'm going to show you his process in the next session. So just be aware this is going to take you a couple of weeks to go through this blueprint steps. Okay, the 5 Ps. This is something that I come back to at least a couple of times a year. It's something that I revisit when it comes to my core main messaging. This is really about getting crystal clear clarity on the fundamental components of your one simple offer, and getting clear on kind of like, okay, where are we, who are we looking at, and who are we going to help obtain a transformation. So this is really the big idea here. There are 5 Ps. You are going to help one person overcome one pain to get to one promise via one path on one platform. And when I say one platform, I mean one long form platform and one short form platform. You are not going to do what Gary Vee says and post 9 times a day on every single fucking platform, because that's not how the game is played anymore. Okay. So let's just get aligned on some definitions before we go ahead here. So what is an offer? An offer is just a specific promise of value presented to a defined audience, packaged in a way that makes the decision to say yes feel obvious. More practically, an offer is the combination of the result you help someone achieve, the method you use to help them achieve it, the terms under which they get access to that method, and the transformation they believe will happen by accepting it. Should sound similar to this, yeah? So why this matters? Most people think that their offer is just their product. Well, it's not. Your course is not your offer. Your coaching is not your offer. Your workshop is not your offer. Those are just the delivery vehicles, okay? The offer is the promise plus the packaging plus the perception that makes someone want the vehicle. The offer is the promise, the packaging, and the perception that makes someone want the vehicle, okay? So the offer is a desired outcome, your promise, plus to solve a painful problem, that's the pain. For a very specific perfect future client, that's the person, delivered through a method, the plan, via one short form platform and one long form platform. Okay, so one person, one pain, one path, one platform, one promise. That's all you need to do. So every quarter, like I said, I revisit the 5 Ps to review, realign, or evolve the messaging of my one simple offer. Your offer will evolve over time, and it's important to ensure that you are clear on your 5 Ps to maintain potent marketing messaging. Before a promo or launch, always refer back to your 5 Ps. So your 5 Ps. So who is the one person I'm trying to attract as my perfect future client? So for me, for Scale 20, my one simple offer, it's business educators looking to scale from 6 to 7 figures per year. It should be really concise and specific. What does their dream island look like? What is the promise that I'm offering you guys? Well, for my perfect future client, you, it's running an ultra high profit, lean lifestyle boutique education business optimized for fun, freedom, and fulfillment. Okay. Pain. What are the 3 major headaches that they have stopped them from getting there? For me, for my perfect future client, it's not having hot and spicy inbound leads, having to spend time on sales calls or manage a sales team that give away 15% of cash each month, and not having a scalable delivery model. So leads plus enrollment plus delivery. What's the path? What is the journey and the milestones to get you guys there? For me, for you guys, it's adding 20K monthly jumps in revenue over 12 to 36 months by implementing our one simple flywheel growth infrastructure and building an evergreen micro-cult brand that compounds leverage. Hopefully those should sound really familiar to you, because that's the reason you guys are working with me, because that's what I'm trying to help you guys with. And these are the terms, those are the terms of the offer, okay? That's the terms, the path. So platform. So which one short form platform are you going to focus on? Okay, so Instagram, if you prefer making videos or your perfect future client is younger than 50. Facebook, if you prefer writing or your perfect future client is older than 50. LinkedIn, if you prefer writing and you also have a professional business perfect future client. And just a reminder, everyone who is on LinkedIn is also on either Instagram or Facebook. In case you're wondering that, oh, my perfect future client isn't on this platform or isn't on that platform, they're definitely on a Meta platform, guaranteed, okay? But if they're older than 50, they're probably on Facebook. If they're younger than 50, they're probably on Instagram. Or there's enough people on those platforms for you to make $1 million a year. Okay, I just want you to be aware of that. The market isn't saturated. There's plenty of fish there's plenty of whales in the ocean. So which one long form platform are you going to focus on? So ask yourself, what do you consume more of, YouTube or podcasts? What do your perfect future clients consume more of, YouTube or podcasts? Do you enjoy speaking with people? I don't. Okay. So I don't like doing podcasts. I don't enjoy it. It doesn't give me energy. But people like Chris Williamson, like Joe Rogan, it gives them energy. They absolutely love having conversations with people. And so you've got to ask yourself, am I that type of person? I've done a lot of podcasts now, so I now know that. I've done the reps. So I'm like, oh shit. I've tried to start like 5 different podcasts, interview type podcasts. I don't enjoy it. I like being on my own, I like educating. So are you going to identify, this is important. So are you going to identify as a podcast interviewer? Because some of you are, or are you going to identify as a solo podcaster like me? So you're either going to pick YouTube or Spotify as your primary channel, then you're simply just going to redistribute it to the other channel. So for me, my primary channel is YouTube. I'm identifying as a solo podcaster YouTuber, and Spotify is just a secondary distribution channel for me. You'll be amazed at how many people I get message me who'd be like, I found you on Spotify. And I'm like, wow, I literally don't ever talk about it, but I just get Ed to repost my stuff on Spotify. And yeah, it's on the Tom Young Show, if you don't already. Okay, where are we? So your I help statement. This is what we're going to wrap together. So we're going to wrap together your 5 Ps or your 4 Ps, 4 of them into an I help statement. So I help 6-figure business educators scale to 7 figures per year without sales calls, complex funnels, or cold outreach by helping them build their one simple flywheel and micro cult brand. The person, 6-figure business educators. Promise, scale to 7 figures per year. Pain, without sales calls, complex funnels, or cold outreach. Path, through one simple flywheel and a micro cult brand. I think you guys get it. So what's yours? What's your I help statement? I want you to write it down here, okay? So take 2 minutes now and give yourself the I help statement. Okay, so that is getting clear on your 5 Ps. Like I said, I come back to this like 2, 3, 4 times a year. This has been this took a lot of thought. You'd be like, wait, that's just a sentence. You'll be surprised at how much thought I put into this, okay? Okay, let's talk about market research. Okay, market research. Like I said, I think you'd be surprised at how well I know my market. And I think that is one of the reasons why I am able to punch above my weight. So let's do the same for you. Really, I want you to understand what goes into market research and what goes into understanding your market so that to ensure that you're always cutting through the noise when marketing your 7-figure one simple offer. This is so, so important when it comes to getting traction within your market, having super, super clear messaging that makes you stand out. And so that's what we're going to be doing here. So we're going to get a clear idea of what is in the market. What does the market look like so that you can separate yourselves from the rest by not just blending in. That's the aim here. I said to you in the previous videos, or a couple of videos ago, that I've seen Sabri twice this past year at 2 different events, 2 different masterminds. And a huge part of what sets him apart is that he's got this document. He calls it the Halo method, or the Halo document. And it was really funny because like someone was like, why is it called the Halo? What does the Halo stand for? And he's like, oh, no reason. I just thought it sounded cool. I was like, and everyone obviously laughed because it was kind of funny. So he just has this living, breathing document of market research where he's got like the right now at this point in time, what are the biggest challenges, the biggest fears, the biggest frustrations, the biggest pains, the biggest headaches, the biggest desires of his dream customer. And he updates this all the time. And so I go through this process like a couple of times a year where I'm like, okay, what is the market talking about? What are people looking for? How can I add more of it into my offer? How can I take away stuff that isn't relevant anymore? And so you have to be aware of this stuff and you have to do the work. And no, this doesn't involve going to ChatGPT and asking, what are the biggest pains, fears, and desires of my market? Okay, it doesn't involve that. As you will be told by other creators, like, oh, just search on ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT. No. You have to do this, and I'm going to show you how I've done it. So really what this is about is if I showed this list of 5 pains to my perfect future client, would they say, holy shit, this is literally my brain? Okay, that was what this is about. And I want you to remember, write this down, this is the thing that I want you to take away. Sabri talked about this idea of, in your marketing messaging, kicking the bruised knee. So, you bruise your knee once, imagine getting kicked in it again and again and again. Your marketing needs to do that to your perfect future client. It needs to kick them in the knee again and again and again. So they're like, oh my God, this guy knows my pain so well. He's just like, why? It hurts every time he reminds me of my pain in his marketing. So my decision-making cheat code for this is don't reinvent the wheel, okay? I have highlighted who I want to compete with in the market. I've studied their messaging, their unique positioning, and I've used that to fuel my business. I will repeat this. I have highlighted who I want to compete against in the market. I have studied their messaging, their unique positioning, and I've used that to fuel my business, okay? So there will be ways in which like there's just people are looking for certain things. And I'm like, okay, going to the market and saying, who are the biggest operators and what's the messaging that they're using? That's by far the single biggest cheat code. To become the master in your market, you must be the student first. To become the master in your market, you must be the student first. I am competing against guys like Daniel Priestley. His whole thing is building a lifestyle boutique. I was just in California with Ali Abdaal, and he told me, he was like, I'm right now, my biggest focus is aiming to own the category of lifestyle business. And that's really important because I was also trying to go down the line of lifestyle business and lifestyle boutique. And it was only after kind of like, I did some strategy I went back and forth with ChatGPT on like really like positioning. I said to it, I was like, hey, look, I've got these guys in my market. They're positioning themselves like this. They've got huge audiences. And it was actually good. That was the way to use ChatGPT, isn't to ask ChatGPT, like, what are the fit? No, it's like going back and forth as a strategic consultant. And it said, yeah, don't compete with Ali and Daniel because you can't, because their audiences are way bigger. They're just more cemented. And then we've got my mentor, Taki, and he really owns this idea of lifestyle empire. And I said, again, I was like, went back and forth with ChatGPT for a few hours. Like, what should my positioning be? And in the end, it was like, you have to go down the idea of education. And so it actually ended up being micro education business. I need to own the category of micro education. So that's where my messaging has got to now. Some of the crew who have done this really well. So Fred, who has his digital coffee shop model, really clear, really distinct. And it's this very just like, no one's competing against this. I remember a couple of months after he launched this, someone came up with the digital brewery model. People were just trying to do, and that's when you've got something good, is when people hop on it and try and remix it. So let's get clear on some definitions here. So market research. Market research is the process of listening to your audience to understand what they're struggling with, what they want, and the exact language they use to describe it. So you can build offers and create content that speaks directly to them. So why this matters? Most educators think that market research is just endless surveys, maybe 40 question type forms, or talking to the wrong people, or worse, just guessing. No. Your market lives in plain sight, in your audience, in your DMs, in your clients, and in your content ecosystem. They're already there. They're not a survey. They're not a type form. So market research is not about collecting data. It's about extracting the truth, okay? I really want you to remember this. The goal is simple. You need to find the pains people actually feel, the problems they actually want solved, and the language that they already use to describe those problems. That becomes your hooks, your messaging, your 7-figure one simple offer positioning, your DM angles, your content calendar. Your market research is your one simple flywheel. So there are 3 steps to market research. There's collection, there's synthesis, and then there's output. So open up a Notion, Google Doc, or Note when you're going to add all of this into one place and just have this as that like living, breathing document. So let's start with collection. So your unique market positioning sits at the apex, at the kind of the meeting point of public insights mining, internal insights mining, and direct conversation signals. Let's break these down. So public insights mining, this is going to take you about 25 minutes to do, okay? So this is, you search online. So searching for complaints, questions, what people are stuck on, what they've tried, what they hate, what they wish they existed, what they're scared of, what they're confused by. Where can you get this information? The internet's really cool, right? It has all this information already. So competitive offers testimonials, Trustpilot is a great place to get this stuff. YouTube comments is huge. Reddit threads are really, really big. You know, I know that someone asked like on Reddit, like, what's Tom Young's scale 20 like? And then we had Kevin in the crew literally come and back me up. And I don't go on Reddit. I've never been on Reddit. And yeah, someone sent that to me and I thought that was cool. Facebook groups, school groups, Discord groups, free groups are a great place to mine for public insights. X replies, podcast reviews, Amazon book reviews, also really good. So look at the big books that are in your niche. You know, for me, William Brown is one of them. You know, his name's in the his book. Oh, it's next door. It's not next door. How to 10 million. So the book reviews for this is a great place to go and mine for information. Instagram and TikTok comments, also a great place. So your job is to literally just copy and paste all this stuff into a document. Now, look, I wouldn't go to ChatGPT and ask for this, but you can use like scraper tools. You can do that if you have a systems consultant. To go and do this, but I truly believe the best way to do this is manually, just spending a couple of hours, literally just going and searching and just, you know, grab a coffee and like get curious, feel like I'm going to leave being the number one expert on what this market looks like. What are people like currently struggling with? What do they want? Spend the time doing this. Okay. And what you're aiming to do is get like just a Notion document, a Google Doc or whatever with just this raw information, okay? This is going to be the baseline. This is going to be the foundation of how you can then differentiate from whatever is out there. Okay, then we've got internal insights mining. So your clients already have gold inside. Clients already have gold inside. That doesn't make any sense. There is gold already inside your client base. Let's say that instead. you've got current clients, you've had past clients, you've got messages from prospects, conversations with prospects, DMs, conversations, you've got calls. So I've got all of my previous, the calls using Fathom. So all of the strategy calls that I've ever had, just have Fathom. So I've got this bank, I've got this data bank. So here's what I would do if I'm launching a brand new offer. If you have zero proof yet for helping people with a specific transformation, my recommendation is that you should be aiming to speak to 100 people on calls to gather the insights. This is how I launched CreatorLaunch in 2023. And it sounds like a lot, but this has been the foundation of what has ended up with Scale 20, like where, this is where it all started. I converted about 20% of the people that I spoke to into beta clients for my initial beta cohort launch. And it's how I ended up working with Austin like 2.5 years ago. We connected in the DMs, got on a call with him, market research call. And I was like, hey, dude, if you're, we spoke about this. I'm launching this thing. I think it'd be a great fit for you. And it's, a tenth of the price of what it's going to be. 2 years later, he then ascends into becoming a one-on-one client with me for 6 months. The rest is history. And now he's doing 40K a month at the moment, traveling all around the world and, like getting into Alex Hormozzi's private cohort. The guys, it starts with this, okay? And so this is what my calendar looked like. All these blue ones, the dark blues, are 20-minute or half an hour market research calls. I positioned them as networking calls with people who are in my audience, who I just reached out to with DMs and like, hey, would you just want to shoot the shit? Love to, I love the content you're posting. Would love to just shoot the shit. And these are people that I'd been like messaging on Twitter, on X at the time. And you can see here, like Benjamin White was ended up being a one-on-one client of mine. Phil became a beta client. Lucas became a beta client. Tim became a one-on-one client. Graham is like a really good friend of mine now. Kevin became a beta client. Luke became a beta client. Neil became a beta client. This is a good week. And then, this is the next week. Then we've got like Teo became a client. Lara Acosta, I had a call with her. You guys will be familiar, might know she's on LinkedIn, really big audience. This is where I first had that call with Austin. Kevin became a client. Aussie Chris was one of my first case studies, so this was just a catch-up call with him. Felipe became a client. This is what happened. This is how you do it. Okay. What we're looking for. What are people struggling with before working with you, okay? What have they tried on their own? How do they describe their situation? This is the most important thing. What language do they use to describe their situation? This is where you can go take transcripts from a call. Back then, I didn't have Fathom for these calls. So I didn't have I had to manually write this stuff down. When someone would write, I'd be writing the notes, like what are their problems? And like, why they reached out, like what actually was, why did they want to get on a call with you? What broke the camel's back? What was the thing that's like, okay, I'm like really struggling. And then their emotional language, how do they describe their version of this fucking sucks? Okay. Right. Then we've got direct conversation signals. Okay. So these are just like live inputs. These can be surveys, polls, story question boxes, DM questions, emails people reply to, Q&A calls, workshops, and your own audience asking things naturally. At the beginning of this, I said like this isn't about like big long surveys and type forms. I use like micro surveys on like Instagram, polls on Instagram. So I'm never sending out like a 20 question form. I've never done that. I did try doing like a form after people signed up for my email list. I tried that because I saw another creator do that. I just stopped doing that because I never looked. I just never looked at the results. But that is obviously an option. Having a conversation with people in your audience. Okay, so what we're looking for is patterns, frequency, the intensity of what they speak about, specificity, what specifically are they struggling with, and most importantly, the emotion. What is getting them like charged up about their pains and their frustrations, their desires, their fears? This is the gold. This is where this is where the nuggets are at. And we're looking to collect like some patterns. That's what we're looking for here. Okay, so then we're on to synthesis. So this is where we're going to identify the 5 repeating pains identify the hidden emotional drivers, and then label the desired outcomes, okay? So what we're looking for, we're going to look through the notes and we're going to circle the pains that repeat the most often, the pains with the strongest emotion behind them, and the pains that your prospect can't stop thinking about, okay? We're just going to write them down here. These are going to become your hooks. These are going to become the angles of your posts that you make, the one simple post that you make. These are going to be DM openers. That, like, so when you send out a message, and it's like, when, you know, as you'll see with the chat to close system, like the first message we typically send is a this or that question. It's like, hey, you here for the vibes, or are you here to X? So this is going to be the fuel that helps create the foundation for all of the stuff that you're going to send out, marketing wise, conversation wise, with prospects and leads. This is also going to turn into your lead magnets. This is going to become when we talk about your painkiller model, these are the painkillers. This is what's going to form the painkillers. Your workshop prompts, these are going to form, like, what do you structure workshops around and sell publicly? What are the biggest challenges people are facing? And you can create a one-off workshop that you're going to do for your clients, and you can sell public seats. And then your front end offer entry positioning. So how do you position your front end offer? And that's everything that we're going to go through when we craft the offer document, your version 1 offer document. Right, part 2 of this is identifying the hidden emotional drivers. This is so key. Behind every logical pain is an emotional truth. So it's like, I don't know what to post. Really, the emotional pain that is, I feel invisible. My offer isn't converting. Really, the emotional pain behind that is, I feel like a failure. I'm overwhelmed with content. Really, I'm scared that I'll never make this work. So what are the core emotional triggers for each of your top 5 pains? What is like the actual emotional driver behind the pain that people are feeling? Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to label the desired outcome. Okay. So for each pain, we're going to define what they want instead, how life looks like when that pain is gone, how they describe success, and what they fantasize about. What does their version of Dream Island look like? Okay. As we talk about in the education and the invite section and levels, we'll talk about the idea of, like, sell the vacation, not the plane flight. We want to sell futures, not features. Okay. So we're not selling like, here's how we're going to get you there. We're selling, if you go on this flight with me, we're going to get you over here. Okay. This is where we're heading. So what do they want instead? What do people want? Like, what do they want instead? What are their desired outcomes? What does their version of Dream Island look like? And how does life look like when that pain is gone? When they've got to Dream Island, what does life look like? You know, for me, it's like, okay, I've suddenly, now I've dropped sales calls. I've now got an empty calendar, and I can do the stuff that I love. Like, I can go to the gym for longer. I can spend more time creating marketing and feel proud about the creative output that I have. I can spend more time with my family. I can go do my hobbies more. What does life look like when that pain is gone? And how do they describe success? What does the success look like for them? You know, what does, like, is it like being able to spend more time with their family? Is it being able to make enough money to be able to look after their parents? Is it to be able to have that dream car? Like, what are the things that describe success for them? Having an empty calendar, what is it? What are the things that describe success? And what do they fantasize about? You know, what are the things that they're like, oh, this feels so far away, but if only my life could have X, Y, and Z, that's what it would be. What do they fantasize about? So this is going to give you transformation messaging. That's what this part is all about. This is going to give proof angles. And this is, like, really all about, like, what is possible reframes. I will remind you, we sell futures, not features. Okay. Then we're on to the final part of the market research, which is actually just gathering everything into the output. Okay. So we're going to have 5 pains. We're going to have 5 emotional drivers. We're going to have 5 desired outcomes, and then 5 raw statements, at least. You can have more than this, but we're going to list at least 5 of these and just get really crystal clear on the messaging here. This is your opportunity to make potent messaging that just cuts through the noise. When you have potent messaging, that is what allows you to have magnetic marketing that is, most importantly, repellent to the wrong people. You don't want energy vampire clients. And so your marketing messaging is going to be based on this, and it's going to repel those and attract dream clients. Okay. This is going to take you some time to do this. Okay. That's why I said this level is going to take you a week or two. Like I said, spend a few hours doing this. My recommendation is if you're launching something new, and like you should be aiming to do 100 calls with people, with potential prospects, and see those calls as both market research and potential like strategy calls where you could close someone if they are the right fit. So I kind of like in the first 100 calls phase of a new offer, I'm like, I'm going to get on a call and I'm just going to chat to them, have a conversation with them. If I think it makes sense, maybe I'll make them an offer. Okay. That's the mindset for this. Okay. This is so crucial that we get this part done. Okay. So Nave had an incredible question, which I realized I've never answered this before. And I think I've been asked this a couple of times and I've just been like, okay, you need to go research your market. And I knew that this was an issue. So Nave has asked, I have a question about the competitor research and insights. How do I know who is my competitor? Is it just people who do what I'm doing exactly? And if I'm working only with clients from my country, I need to choose competitors from my country only. That's a good question. The cool thing is I kind of prepared for this. And in the new Skool group, I have created a brand new playbook on market research because this is really bloody important. Nave has asked that question because in the new Start Here section, we have the competitor done for you insights, just as kind of like a nice little like value add for people who know who maybe a bit more about their market. But what I've done is I've created a new playbook, which goes through everything, all of the process that I've been through to understand my market. So our markets it's really, really important to understand. In my opinion, this is how I look at it. I look at it kind of like sports. So I think of my market as the league that I'm playing in. So I'll use a football, like a soccer analogy. In soccer, you've got all of the teams in the league, and all of the teams have different types of skills. They play in different ways. They have different levels of talent in each of the teams. They have strengths. They have weaknesses. Some are good in attack. Some are good in defense. But a big part of making progress and getting higher up in the league is actually knowing when you play against others, like what are their strengths and what are your strengths compared to theirs. So I think of our markets as sports, and I think it's important for us to have a good understanding of our markets. The thing is, this takes time. I think about like how I've learned about my markets, and it's just through YouTube. It's from searching and looking up at the like recommended. And here's one big tip to how you can get started with this. So if you want to know who's operating your market, and I'll answer Nave's question about like, should I just be taking from people in my country? No is the answer, because if you look at Louis is French, so he's in the French market. He only serves French-speaking fitness coaches. So he's a business coach to fitness coaches in the French-speaking market. But he has come and he's taken my model. So he's looked at me. So I am technically competition that he has been able to take inspiration from, and take what I've done. And he's making $100,000 a month because he's taken what I've done and put it into his market. So I'll just flat out, should you just be taking from competition in your own language and country? No, it is a global world. You can take inspiration from so many other people. And that's what Louis found, and other people in other different markets, is that sometimes different markets are further ahead than others. And so Louis found that like my flywheel approach wasn't as common in French speaking business coaching markets. And so he took my model and ran with it in France. So how would I go about doing market research from scratch? It's actually going to start with this. you're going to go and you're going to start a brand new channel from scratch. And this is going to be your research, and this is going to be your research account. So let's just say I've got my Tom Young's channel. I don't think I've ever, this channel. So my Tom Young's at CreatorLaunch channel, I don't use. So let's just switch over to this. Now, right now, I haven't watched any videos on my Tom Young's CreatorLaunch channel. Like, it's a completely fresh algorithm. It doesn't know what to recommend to me. But now I'm on Louis' like videos. What you can do is you can start to like see what the algorithm is going to show to you. So I'm going to go and type in online coaching, and I'm just going to press enter. And what's happened with a fresh algorithm is I've put in online coaching, and I've given YouTube a signal of interest around, okay, wait, this guy is interested in online coaching. So here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm then just going to, so right now the algorithm is clean. I'm going to just go down here, and I'm going to have a look around, going to scan, and a lot of these people are familiar to me. I know them, right? I know most of these players. I mean, I'm friends with a few of them. Charlie, we're friends with. I know Brian. I don't know him, but I know of him. I was in the WhatsApp. I messaged Yuri on WhatsApp the other day just to say I really like his stuff. So I know a lot. I know, and annoyingly, my shit isn't coming up. Let's see if any of my stuff come up. And this is, now I talk a lot about consulting, so not necessarily online coaching. But yeah, absolutely none of my shit's coming up. So here you go. We've got Ollie though. Here we go. Ollie in the house. You got someone in the crew. So fuck yeah. Amazing. So Ollie's popping up with online coaching. Anyone else coming up that we know? Okay. So right now I have just signaled to a fresh algorithm, that I'm interested in online coaching. So what I'm going to do is I was going to click on James. So let's go and click on this one. So I'm like, this came up kind of first, so I'm going to click on this.
There are so many gurus online, especially on YouTube, telling personal trainers, if you want to go online, work from Bali.
Okay, so what I've got to do here, I've got to remember to turn off my recommended. So I need to turn off unhook. So this is actually going to, I'm going to do this. So now I've all of a sudden got recommended videos down here, and then I'll have recommended. So what I can start doing is I can start seeing like who is popping up, and just kind of following my curiosity of like, okay, what's coming up here? So how to make fuck you money as an online fitness coach. Now, I'm not a fitness coach, but you can start to see like this is about online coaching. So online fitness coaching. So a lot of this is online fitness coaching. So right now I'm showing to the algorithm that I'm interested in online fitness coaching. Now so I can start curating YouTube algorithm, because now what I can go is I can go to the home and my recommended. You can change your setting anytime, but later video by turning it to you. Turn on. So we'll turn on my watch history. So now it can start building this idea of like, okay, what is it going to show? I don't think it's got enough information. So I need to start watching some videos. So let's go online consulting. Actually, how to grow an online education business. See what happens. Okay, so we've obviously got, like, this guy's just going to keep on popping up. Online education business. There we go. Okay, we're fourth, and we're above the Abdal. Let's go. Come on. That's what it's about, guys. That's what it's about. Okay, so here we go. So one of my videos turns up. This is a good signal that I need to make a new VSL, because I've decided that I'm going to go down and own the micro education model, kind of like category. And so this is a good signal that I need to make a video with online education business in the title again. But you can see, you know, kind of cool, right? I was having breakfast with Ali the other day, and here we are. So this is how this works. Now let's just say I'm going to go and click on this.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
This is the first time I've had ads because I'm usually on YouTube Premium, so I haven't seen a YouTube app in years. Okay, hopefully this guy looks familiar. It's me. Okay, so you can now what's happening is the YouTube is going to start building up this idea of like, okay, this guy's watching these videos. How to start an online fitness business, full blueprint. Okay, and then there's another video of me. Now this can be like and also a good way to like see who's kind of coming up and getting recommended with your own content. But okay, let's see if this has populated anything. Here we go. Okay, it's going to show me people, videos and channels that are kind of like there's some synergy, people who watch similar things. It'll still start serving me like the fucking trash of YouTube, but right now it's serving me the highest clickbait shit that it can, you know. Kevin Hart on Diary of a CEO. This is like the real top tier to YouTube stuff. So how to unfuck your life. So let's see if there's anything more specific about online coaching. So I'm trying to get an idea. This is a really good way to like see what's kind of like popping up. You can see at the moment, so there's a lot of like, here's what's happening in 2026. So 2026. Okay, let's just go for...
At 23 years old, I was a bit of a loser. I lived with weak.
I'm gonna go around down here. Okay, so this is where we can start searching for some more stuff. Online consulting, business. And there we go. Another one of the crew. We got Frederick in the house. We've got the Scale 20 crew is absolutely owning everything right now. We need to be owning the online coaching. So we've got, this is good though. This is, but can you see how this, and so now you can see like, okay, so you can start writing down names. So Frederick, you can start writing, you just need to start getting an idea of who are the players in this market. And it's about just following your curiosity. So let's click on this. Now what's happening is like YouTube is now picking up a really good idea of like the kind of stuff that I'm interested in from a click perspective.
While operating my business now.
And then let's go back to YouTube. Let's see. It's still going to be like feeding me like the kind of like the top viral shit. Yeah. Okay. So this is the first part. Now the second part to this is watching this playbook. So this is the process that we're going to go through to do this. This is in level 3. So if you're not in level 3 yet, I'm going to suggest you don't start doing the competitor insights until you've got to this point and you know you've gone through this process and you actually go find some people to take ideas from. So the reason why we put the competitor insights so early on is if you are, you know who's in your market already. If you've been around for a while, you probably should know, and you probably do know. And so you can go immediately use our automation to go steal ideas from that. That's the whole point of that. So hopefully this has been helpful to show you a bit of like how you can go about kind of finding people. Another way to do this is going to Instagram and doing the same, by the way. So if we go to Instagram, okay. So if we go and coaching, see what happens. So let's just click on, oh, here you go, Brett, another one of the Scale 20 crew. As if we don't have complete coverage everywhere. Okay, that's incredible. So let's go click on Brett. So this was a while ago. This was a year ago, but you can see how. So if we go to Brett, what we can do is, if we click on this, this is going to start showing people who are similar and are potentially linked from an algorithmic perspective in here. So you can start clicking around, start looking at like, so for example, I know that this is Matt Gray's community. So this is the process, and you could just keep going around and start. You just got to get curious. You've got to get curious about who's in your market, and it requires you to like go down some rabbit holes, go scroll some content, start getting an idea, following some people, and just getting used to who's putting out this content frequently. And then eventually the algorithms will get to know, and you'll start to know your market. I feel like I've got a really good idea of who operates in my market and where I fit and how I can, and it means I now know where I can differentiate and how I can differentiate in the market. Okay, we'll wrap it up there. You can kind of see this is it. You need to know who's there, who's operating, and it'll help you with differentiation. And then once you go through this process, you'll be able to position yourself so that you can cut through the noise. Right, let's talk about your perfect future client. We're kind of going to synthesize the information that we got around from your market research. And really the aim here is to get clear on who your perfect future client is so that you can craft magnetic messaging that attracts them into your world and eventually into your client base. Your business success is a reflection of how well you know your perfect future client, your PFC. Now, be aware that the longer you operate, the better you will get to understand your ideal client, but you must start with some assumptions about your ideal client. You cannot serve everyone, okay? This is actually the cheat code. You get to choose who you want to serve. I will say that once more. You get to choose who you work with. You get to choose who you spend your time with. How sick is that? The cheat code, as I said in the previous training, don't reinvent the wheel. Go find the people serving your perfect future client, study the hell out of them. Study their messaging. Study the messaging that they've already used, they've already battle hardened. And this is what we did in the market research phase. Go steal, my friends. Steal. So step one is we need to get clear on like what makes up what's the makeup of our perfect future client. So we're looking at demographic information here. So really getting clear on like, what is the age range of our ideal client? You know, for me, knowing my average age range of my ideal client means that I actually, when I run advertising, I put a age range where I block out people below the age of 21 and above the age of 50. And that's so that my advertising really only gets sent to people in my sweet spot of who I work with. That helps with reducing ad costs, and brings more the right people into your world. Gender, is your ideal predominantly male, female, or gender neutral? There's absolutely, for me, it's 80-20. 80% of my clients are male, 20% of them are, it's probably 10% are female. And that's completely normal. It's the same for like female coaches. 90% of their client base is going to be female. There'll be some dudes as well who follow them or want to work with them. Location, where does your ideal client live? Which country, city? Do they live in a rural area? Mine operate all over the world, and it's really important to know that. So out of you guys, members of Scale 20, I've got currently, as it stands, over 30 individual countries, which is sick. What is their professional industry? Okay, what are the words that are used to describe their professional industry? What is their approximate income level? How much money are they making? This is really, really key, especially for me. I only work with people who are six-figure entrepreneurs already. Education, what is their highest level of education? Okay, just being aware of that. Like, are they college-based, school-based, university, higher education? Are they postgraduate? You know, some of you will work with people who maybe you have to have MBAs to be able to work with. You know, they might be executives, and a lot of them might have MBAs. So really key to be aware of that. Next is like psychographic information. Okay, this is like what's going on in between these two things. So interests, what are their interests and hobbies? What values and beliefs are important to them? You know, for me, one of the main reasons why my content is magnetic is I talk about my core values a lot. Freedom and autonomy being the main thing. I hate being told what to do. Okay, it's one of the biggest ones, and you guys will know that because that's why you're here. What are their short-term and long-term goals? What are they? What are the main challenges or pain points that your services can address? You should have got this stuff from the market research. Lifestyle, describe their lifestyle. Are they busy professionals? Are they stay-at-home parents and students? Let me explain why this is important. Let's share one of the crew. Let's bring up. So Alan helps small electrical business owners, so electricians, grow their business. So he's a business coach to electricians. This is really important to understand your perfect future client. Let me tell you why. Electricians are always on the move. Yeah, they're always in their vans. They're always on the move. So guess what? They will consume a lot of podcast material. And so it doesn't make sense for Alan to have his primary long form channel to be YouTube, because most of the people are going to follow him on Spotify. We need to figure this out, because fuck Linktrees. I don't know what he's doing. I'm clearly not clear about this, but you can see he's got his podcast. I fucking hate Linktrees. I don't know why. I need to. Anyway, if you guys are watching this now, it needs to just be one link to ideally your long form content. It should be your podcast. That should be the link that's in there. So Alan, if you're watching this, bad boy. Fuck Linktrees. Okay. We want one single next step that people want to take. We don't want to give them options. We want to give them, okay, this is where we're going. And it should be their podcast. Should be the podcast. Okay. Let's go to Toby. So Toby is a CEO, dad of 7. So he's looking to work with executives. You know, it's very important to understand, like, okay, well, what does an executive's lifestyle look like? Well, they're probably busy with, working long hours. You know, what are the things that are going to be different about your perfect future client? Okay, step 3 is going to be behavioral information. So how do they typically make purchasing decisions? Are they going to need to speak to their wife? Are they going to need to speak to their business partners? Are they going to need to speak to their bosses? Like, what are their buying behaviors going to be like? What social media platforms do they use? How do they typically consume online content? I'll go take you back to Alan. Like, his perfect future client is going to be typically going to be more listening to podcasts, because they're always in their cars and in their vans. Really important. How do they prefer to communicate? You know, again, there's going to be some people who they never open their emails. You know, there's going to be some people, I know I've heard people talk about like how like fitness people, you know, they never check their emails. I personally believe that I think everyone does, because that's where you buy stuff. Everyone gets receipts and, you know, anyway, how do they prefer to communicate? What brands or influencers do they follow and admire? It's really important to know this kind of stuff, because like this gives you an idea of like, okay, well how are they spending their time? What groups and circles do they operate in? What brands are they drawn to? Because this can help with your like the marketing of how you do your content. You can make your content look similar to certain types of brands. It's definitely something that I do on purpose, and I'm going to be doing moving forward. I'm going to be creating content like some of my favorite brands to give a visual aesthetic that feels congruent with the types of brands that you guys potentially align to, or at least to me, at least what I align to. Right, next is emotional triggers. So what are their deepest desires and aspirations? So important. What are they really looking for? Yeah, like, and there's always layers to this. The emotional triggers are like, okay, well, why does someone like want freedom? And ultimately, freedom is actually just the ability to say no to the stuff you don't want to do. That's what people misunderstand, is freedom isn't the ability to say yes. Freedom, true freedom, is actually having the ability to say no. People don't understand that. What are their fears and insecurities related to your niche? So what are they scared about? Like, what happens if they don't make a change and do the things that you help them with? What happens to them? They end up having a full calendar. They end up like not having the time to look after their family and spend time with their family. What happens then? The relationship with their wife starts to get friction. So what happens? What frustrates them the most about their current situation? What is it? Lack of time, lack of resources, lack of money, lack of freedom, what is it? What brings them joy or satisfaction in life? This is so important to know, like, what is it that like pulls at them emotionally, that gives them joy? For me, it's my biggest thing is I love being a maker rather than a manager. I love having a free calendar, an empty calendar, so I can spend as much time as possible creating stuff for you guys. I don't want to be on Zoom calls. We're going to put this all together. So we're going to give your perfect future client a name to make them feel more real. You choose the name. You're going to write a brief description that summarizes all the key demographic, psychographic, behavioral traits of your perfect future client. This doesn't need to be long. I'm talking like a couple of paragraphs. That's it. This should take you 10 minutes max, okay? We're not looking for an essay. I'm looking for you to get the key things down, and you can just bullet point them down. And then avatar image. Have fun. Throw this playbook into ChatGPT. After you filled it in, throw it into GPT and ask them to give you a visual representation of your perfect future client avatar. I'm just doing this just because this is quite fun. And it's really funny to see what happens. So do that. Okay, finally, reflection. Step 6, take a moment to review your perfect future client avatar. Does it accurately capture the type of person that you want to serve? Does this feel like, okay, I really want to just like spend a lot of time with this person? Are there any adjustments or additions that you need to make to refine your avatar further? Just if there's anything that's kind of like, this doesn't really make sense. And then understand that this is going to be like an ongoing evolution. You're always going to be like, it's always going to be evolving. So you don't need to nail this. You just have to have a foundation that you are going to refine and evolve over time. Okay. That is your perfect future client, locked in. Right. This is where we are going to synthesize all of the market research, all of the demographic, psychographic, behavioral research that we've done, and we're going to pull it all together into a painkiller program. And this is our painkiller program method. What are the objectives? Simple. Using our simple painkiller model based on the psychological profile of your perfect future client to design a world-class educational experience wrapped into a signature system that helps you stand out in your market and solves their biggest pain point and delivers them to their dream island. This is all stuff that we've been speaking about. We're going to wrap it all together. So here's what we're going to complete. You're going to understand the root emotional drivers behind why your perfect future client will buy from you. We've already done that work. Highlight the 3 desired outcomes your perfect future client are looking for to unlock their dream future. Highlight the 3 headaches that are currently blocking them. Identify the painkiller solutions for solving each headache, and create the outline for your own signature system using our painkiller model. The big idea that I want you guys to take away is that every great guide has a signature model or system. Nearly every high impact educator has one big framework that is easy to remember, is visually simple, explains a complex transformation, becomes their category defining idea, and is referenced in every talk, book, keynote, and product. Let me give you some examples. So Tony Robbins, the greatest personal development coach in the world, he has the triad: focus, belief, language and meaning, and physiology. Those are the 3 parts of his triangle method. Dave Ramsey, he has the debt snowball: list small debts, smallest to largest, attack the smallest debt, make the snowball roll. Donald Miller, the story brand 7-part framework. There's a character who has a problem. He meets a guide who gives them a plan, calls them to action that helps them avoid failure, that ends in success. Tim Ferriss, the deal formula: define, eliminate, automate, liberate. Simon Bowen, he is the creator of the Genius model, the 3-ring model that you'll have seen, a lot of people use. Taki Moore uses, and he came up with the the Genius model. And I actually met him, and I was having dinner and sat next to him for dinner in California. And this is the menu for that dinner because I kept it. And this is the scribble on the back from Simon, where I got him to sign his autograph, his signature, because he showed me the iceberg model. And I was mind blown. I was mind blown because I spoke to him about how I was differentiating my business away from other players in the market, and he was really like, that sounds really. He was really excited by the fact that I was going down the consulting and analytics and data route rather than coaching. And because he's such a pro, and he has this iceberg model that he uses to describe, it's just a sales model, how to describe. To explain to someone why they should work with you. And he wrote out this model and managed to sell me on my own business. And I was like, it was right then when I realized what true mastery was. That was when I realized what true mastery was. So let's build your signature system. Okay. So fundamentally, humans buy shit to get out of pain. Basically always. There are 12 emotional drivers of pain, and these are critical to understand how to position your services for different perfect future client avatars. Every buying decision is rooted in one or more of these, okay? Your painkiller program is going to be the solution that gets them from their biggest headaches and pain to their desired reality and dreams. So first up, we've got survival pain. This is fear of danger, death, injury, loss, or safety, okay? So this can be health issues, unsafe environments, the need for shelter, food, and protection. And this is why people buy things like insurance, medicine, safety equipment, supplements, home security, fitness. There's financial pain, the fear of scarcity, running out of money, not having enough. This is debt, falling behind, unpredictable income, inflation, not making enough. This is why people buy coaching. They buy careers. They invest in careers. They invest in investment products, budgeting tools, side hustles. There's time pain. This is the feeling of overwhelm, being rushed or lacking time. I'm too busy, no time for life. I have too many responsibilities. I just have systems that don't seem to work. This is why people buy productivity tools, outsourcing. They hire automation, or they try and look for shortcuts. There's emotional pain. There's internal suffering driven by negative feelings. There's anxiety, there's stress, there's overwhelm, there's shame, there's guilt, there's depression, there's loneliness. This is why people buy therapy, they buy coaching, they buy courses, mindfulness, spirituality, community. There's identity pain. This is a disconnect between who they are and who they believe they should be or could be. This is having a low self-image or self-esteem, feeling like a fraud, the imposter syndrome, not living up to potential, the lost sense of purpose. This is why people buy self-improvement, leadership programs, fitness, brand upgrades, and invest in style. Status pain, feeling of inferior, feeling like they're behind peers or lacking respect. This is not being recognized, not being influential, not being overlooked, low social standing. This is why people buy luxury goods, why people buy coaching. They buy certifications to say, hey, I've got this thing on my wall. I've got this ClickFunnels vinyl disc. I've got this PhD certificate. And this is frankly a lot of a driver behind why people want social media growth. Status pain. Got clarity pain, confusion, complexity, or an inability to see the path forward. I don't know what to do. There are too many options, feeling stuck. That I don't have a plan. I'm not clear on what I need to do. This is why people buy frameworks, roadmaps, mentorship, strategy, blueprints, consulting. There's control pain, the feeling out of control or powerless, the feeling of being of chaos, unpredictability, reliance on others, tech overwhelm. This is why people buy systems, processes, trackers, organizational tools, productivity, and coaching. Relationship pain, pain related to relationships, marriage, friendships, or family. Conflict, lack of connection, not feeling understood, loneliness, buying dating programs, marriage coaching, social skills, communities. Then there's competence pain, feeling not good enough or lacking skill, inexperience, fear of mistakes, imposter syndrome, feeling behind. This is why people buy education. They buy training, coaching, mentorship, templates, and courses. Then there's achievement pain, frustration with progress or lack of progress or performance. They're not reaching their goals. They're plateauing. They're wasting their talent. They're just not seeing the results that they know they want or they think they're capable of. Again, this is why people buy coaching, consulting, performance systems, accountability, and accelerators. Then there's desire pain. They wanting something badly that you don't have yet. Dreams that are unfulfilled. Aspirations that are unmet. Envy, jealousy, yearning for that lifestyle upgrade. This is why people buy transformation products. They buy networks. They buy lifestyle programs. Again, they buy coaching, consulting, and courses. Can you understand and see that there are so many reasons, and a lot of them overlap? This is all ammunition. All of this pain is ammo in your arsenal. Okay? Now, there are 3 root drivers of pain. These are the primal motivators behind every purchase, okay? Number 1 is to avoid suffering. People fear the pain of loss is more than the pain of gain. Okay? So there's escape fear, loss, risk, discomfort. And this is really common for beginners. So the people going from 0 to 1 is they want to avoid suffering. Then there's restore power, gain control, competence, clarity, and confidence. This is really common for intermediates. And then there's becoming more. This is status, identity, achievement, self-actualization. This is common for advanced people. Okay? This is really important because you should know through your market research and perfect future client exercises, what category does your perfect future client fit into? There's a reason why I'm saying this, because for me in Scale 20, mine is predominantly helping you restore power. It's getting clarity, grow competence, gain control, and become confident in scaling your business. Typically, you guys sit in this section. Okay. Let's get into the painkiller program method. So your perfect future client is at all times experiencing a mixture of these pains and drivers. Now, there are, from my perspective, there are 3 types of pain. There's the front of mind pain, and this is the I need a painkiller right now. I need this solved right now. This is the migraine pain. Then we've got the occasional pain, which is the annoying ache kind of pain. This is I should probably get this checked out, but I can kind of live with it. It's just annoying. And then we've got the back of mind pain. This is the kind of really the back of mind, which is every once in a while, you just get reminded of it. And it really hurts. And it's I wish my life was like this type of pain. It's going back to that kind of I'm not reaching my goals. The lack of results, the plateauing, it's achievement pain. So what are the 3 major desires of your perfect future client? Example for me is you guys just want 3 main things, really. You want hot, spicy, hot and roasting 5-star leads. You want an effortless conversion system that doesn't require sales, and you want a scalable delivery model. So what are your perfect future clients? 3 times major desires. What are they? Okay. And then what are the 3 major headaches? So the 3 big things stopping your perfect future client getting the dream outcomes above. Okay, so for me, it's leads. Not having an inconsistent flow of shit quality leads is an absolute headache. Speaking to people in DMs or people sending questions who are just not qualified. Enrollment, a time-intensive, stressful to manage, diary-heavy sales process. Spending loads of times on sales calls, managing a sales team, dealing with appointment setters saying, I'm done, I'm moving on to another offer. I'm sick of this. Delivery, stuck in a one-to-one delivery modality where you're just having to spend time one-on-one synchronously with clients. So what are your perfect future clients' 3 times major headaches? So what are the painkiller solutions that are going to help get rid of your major headaches? Here are mine. So for leads, 1 simple post, a free group magnet, just a main magnet, the ManyChat cheat code. For enroll, it's chat to close, it's flywheel ads, it's 1 simple video. For delivery, it's AI systems, it's hybrid one-on-one consulting, it's 1 simple offer. Those are the painkillers, the big painkillers for me. So 1 simple post, free group magnet, ManyChat cheat code, chat to close system, 1 simple video, flywheel ads, 1 simple offer, hybrid one-on-one consulting, AI systems. So what are your perfect future clients' painkillers? We're going to write them. We're going to get them down. Okay. Get them down and list them. Then we're on to unique mechanism naming. So now, really important, we don't want things to sound bullshit. We want them to sound proprietary. So the universal quadcopter mind melt 3000 ballistic stretch protocol is not proprietary. It's bullshit. Okay. So let's, if in doubt, keep it simple and tie it to the desired outcome. Okay. So here are just the naming options that I cycle through: system, engine, code, blueprint, protocol, framework, formula, breakdown, machine, method. I don't use any others than that. Okay. I literally just, if you look at all my stuff, it's just those. Stay away from words like course, and I try and stay away from program. I try to refrain from calling Scale 20 a program because it can suggest that it's a finite completion. So I talk about it being an experience. Here are some of my unique mechanisms, okay? 1 simple offer blueprint, 1 simple video breakdown, 1 simple ad protocol, 1 simple community, the cult brand blueprint, chat to close system, the email profit code, mid-ticket mastery, behind the curtains offers. Can you see how the desired outcome is in the name? Yeah? 1 simple offer, 1 simple video, 1 simple ad, 1 simple community, the cult brand, chat to close, email profit, mid-ticket, behind the curtains. Now, for workshops and products, you need to make it sound tangible. So this is a big hack that I want to share with you guys. So it's really good when someone feels like in the offer that they receive something tangible. So stuff like, 1 simple ad toolkit, simplify and automate your lead gen in 3 clicks, the Skool Community Secrets pack, the new high ticket funnel workshop. So these are examples of BTC offers that I've run. The mid-ticket mastery masterclass, get paid to get new high ticket clients. It feels nice when someone can get something for it as part of the offer. So this is talking about crafting it into an offer, wrapping it into an offer, a bundle, a pack, a toolkit. So your painkiller program. So what is the desired outcome number 1? What is the headache that goes alongside it? And what are the 3 painkillers that you're going to provide to help them get out of pain? What's desired outcome number 2? What is the headache preventing them from getting there? What are the 3 painkillers for that headache? Desired outcome number 3. What is the main thing stopping them from getting there? What is their main headache? What are the 3 painkiller solutions that are going to get them there? Okay. That is it. That is the painkiller model. This should take you about an hour to get done, and you are good to go. We have our signature system lined up that we're going to ride this beast to 7 figures. Right, let's talk about proof collection. So the objective of this playbook, collecting proof of results from your customers and clients. Understand the frameworks and tools to collect proof of results and transformation from your customers and clients. Why would we think this is important? Simple. As I talk about frequently, the most valuable part of your one simple flywheel is transforming clients into case studies, because this is really truly why people pay you. It's for the transformation that you promise that you're going to get them, and proof that you can get that transformation is the most valuable thing that you can get. So the definitions here: case study, a detailed interview or a breakdown of a client result, transformation, or a journey. This can be done in the form of a Zoom interview, a written post, a carousel, a video breakdown. It's just, this is someone who I helped get this result. Just like Louis, Taryn, Ollie. A testimonial is a client statement. It's different to a case study. It's a client statement, typically a few sentences or a 30-second to 1 minute 1 minute 30 video. I like these as written statements rather than FaceTime videos, because I prefer case study interviews as the video format. So I generally just ask you guys to provide me some sentences written down, because I like using these in social media posts. Right, so the long levers. The key question to ask during a case study interview. This is the key question. What was the deciding factor that made you to decide to work with me? Okay, this is the question that gets people off the fence. Because people are on the fence about whether they should work with you or not. The deciding factor that got other people, who people can see themselves in when they watch your testimonials and case studies, they can relate to that. So asking your case studies, your clients and your customers to share what was that moment that where they decided to work with you, that's what's going to help people get off the fence to work with you. Testimonial gathering cheat code. So you can take comments. This is a cheat code that I use. Any comments or wins that clients have shared, you can take that text and just send them a message. Say, hey, do you mind if I use this in a testimonial? And then just ask them if it's okay. They'll say, sure, yeah. And then just fill in the testimonial form for them and use their email address. Just say, hey, heads up, you're going to get an email just I'm going to use your email to submit this testimonial. So you can submit it for them. You just need their thumbs up to go ahead and do that. Really important. This is so important. If you can take away one thing from this, it's going to be this, okay? Strike whilst the iron is hot. So the best time to get a testimonial is at the first big win. The best time to get a testimonial is at the first big win. That is when their emotion is high. They're super happy about working with you. They've made a great decision. Strike whilst the iron is hot. And you're going to gather that raw emotion and sentiment, because when you do it at that time, you're going to get that feeling. Super important. This person can bugger off. Okay. No, a testimonial is better collected sooner rather than later. So I use Senja.io as a testimonial vault. So I use it to collect testimonials. So I've just got this testimonial vault. You can use testimonial statements in emails, social posts, YouTube videos, Instagram stories, carousels, and a wall of proof on landing pages. Case studies. You don't have to wait until a client has received the full transformation. You can interview clients who are partway through the journey. You're absolutely cool doing that. About 20 to 40 minutes, in my opinion, is optimal for a case study interview. And I use Riverside FM to record high quality case study interviews. Don't do what I used to do, which is just use the Fathom recording or Zoom recording. Use Riverside FM and really get people, ask them, can you get good lighting, good audio? It's going to be a really key sales asset. So it's worth the effort, just like putting some prep into it. Have fun and enjoy it. Okay, so the big idea, more proof is more sales. Okay, this is the second big idea. The job of a testimonial or case study interview is to help them see themselves in your client wins, to get people off the fence and get them to take action by working with you. You don't need more time or more information. You just need to decide. Your clients just need to decide, okay? Or your prospects just need to decide. So my decision-making cheat code, there is one thing that accelerates sales faster than anything else: conviction. I learned this from Hormozy. How does one get conviction? Proof. So this is where testimonials, case studies, and interviews are a saving grace. You need proof in the form of either a 30-minute to 1 hour case study interview or a 30-second to 1 minute 30-second testimonial video, second best. But only if the person giving the testimonial says the right thing. So we need to know how to tease out the right things by asking the right questions. So what are the right questions? Well, actually, we need to first start with the right answers. So in my opinion, you should aim to get both a case study interview and a testimonial video from your clients. Explain this to them in advance to set expectations. That's really important. And before we move on, a reminder: if you do not have a Be Proud album on your phone where you store wins and testimonials, wins, comments that clients and customers have made, you absolutely must do this. And the key to this, because this is how you will build conviction, is you need to add things into it immediately when you save them. So I've now done this. So automatically, when I take a screenshot or I take a screenshot on my computer, I immediately make sure I go and put it into that folder. So I now have hundreds of pieces of proof that I can go back to, and I can make pieces of content from it. It can trigger, that's frequently how I do my emails, is that I go back on my phone and I see a recent win, and then I write a piece of content based around that. That's one of my biggest cheat codes. Okay, like I said, timing of proof collection. The best time is when the client has got their first win. So pounce on that first win. Okay, so the 4 questions to freedom. First, let's remind ourselves of a simple fact. Humans fundamentally hate change. Our physiology is literally designed to keep us within our comfort zone, which means change equals a bad thing. In the journey of leveling up, we will face the dragon of discomfort: stress, anxiety, procrastination, worry, doubt, fear, uncertainty. All of these are the symptoms we feel when we step outside of our comfort zone. It's why when I say when you feel overwhelmed, when you feel stressed, when you feel anxious, pat yourself on the fucking back, because you are actually outside of your comfort zone. You're actually leveling up, because soon that stress and overwhelm is going to dissipate because you've got used to it and you actually leveled up. So when we're working with our prospects to help them make a change in their life, we're not fighting against them, we're fighting against their physiology, which is pinging alarm bells subconsciously saying, I'll stay safe if I just stay what I'm doing and I just keep doing what I'm doing because that's what's comfortable. And guess what our prospects feel when they are faced with the decision of working with us or not? Let me think about it. Okay, that's what they're thinking about, because let me think about it is their comfort safety mechanism. Okay, it's their like, well, if I just tell them I think about it, I don't have to make a decision now. You don't need more time or more information. You just need to decide. Okay, I love that line. So this is Jim Launch's case study framework. This is what they used when Jim Launch was in its absolute like heyday, when they were doing like 4 million a month or whatever the hell they were doing. So I still don't understand how they were doing those numbers, but they were. So here's a super simple 4-question framework for you to gather the best testimonials and case study interviews that will help you close crap tons more business. Remember, your sales are directly correlated to the number of sales assets that you share with your audience. That is leverage. Okay, so the perfect case study. What would the perfect case study or testimonial contain? So firstly, it would probably contain the statistics, the stats before. So I was struggling with ABC before I made the decision to commit to this thing. The feeling before. What was I feeling like before I made the decision to commit to the thing? Why did I commit? I go back to that thing of like, what was the reason why your clients decided to work with you, and getting them to articulate it for the people who are going to be watching that case study. I made the decision to commit because of 1, 2, 3. And then finally, what happened after I committed and I went through the transformation? What were the feeling and the stats like after? What was I feeling like? And now I've got to ABC. So example, I was so fed up of losing weight and then 3 months later piling it back on again. I'd lost 20 pounds on 4 different occasions before I started working with Jennifer. But then I watched an interview with one of Jennifer's clients who she helped lose 20 pounds in 3 months, but managed to keep it off for a full year. And I'm so happy I joined Jennifer's program because now I've lost 30 pounds and I can fit into my old pair of jeans I wore back in college. So now we know what we want the answers to be. We can reverse engineer the questions. So what was your situation before ABC with ABC before you did the thing? Who do you help and what do you do for them? What was your business situation like before you joined? What were you trying before that wasn't working the way you wanted? What were the main obstacles or challenges you were facing early on? What mistakes did you make along the way and what did you learn from them? What was breaking or not scalable about the way you were doing things before? These are all questions you can ask to get a clear picture of what the situation was like before they started working with you. How were you feeling about ABC before you did the thing? So here are the questions to tease this out. What were the toughest moments of you before we started working together? What was there ever a time where things felt dark, scary, or like you weren't sure about were you ever going to make it? Emotionally, how did this period feel for you? What was the most frustrating part of your situation at the time? Then what made you decide to commit to doing the thing? So these are the questions that I'd ask. What made you decide it was time to to change or get help? What were the first steps you took to fix things? What strategies or ideas did you implement that made the biggest difference? Was there a moment where someone said something or you realized something that pushed you to commit? What did you stop doing because it wasn't serving you anymore? And what shift or decision changed the trajectory the most? These are all questions you can ask during this part of the case study interview. Okay, and then finally, how does life feel now? And what is your situation like now? What wins or milestones are we celebrating right now? What has happened? What big goals have you hit since starting? What are the main strategies that are working consistently for you right now? How did you first realize, oh, wow, this really is working? What feels different for you now compared to back then? What new challenges or good problems are you dealing with at this level? What's the most exciting part of your growth right now? What's the focus for the next 12 months? What role do you see yourself stepping into next? What are you most proud of personally? And how has this impacted your confidence, identity, or the way you see yourself? Okay. Gathering testimonials. So like I said, I use Senja.io as my testimonial vault. So when a client has a breakthrough, I just send them a form with this prompt. I just need a few sentences, either written or a vertical FaceTime video style is totally cool. And I'd love to know just a couple of things. What's been the most profound thing about working together? And what would you say to someone who's on the fence about working with me? Super simple. And then I share the link to Senja. They send it back to me. Perfect. We can use it in walls of proof. I've used it on landing pages before. Social posts. So you can make these in Senja, but I just use them I make these in Canva. And here's an example of where I've used. Let's get this up. You won't be able to hear this, but this is a montage clip of testimonial videos that I've had from the crew over the last couple of years. Super cool. Okay. And that's it, guys. Like, I just want you to know, like, how to structure these things, how to structure these sessions, and like, ultimately, like, what do we want? We want people to understand what was the decision-making factor for them to work with you, the clients that you currently have, to give people a glimpse of like, okay, I can do this too if they choose to work with me. Come on. Today's a topic that I've never, ever talked about publicly, ever. And there's a little story behind that, but I'm really excited about this because I do think this is one of my, I think has been one of my cheat codes over the last couple of years, and I'm really excited to talk to you guys about this. So this is a bit of a skills and strategy session, hybrid session. So there is going to be a lot of strategy that we're talking about, a lot of like high level stuff. And then at the end of the session, so it's going to be 90 minutes in total. So this is the agenda. So we're going to be talking about stuff. So the first things we're going to be talking about, so what is intellectual property? Just getting clear on that. What is authority in the perspective and the frame of the creator economy? What's the big idea that we're going to be, I want you guys to be aware of today? Then we're talking about the 3 pillars of market leadership, the types of intellectual property models that you can create. I'm only covering ones that I've used today. So all of the examples that I'm giving you guys are examples that I've used, and you see the examples in the playbook. We're going to be doing a framework creation sprint. So we're going to be actually building each of your signature frameworks today. That's going to be the main outcome that we want to do. And then I'm going to give you a bit of a checklist on deploying and kind of best practice on deploying your signature IP in a way that builds you as the ultimate authority. Right, let me share that link again. Hopefully you guys can get it in there. Just drop it in, and Ed, if you can just just be aware of anyone else asking for that. Okay, here is the 4 outcomes for today. So first is we're going to get a first draft of your signature framework if you do not have one already. I know most of the crew here will have at least a version 1 that they're operating on. We're going to be working on getting a clear positioning hook, a clear deployment plan, and then proof and authority direction. The big thing I want you to have is a really clear idea of like, okay, where can I head with this? And I'm going to give you the components and tools to be able to do this. Are we cool on those outcomes? Can I see a 1 in the chat if we're cool on those? Let's see it. Awesome. Okay, first up, we have a congratulations though, and I expect all of you to unmute yourselves and please give our very own Taryn a massive round of applause. So I'm serious, let's unmute for hitting her first 100K last month after doing an Ironman and being on holiday and hitting 100K month milestone and being the first official owner of the Violet Carabiner. So since we started this version of Scale 20 in kind of October last year, Taryn is now the official first owner of a Violet Carabiner that she'll be getting at some point within the next couple of months once I've made them. So yeah, this is absolutely incredible. And I just want this to be a lesson to all of you guys. And Taryn will admit to it, like this is not overnight success. This is what consistency, persistence, belief, and showing up just every single day for an extended period of time. This is what the result is. And no doubt she'll have been through times where she'll have questioned, like, is this ever going to happen for me? Because we all go through it. And the key to getting here is just not giving up. So this is a multi-year journey for Taryn, or at least the end of the first chapter for her of a multi-year journey, as it is for anyone who gets to this milestone. So massive congratulations to Taryn, and yeah, I just big love to her, and hope you've had a good rest after your Ironman. Awesome. For any of you guys who are interested in joining us, you have until tomorrow to nab yourself a spot. So we only take on 7 people each month. The invitation is here, so I'm going to drop this in the chat so you can also take a look if you're interested. What I'll do is I'm going to be doing a Q&A at the end. If you have if you're interested and you have any questions to basically get you your ass into gear and actually work with us, then you can do that. So check that out there. That'll give you all the details. And yeah. Okay, right. So this is just a reminder for everyone who's in Scale 20. And if you're interested in joining us, this is where we're at with regards to the Separation Season Summer Accelerator. So we're in week 5 now. Yeah, we've been crushing it for the past few weeks. So we've got a bunch of really cool sessions that I'm very excited to deliver to you guys over the next like kind of 8 weeks or so. Really excited for all of these. So you guys will be familiar with this, but I just wanted to remind you where we're at with stuff. And the whole aim is to get you all prepped for record Q4s. That is the aim. That's the aim, is to get you guys to here. Sorry, I just had to let a little cough here. Okay, so why are we doing this session? Okay, put in the chat if you know who this guy is. Who can be first?
Austin.
I don't even know is he on this call? I don't know if Austin's on this call because it's probably late for him over in Bali. Man like Austin. So Put a 2 in the chat if you've watched this vlog that I dropped yesterday, the vlog in London. There's a few of you here who were characters in the vlog. So we've got some people who've watched it. Okay, of course, Patricia was there. So this is a clip from about a month ago. Met up with Austin, and this is outside a park that's one of the closest parks to me in London, called Battersea Park. And it was a beautiful day. We went there, and I went just after I took this little clip. We walked into the park, and I took him to go get a coffee. We grabbed the coffee, and then we went walking just to go find a little spot to just sit and chat. And I had this immediate kind of like memory just hit me like a lightning bolt. And I was standing there next to him, and I was like, holy shit. I remember 2 years ago, I was on a Zoom call with Austin, and I was on my phone, and I was walking through that park, and it was at that exact same like location where I was like, dude, I was speaking to you right here when you asked me this one question. And I remember being like, and he was like, no way. And I was like, yeah, 2 years ago, I remember this. And the question was, Tom, and he was on the Zoom call in like, he was at the time, he was working his 9 to 5, trying to plot a path out. And he was like, Tom, how do you come up with your unique mechanisms? And I was like, no one had asked me this, and I didn't have an answer for him. And I remember this because it's like, there's not many times where I get asked stuff and I'm like, I have no idea how to respond to this. And I remember it was so funny because we were there, stood in this park together, and I was like, dude, I remember when you asked me this question, I was right on this damn spot. And we just walked over it. And I was like, it kind of just hit me like a lightning bolt. And so ever since then, I've been more aware of my efforts to create intellectual property. And I just wanted to give you that kind of backstory because this is the answer. And Austin, I think he's probably asleep in Bali right now. But this is the answer to Austin's question. I finally got round to it 2 years later. And so that's what we're going to be covering today. But that gives you a little bit of a backstory about it. So today we're going to start with some fundamentals. I think it's super important to start with fundamentals and definitions about what things are. As I said, any questions, just drop them in the chat. So first up, like what actually is intellectual property? Let's just start with that fundamental principle here. We're going to go back to first principles. What is intellectual property? So when people hear the words intellectual property, this is what they think. They think of patents, trademarks, and copywriting. Now, for mega corporations, this is about legal protection. For creators, it's different. In the creator economy, it's not about legal protection because good luck suing someone over intellectual property infringement as a creator. Good luck, because you ain't going to get anywhere. So it's a different thing. It's a different game, and it's a different purpose of creating intellectual property. In the creator economy, it's all about one thing. When you have signature intellectual property, you no longer become just another coach, just another expert, just another guide or consultant, or just another creator. You become the person who wrote the playbook. And I'm going to go through a bunch of examples today of those people, and you're next. You guys are next. So it's about creating this ecosystem of unique ideas that belong to you. Named frameworks, my one simple flywheel. Branded systems, my 5 C's viral YouTube framework. Methodologies, my access stack delivery architecture. Unique processes. How do you work with people? I work with people in a very unique way to what is typical. Even the visual models that represent your way of doing things, that is your signature IP. These are the ideas that can't easily be copied without someone blatantly ripping you off. And if you get it right, if you get signature IP right, you'll be getting copied all over the place. And that's a good sign. So here's what happens when you do it well. These are some of the best examples, in my opinion. I remember first, can we get a 3 in the chat if you know who Dave Ramsey is? Okay, so I first I first found out about Dave Ramsey just after I had graduated from dental school back in 2013. And I remember I was earning like probably about $25,000 a year in my first year, which at that time, like, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, was like fine. And I was like, okay, now I've got some debt that I need to pay off. And I was like, I don't know where to start. And I used to have to commute an hour to work every day, and I would listen to Dave Ramsey's podcast. And every single day I'd hear stories about people paying off debt, and I'd get familiar with his signature framework. And his signature framework, as some of you will be aware, is called the debt snowball. And this is what it is. It's just a method that uses the snowball effect of gathering momentum by paying off debts from smallest to largest. It's a way to do debt repayment that actually means you get not excited, but motivated by the progress you're making. And this is it. This is his core signature framework. This is what he's famous for, the debt snowball. He talks about it in all of his podcast episodes. This is the main thing that he uses as his core signature framework to help people. Tony Robbins, you guys will all be familiar with Tony Robbins, okay? So he's the GOAT of personal development. He has the triad, a three-part model for operating at your peak state. Really simple. This is the three things that he thinks you need to focus on to operate at your highest functioning level. Focus, language, and physiology. And that is the triad or the triad that gets you into your peak state, which ultimately allows you to live a life of meaning. Okay, so that's his signature IP. Donald Miller, can I drop a 4 in the chat if you've read Story Brand by Donald Miller? Okay, amazing. If you haven't read it, this is your immediate to do. You need to read this within the next couple of weeks. If you are on this call and you haven't read Building a Story Brand, you absolutely need to, because this needs to be the core of how you build your brand. So he has the 7-step story brand framework. So this is where initially it was to help corporations be able to actually build a brand message that has a story around it. So this was designed for corporations, which is quite cool. And yeah, so Ian's got the kind of like the line in the chat. So the story brand summary is, you're the guide, not the hero. And I talk about this a lot in my content, is the idea of that you are not the hero. Your clients and your audience are the hero. And I learned that from this. So very, very notable. And, I took this kind of diagram off someone who is using this framework. So this is when you know that you have kind of market leading intellectual property, is that you're getting it taken from people and used in kind of to be like authority jacking, as you guys will be aware of. Now this is really funny because I'm actually not a fan of this book. When I read it at the same time as another book called The Motivation Myth by Jeff Hayden. And I actually found The Motivation Myth to be more impactful than the Atomic Habits. So I actually preferred that book because I read them at the same time. They were kind of talking about the same thing, which is about ultimately just being able to change your life through behavior. And I found The Motivation Myth was a more impactful book. But James Clear is world famous for being the guy who talks about habits and behavior shifting. And he has a 4-step habit loop: cue, craving, response, reward. And that's his signature framework for how to install new habits into your life. So what is this for? Like, what is the purpose for this? And this is one of the kind of like big ideas that I want you guys to take away. The purpose for intellectual property is to set belief before the how-to. Okay, I'm going to say that again. I would like you guys to write this down. If you have a pen, write this down. The purpose of intellectual property is to set belief before how-to. Okay, this is really, really key. I really want you to remember this, so write it down. What this is about is creating instant differentiation in saturated markets. Now, I don't personally believe in saturated markets. I think that there is always the place to be the top dog in a market. And I believe that's what you should be aiming to be. That's my belief, or one of my beliefs. And that's one of my beliefs that I put across in my marketing. When you do this, when you have signature IP, it makes it easier to sell your products at higher prices, okay? And it gives you something to market consistently without reinventing the wheel. So as you'll know, James Clear doesn't have a new version of the habit loop. Donald Miller doesn't have a new version of the 7-step story brand framework. Tony Robbins doesn't have a new version of the triad. And Dave Ramsey doesn't have a new version of the debt snowball. Now, the truth is that I'm on the hunt for my signature method. And I'm gonna give you where my signature frameworks are at today, but I know that I don't have something that is to this level. And that's what I'm hunting for. I'm hunting for this, but I'm not there yet. Okay. And this is one of the lessons that I want to get through like to you guys about, is that intellectual property is an evolution, and it isn't an end state. It's an evolution. It's a constantly evolving thing. Eventually you'll know when you get there, but it's a journey, not, I'm going to just say, this is it right here, right now. Okay. And I'm going to show you examples of that. So intellectual property is really about one thing and one thing only. Okay. It's about authority. So what is authority in the context of the creator economy? Authority isn't just about having a big following. It's about perceived market leadership. Okay. Perception of market leadership. It's when people quote your phrases. It's when they copy your styles and their format and your formats. It's when people reference your frameworks in their own content. And it's when your name comes up in conversations within market operators in your niche, even when you're not in the room, okay? It's category leadership. It is trust at scale. It's when you positioned yourself so clearly and so strongly that if someone wants this result in this way, you are the obvious choice. Now, spoiler alert, this is everything that I'm trying to do with my business. And this is a multi-year journey. And I want you guys to be aware of that. I want you guys to understand that if you're in the, because I work with a lot of people who are starting new offers. This is one of the things that we went through a couple of weeks ago when we did the flywheel audit. It was very clear that there's a lot of you guys who are just still in just your first year of an offer, of a new offer. And so this first year, and I spoke to a couple of you guys yesterday about this, but your first year is all about one thing, which we'll talk about, which is a part of getting category leadership, which is proof. And so in this first year, you're just making assumptions and you're testing stuff out and you're getting proof on things, on how things work. And I'm going to show you how I've done it over the past 2 years, because you'll see exactly how I've done it. It starts with me always asking 2 questions to myself. How can I do things differently to everyone else? And how can I set the next trend? I'm constantly asking myself this. I'll give you some examples, okay? So this is, I'm using an example of just visual styling now here, okay? So I'm constantly asking myself, how can I develop a unique style when it comes to visual elements of my brand? One of my videos from last year did very well within our niche, within the business and creator niche. And then I've had a lot of people use my format, my thumbnail format, thumbnail fonts, thumbnail coloring, thumbnail styles. And it's really funny because I see these pop up on my YouTube recommended. I'm like, really funny because I'm like, I was the one who did it first. It's kind of funny. I also saw this a couple of weeks ago. I was like, okay, I want to now create a unique thumbnail style that I haven't seen anywhere else, using a font that I'm not seeing anyone using in a style that I think is going to be bold, but I'm kind of wanted it to be different. And so I kind of played around, and I played around with some kind of like handwriting fonts, but it turns out I don't think handwriting fonts are great for thumbnails because they're just hard to read. So I was like, okay, fuck, I've got to move away from this. And so I chose a font. I was like, okay, what are the fonts out there that are clear? They have a feeling of kind of like authority and trust with them, and a clean serif font like this typically has that. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go with this. And then like last week or a couple of weeks ago, I was like, holy shit, that's really funny. I've seen Charlie, who is a friend of mine, by the way, and I'm a huge fan of him and his content. And I was like, that's really funny. I've seen my style literally a couple of weeks later. I've seen my exact thumbnail idea come up. And there's a lesson here. There's a lesson to this because Charlie is playing the game like a professional. Nick is playing a game like a professional. This is one of the biggest lessons that especially people early on in their journeys miss out, is that the biggest creators play the game like these guys because this is the game that works. Taking ideas from other validated ideas, things that have performed well, and putting their spin on it. And putting their spin on it can be as simple as literally just tweaking the words and the image. And that is the game. So I want you guys to just remember that, because this is the right way. This is the right way to do things. Okay, so have we got any questions at this stage before we go into the big idea? Give my voice a little bit of a break. All right, can I say a 1 in the chat if you guys are still awake and also understanding what we've covered so far? Yep. Okay. All right, so here's the test. I asked you guys to write down one thing. Who can type that into the chat first? Who's going to get the first point on the board today? Martin. Here we go. Well done, guys. Set belief before the how-to. Well done, dude. Yeah, so here are a couple more big ideas that I want you to write down, okay? So first, what is an idea? There is no such thing as a brand new idea. No idea is novel. Every single idea is merely a twist on what already exists, okay? Burn that into your heads. There is no such thing as an original novel idea. Everything that has ever been done has always been an iteration on something that already exists, okay? It's merely a twist on what already exists. And intellectual property is an evolution and a journey, okay? And I'm going to show you right now my journey with my intellectual property. So just a reminder that I first launched CreatorLaunch in July 2023. No, 2020. Holy shit, is this 2023? No, this can't have been 2023. I think I got this wrong. I mean, this is 2024. Okay, so February 2024, this is 2024 as well, okay? So this was last year. I started CreatorLaunch in July 2023. And at that point, I didn't really have an idea of how I had a general idea of how I could help people. I launched a beta cohort, which Austin, as an example, was one of the members of, and I helped him with some assumptions. After that beta cohort, I was then able to come up with some ideas on, okay, how is it I actually help people? And so February last year, so keep in mind this was 18, nearly 18 months ago, less than that, 16 months ago. This was a video on so February 11th, 2024, this was a video showing my model on my YouTube channel. And I remember at that point, I was kind of talking about how things were a big funnel, like everyone talks about. And then I made this like diagram where I was like, yeah, so then you get sales assets and then you then use those sales assets in content. And I was like, this is actually, because I started with this and then I simplified things because I was like, okay, I want people to get things at a granular level, a less granular level, and then a dumbass level. So I made 3 different things and I was like, wait a minute, this is like a wheel. This is like an infinite loop. And that's when I was like, okay, shit, okay, interesting. Because I had this here, there's an arrow here down on this, there's an arrow that goes all the way around. So it's literally a loop. I was like, interesting, okay. A month later, I was like, I'm going to call this a flywheel because that's what it feels like and looks like to me. And I called it an attraction and authority flywheel. I called it my first version of the one simple flywheel was the AA flywheel, the attraction and authority flywheel. So that was March 2024. So that was, just over a year ago. I then went forward and I was like, okay, like I'm looking, I then studied, I looked at all of the biggest creators in the world. I was looking at guys like Danko, Ali Abdal, Aman Gadji in the online business space. And I was like, none of these guys aren't really using funnels like in the way that I had previously used funnels. And I was like, these guys are doing things differently. And I was like, okay, I'm going to say that these guys are using flywheels rather than funnels. And I was like, okay, and this is coming from someone who used to be a funnel analytics consultant for the biggest brands in the world. For me to come out with a statement like these guys aren't using funnels, they're using a completely different method of growing their business, it's a pretty big claim. But I kind of felt like I was justified in making that kind of like claim because I was actually a funnel expert. So I kind of went, I was like, I'm just going to go all in on this. And this is where I was using, Austin as a case study, and I was using some case studies about other people that I had helped with flywheels rather than funnels. I then moved it on a little bit more and kind of fleshed out. And I was like, okay, actually, this is the model. This is the actual model. My one simple flywheel, the first version, which was running one simple ad into one simple community, converting with one simple video, and then having one simple offer to to deliver services to clients. And I was like, this is my one simple flywheel, knowing that simplicity is a really amazing driver of like people want simplicity. I want simplicity. I don't like complexity. I love simplicity. And so it's a really big kind of like idea like, okay, this is I'm going to lean into this. And so my first version of this was really just like, you know what? I think the market is always looking for simplicity. It's looking for something that, it always is looking to the authorities for how they model themselves. So I was like, I can essentially piggyback on other creators' authority and use it as validation for my model. And then in the years since, I ended up building my one simple flywheel, and it ended up working unbelievably well using my assumptions. And so that's what validated this. And that's why I've gone even heavier into this over the last 6 months. So I just wanted to show you how it's an evolution. You will go through different names. You'll try different things out. I think even a year ago, like I didn't use ChatGPT anywhere near as much as I would these days for like brainstorming. And so you've got a perfect partner to help you with kind of brainstorming, but we'll go through some rules later about how to do it, because there are one of the things I want you to remember is that your unique methods and mechanisms, they need to sound proprietary and not bullshit. So they can't sound bullshit. Okay, that's a really important lesson I want you guys to take away. Okay, right. So this is actually a really fun few slides for me. I actually enjoyed making this one. I want you guys to know that the biggest creators in the world, this is how they do things. Okay. Okay, so who's going to be watching? Can you put a 2 in the chat if you're going to be watching this dude's book launch on Friday? I keep hearing people talk about it. He's done a pretty good job at marketing this, hasn't he? So it's funny. I didn't buy the Leeds book. I also am not signed up for this. And there's a bit of a lesson there. I had a chat with one of the crew yesterday. We did a blueprint call with one of the crew yesterday. He's on the call, and he was like, "Tom, how do you?" I keep feeling like we're in this market, and it's just there's so many people who are doing what we do, helping people do these things. and how I just feel like, you know, who am I to kind of like help people? And I was like, okay, I figured this out last year, because there was a time last year, early last year, when I was thinking that as well. I was like, is there room for all of these players? And then I made one big decision this time last year. So around August last year, I decided to stop watching everyone else's content. And from that moment, I guess everything started falling into place. Maybe it was a coincidence, but I stopped watching this dude's content, everyone's content, people who I had previously seen as like competitors that I was aiming to compete against. And I just stopped watching everything. And I I kind of think you guys should do the same. I think the lesson is that you can be selective, but I think it's very easy to be drowned out by too much noise. And so what I've decided is that I'm just going to build based on my gut instinct. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to viciously ask myself the question every day, what do I need to do to help you guys like as my like in scale 20 as my clients, what do I have to do to help you guys move faster, more predictably, easier and bigger? And the answers to those, and I know, aren't coming from the market. They come from gathering data and insights from you guys directly. And that's what I've been doing for the last year. Instead of watching everyone's content, I've been watching you guys. So that's a little bit of a lesson there. Yeah, you can tell. I can tell there's a few more people here. It's like it is very easy to just get drowned out. And you know, I had another chat with another one of the crew yesterday who's just getting bombarded with all the AI stuff, and he's here thinking he's got people tapping him up and being like, "Hey, dude, why don't we start an AI agency?" And it's like, if you listen to all of these people in the market, you will never have clarity on what to do yourself. And that's frankly why there's the massive benefit of mentorship, is that you can just focus on one model until you've built the thing that you need to do. So I decided I was going to do that last year. I just wanted to show you guys, because obviously a lot of you know who this dude is, and you're going to get the book this weekend. But here's where this all started. So Alex launched his first book in April 2019, and it was called Gym Launch Secrets, the step-by-step guide to building a massively profitable gym. Okay. Then 2 years later and 4 years later, he went on to launch $100 million offers, which I bought, and $100 million leads. And as you guys will know, $100 million money models is up next. Now, I remember reading $100 million offers back in 2019 and thinking to myself, this shit sounds mighty familiar. And then it hit me. Keep in mind, this is before he had any audience. He didn't have an audience back in 2019, 2020. So he didn't not many people really knew who he was, at least in kind of the online education space or online space. He didn't have much of a persona. And I was like, I've read this shit before. And then it hit me. All the stuff that I was reading in this book, I had read in this guy's books. Because in April 2017, Russell Brunson wrote these books: .com Secrets, Expert Secrets, Traffic Secrets, and then I haven't read that one. And I was like reading this book, and I was like, this dude's just taken everything that Russell's done, and he's kind of like put a bunch more diagrams, and he's just slightly morphed a bunch of frameworks. And that was when I was like, that's really interesting, because I knew that Russell was one of like Alex's first mentors in online business, and I just thought that was funny. So then guess what happened? So Russell Brunson launches his Secrets trilogy in 2017. Gym Launch Secrets comes out 2 years later, after he had been working with him. Funny, right? So I just want you guys to be aware of this. And then, yeah, as Drew has said, guess where Russell Brunson got his idea for Expert Secrets from? A bunch of other people. Some of you will be familiar with this guy. So Daniel Priestley, he's been on the market for a while now. And he wrote this book back in 2014, Key Person of Influence. Now, I have to hold up my hand because I read this book in 2015 when I worked with one of Daniel's first clients, first students. I worked with at the time he was coaching people, and he was giving each of his clients the KPI tag. And so I worked with KPI number 9. So he was my first coach who helped me figure out my transition from dentistry to the tech industry back in 2015. And he was like, my coach was like, you should read this book. So I read this book back then. Now, the truth is because I had back then I was going from dentistry to tech. I had no skills. So the idea of being a key person of influence was like, how the fuck am I going to do that? I know shit all about anything else. I just know how to drill and fill and make people have loads of pain in their mouths. That's all I knew. So I was like, I can't do it. And it was only until reading Russell Brunson's books again where I was like, I've heard these things before. And I had. It was when I read Key Person of Influence. So my question is, okay, so who knows who came before Dan? Who was talking about personal branding and this stuff before Dan? Jesus was. Jesus was talking about personal branding. Seth Godin, that's a very good shout. Gary V, potentially very early days for him. I don't know if he was talking about personal branding specifically back then. But yeah, Frank Kern, yeah. So, but anyway, my point is I want to show you guys a really clear example of how intellectual property, it doesn't, in the world that we operate in, no one owns shit because everyone is taking an idea and morphing it into their own. Are we cool with this? Okay. Now, these guys are market leaders because of their signature IP. There are 3 things that they have all done to become market leaders. And these are the 3 pillars of market leadership. Number 1, you need to claim a category. Okay, you need to get really clear on what is the category that you are going to own. You then name and frame your method. So we need to name it, and then we're going to frame it and get it really clear. This is my method. And then you're going to prove it. You're going to prove it by making sure that you're actually helping people with the method. And then you're going to scream about it. You're going to show it everywhere. So at the middle of category, method, and proof is market leadership. And this is how you guys become market leaders. Okay, so let's go through claiming a category first. If you are not the category leader, you're a category player. Players compete on price, leaders set the price. I got asked a question in Slack earlier from Jacob, who was like, hey, Tom, I noticed you increased your price a lot recently. How have you noticed a difference? Has it just increased revenue or has it increased resistance? And I was like, I actually didn't know what to say because I was like, I'm not thinking about making sales. I'm thinking about how the fuck do I become the category number 1? And that's a very, very different place to operate from because it means that I'm not concerned about getting clients. I'm concerned about being the absolute undeniable because my clients get the fastest results most predictably in the industry. And that has been something that's been the case for the entire time I've operated this business, and I think has been the key to my success is that I'm always just thinking about you guys as my clients over how can I talk about my stuff in marketing. You know, I haven't posted on Instagram for nearly 3 months now because I've been building shitloads of stuff in the background for you guys so I can help you move faster and more predictably, which I'm really excited about. So it's about playing. What game are you going to play? Are you just going to be a player or are you going to be a leader? Because the leaders get to set the price. So now why it matters is because in a crowded market, the person who owns the category, they get the majority share, okay? They get the majority share of attention, trust, and inbound leads. Now, here's just a quick definition of what a category is. So it's a clearly defined problem audience and transformation that you dominate. We're going to be talking about that later because you're going to get really clear on that in the exercise we're going to do later. I'll give you some examples. You guys will know Chris Do from the future. He does creative entrepreneurship for designers. He absolutely owns that. Donald Miller absolutely owns clarifying brand messaging through story. And then me, I'm on the hunt to own scaling lean, high profit education businesses with one simple flywheel. That's what I'm aiming to do. Now, how to claim it? The big thing is niching down. So Chris could be creative entrepreneurship for entrepreneurs, but he's not. And this is a massive lesson that I spoke about with one of the crew yesterday on a blueprint call. I was like, remember, dude, because he was like, yeah, I'm thinking about, if I should niche down into like just helping freelancers from a design background, or who like creative design freelancers. And he's like, because like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like the conversation came up about like, potentially, helping, I could help like yoga teachers grow their brands, but I'm not a yoga teacher. I'm someone who is a creative freelancer who wanted to just earn his first 10K online. So this is about niching down. When you get ultra specific about who you serve and the outcome you deliver, that's when you've niched down properly. Draw the box, define your category in words that your market will remember. This is an ongoing process that you're always trying to refine, and it's taken me 2 years to refine my messaging. And you've got to declare ownership here, okay? So I help X perfect client get specific results with unique method. This is what it's about. Okay, second part is name and frame. Yeah, if it doesn't have a name, doesn't have value. It's a really simple way to remember that stuff, okay? So why it matters is a named framed method is your unique mechanism, the thing only you do in only your way. So the definition is taking your process, packaging into a branded framework with a memorable name and a visual model. My example, one simple flywheel. That's my growth model for creator consultants. Story brand, Donald Miller's messaging system, and unique ability, Dan Sullivan's core strategic coach tool. For any of you that know Dan, he's the one I look to as the top of the pile in the area, in the industry that I'm operating in. And he's been doing it for 30 years. And that's a lesson there is like, if you want to be like top of the pile, you best like be ready to sit in something for decades. Just a thought there. Give it a sticky name. So I try and aim to use alliteration, metaphors, or numbers. So I try and use the same letter for words if I can match words together with alliteration. I try and do that. I try and make it sticky. But remember what I said. The key is to make it proprietary, not bullshit. So I think the example is like, don't call it like the quadcopter electric 3000 client eliminator. Don't call it shit like that, because that's bullshit, not proprietary. Okay. Create a visual model. We're going to go through a bunch of all of the visual models that I've used. So triangles, flywheels, roadmaps, cubes, circles. Make it memorable with a visual model, and then link it to the transformation. We're going to go through this at the end in the exercise, but then I've very specifically called scale 20. I wanted it to be really clear to people when they're there, like, oh, okay, yeah, scale 20. I get that. I'm helping people scale to the next 20K monthly goal. That was intentional. I could have just called it scale, but I wanted it to stick out because a lot of people in my market call their accelerators scale. And I'm like, I'm going to call it something different. So I'm calling it scale 20. Naming options to use. So I always go to these main core ones: system, engine, code, blueprint, protocol, framework, formula, breakdown. I think those are the only ones I've ever used. I try and stay away from words like program and course. I do shudder a little bit when people ask me like, how much is my course? I really hate that when people ask me, because I want to shake them and punch them and say, I don't have a course. I also don't like calling it a program, to be honest, because I really do feel like what I have is different. So I tend to call it I skirt around it and I call it an experience or an accelerator or mentorship. So you can devalue the thing that you have if you name it incorrectly. Just be aware of that. Okay, third is prove it and show it everywhere. A framework without proof is just an opinion. A framework with proof is a movement. As I said earlier, this is the big thing that we highlighted a couple of weeks ago around where I saw that many of you are light and have the big constraint in your flywheel is your proof, because you're either launching a new offer, you're launching a new offer and you haven't got enough evidence of getting people the specific transformation for that offer yet. And so in your first year, this is all I recommend you do. Like Mark says, beta test that bitch. You need to get to 5 case study interviews as fast as possible that is getting that exact transformation of your offer promise. And if you haven't done a beta cohort launch, which is in the 20K sprint playbooks, that is how I did it with CreatorLaunch 2 years ago. I went to my audience. I got 15 people. I ran a 12-week accelerator, like a beta cohort accelerator for 12 weeks. I did a group call once a week on a masterclass topic. I just came up with the ideas for 12 masterclass topics. I took people through it. It wasn't perfect, but I got a load of testimonials, a load of case studies off it, and a bunch of full clients. And I charged 1/10 of what I was eventually going to charge. So I charged people just under $400. The main thing 6 months later was going to be $4,000 to $6,000. So where are you at with this? If you haven't got 5 case studies or at least 10 really, really solid testimonials about the proof of getting them the transformation, that's what you need to work on for the first year of your offer. So the fastest way to build authority is to make your IP unavoidable in your space. And that's backed by case studies and proof and just relentless use. Spam that shit, okay? Spam it. Your welcome sequence, your video, your long form videos, short form videos, spam it. So how to prove it? Show client wins through the lens of your framework. So really simple. Here's how I use step 3 of my method to get the result. Share your own before and after story. So as you guys will know, in the profile optimization, one of the pinned posts in your profile on Instagram or LinkedIn is going to be your story, your transformation. Build a library of micro case studies tied to each of your elements of your method. So in my long form content, I drop like little micro case studies about how my clients use these certain elements, or I've used certain elements in my model. Show it everywhere. Long form content, sales assets, case studies, VSLs, offer doc, landing page, short form content, videos, carousels, lead magnets, free resources, free courses in your free groups, inside your client delivery and onboarding. This is really important. I really wanted to highlight this as the last one. One of the most, I would say actually maybe the most important part to nail down and remind people of your model is in onboarding with your client, with new clients. Remind them, hey, this is the roadmap, this is the model, this is what we're going to work on. Of course, show the future. Clients quit when they run out of future. That's exactly right. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there before we get into types of models. Anyone got any questions on this? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Okay, so types of IP models that you can create. These are the ones that I've used. There are a few others that you can do. I've left them out because if I haven't used them, it's because they're probably too complex and I haven't figured out. I'm not that smart. So I like keeping things really simple. So I've used 3 main models over the last couple of years: shape-based models, process flow models, and then ecosystem and stack models. And let me show you all of those, how I've done them. So shape-based models, these are static visual structures that convey relationships, hierarchy, and key components. And so the first one that I use frequently, this is the most frequent one that I use, is Venn diagrams. So this shows overlaps and integration between typically 3 elements. It's really great for showing kind of like the sweet spot of where disciplines meet. So for an example here, like this is the 3 elements to really highlighting your unfair advantage, or what I call your superpowers. It's at the apex, or to the meeting, the crossroads of your energy, your experience, what you've done before, and your earnings. So where you're at in like your expertise level. So like what is it that like really makes, and I built this off a really trying to simplify the how have I forgotten the word for it? What's the Japanese word for finding your purpose? Ikigai. Okay, there you go. Thanks, D. Literally, D could see my brain turning there. So well, you guys know me. So I tried to simplify this. I was like, okay, how can I get an ikigai and make it a bit more? So earnings was like, what have you been paid for before? What are you passionate about is energy? And then what are you skilled at is experience? So I kind of was like, how can I turn an ikigai into something more simple? Brand. So your brand is found at the meeting point of your world, your identity, and your unique mechanism. I was like, okay, how can I come up with this? And really, what is brand? And I felt like brand is authenticity. So when you have authenticity and you enter your market with authenticity, that's when you actually build a brand. When people are not fully bought into you as being authentic, if they can get that sense or that smell or that vibe that you're like not being authentically you, that's when people are like flaky about you don't have a brand. You just have a business. And what we're trying to build is brands. This is my kind of like my delivery mechanism for my lifestyle boutique model, what I call hybrid delivery, where it's a blend of do it yourself. So coaching done with you, consulting and done for you, which is like a mixture of freelancing and agency. And as like the crew will find out in the next couple of weeks, this is going to get more and more built out as we add in different elements to what we're providing for you guys. Triangle models. So these are the three foundational pillars, which I find leads to an outcome. So for me, you guys will be familiar with like, what are the elements to becoming the 10.0 you version of you? And it's faith, which is belief, focus, which is knowing what to focus on, and then flow, which is optimizing your energy. And so those are the three Fs are my way of getting you guys to become the 10x, the 10.0 you versions of you. Pyramid models. You guys will be familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The idea that we have this baseline fundamental stack of human needs. And as we kind of tick one off, we then kind of we can move on to the next. And it's only until we've kind of got things sorted at a certain level can we move on to the next one. This is really good for progression models. It can also be reversed. You can have a reverse pyramid, so it can just look differently. There's no rules with these things. You can play around with them. Flywheels. This is perfect for compounding systems. As you will be familiar with, my one simple flywheel, this is what I initially came up with. I was like, okay, if I simplify this down into its core components, what does this look like? A simple ad, a simple community, a simple video for conversion, and a simple offer. I was pretty stoked when I came up with this, but it came from just like thinking about this stuff. Okay, ladders. Let me see a 2 in the chat if you've ever seen this. This is taken from a specific video of mine. Who has seen this? Okay, this is the very first video I made when I launched CreatorLaunch, and this is on my YouTube channel from 2 years ago. It's it's the very first one that I made, and it's called, I think it's got a thumbnail with game plan, and it's a picture of me. And in this video, I literally said, I'm going to do this over the next 2 years. And I think I actually, is the timeline here? I had the timeline somewhere, but I was like, 2 years. I was like, this is what I'm going to focus on in the next 2 years. These are my these are my lead magnets. I'm going to have digital courses and products. I'm going to have a group coaching element. I'm going to have one-to-one personalized coaching. I'm going to have done for you services. And then eventually a SaaS solution. And these are the way I'm going to generate leads. This is what I'm going to aim to. Everything's going to feed into this. And ultimately, this is the flywheel. The flywheel was this. But this was my first version. And the cool thing is I'm literally, I've stuck to the plan. I didn't get distracted with all the AI bullshit, with all the stuff that's going on. I was like, I'm going to deliver on this. And I'm really proud of this because 2 years later, I've literally done it. And all of these things are now basically in place. And I'm working on some really, really cool things now at this end of the spectrum, which is very cool. And it's taken me 2 years to build this. So this is an example of a ladder. We've got a matrix. So you guys will know that this is my lead magnet matrix. And so we have different types, different qualities of lead magnets. And you'll know that my preference is around this corner of the matrix, looking at really high value lead magnets that really require engagement and kind of a buy-in from the people who use it. So I stay away from this area and I really try and aim to stay in this area. We then have process flow models. So these are really good for showing movement, progression through a system, and ongoing cycles. So first we have roadmaps. So this is the first roadmap that I put together for you guys. This is what I used to create Scale 20. I mapped everything out. For a little bit, see, Patricia, so for a little bit, I was like, okay, what happens if I give this to you guys and I share this to you guys and you're like, these are all the things you need to do. Very quickly, I realized that this was just overwhelming. And I was like, okay, this is annoying because me in my head thought this would be really cool and really great. Turns out this was shite because it was just too much. So then I simplified things. I was like, okay, let me simplify things. I'm going to break things down into levels. So I broke this into this, a much simpler and easier roadmap to be able to explain the journey of getting for your first 20K month. Focusing on the mind, understanding the model, really building a scalable offer for helping clients, getting content sorted so you're getting leads, having sales systems to convert people into your offer, and then building a community, which has turned out now to be an email list. So this is how the evolution of the roadmap. So I try and simplify things as much as possible because I've now realized that this level of detail is too much for most people. And so the thing that my job is to simplify things. So I use this internally for my being able to structure everything and how I help you guys. But for you guys, I try and keep it dumbass simple because I know that's what's going to get you the fastest results. We then have loops and infinity systems. So this is the infinite client loop that the Scale 20 crew will be familiar with. And this is really, ultimately, this is business in a very simple nutshell. I learned this from one of my mentors, and this is how, this is ultimately the flywheel. So the infinite client loop is ultimately the flywheel at a fundamental business level. We then have timelines. So this is taken from a recent YouTube video of mine where I got asked by someone who I met at a mastermind a few months ago. He was like, he sent me a message being like, Tom, have you got like a video talking about the timeline of your journey? And I was like, I actually haven't. So I decided to make a YouTube video highlighting all of the key steps of my journey. And so I've used timelines to also kind of show, okay, this is what to expect. I really wanted to do this because I wanted to set expectations for you guys as my clients and also for my audience to be like, oh, okay, Tom's not saying you're going to become a millionaire in 3 weeks. Tom's saying it's going to take 2 to 3 years to get to the run rate that will allow you to become a millionaire. That's the message that I wanted to get across in this video. Okay, we then have ecosystem and stack models. So these show how multiple assets, tools, and systems connect to create a bigger picture. Okay, so you'll be familiar with my access stack. So this is an idea of how the more access you give to people, the more it's going to cost to work with you. So we have free resources right at the bottom. Then we have paid resources, things like our BTC offers, workshops like this, where we open public seats, or bundled resources. We've then got coaching and consulting and mentorship, which is what I provide to you guys in Scale 20. And then we have partnerships, which is operating at a kind of like just a high level, looking at kind of profit sharing and revenue sharing with partners. Then we have ecosystem maps. So this is frankly, this is my ecosystem map for Scale 20. So this is my leads attraction system, my customer creation system, my client conversion system, and my value delivery system. I had to read those; they're very small. But this was used to map everything out for me. So I was clear on like, okay, these are the things that I've got to build. And I'm now working on creating versions of this for you guys, but trying to keep it really simple. This is one of the big things that I'm working on with Sam over the coming months, because I've been testing all of these systems over the past year. Now I've tested all these things out. I'm ready to give them to you because I know they're, in my opinion, the best way of doing things. And this was made as a granular level, a step more granular from this. So this was my first version of the one simple flywheel, where I was like, okay, I have one simple ad to drive new followers who are perfect fit. I send them messages. I send them one simple video. I then do sales calls or DM closing. I send them one simple offer through an offer document. I then turn them into a client. I get results, turn them into case studies. I feed those and create sales assets. And then feed them back to my one simple community, which is my email list. And I was like, this is my flywheel. And I simplified this. I then took this a level even further. And that's when I turned it into this bad boy. I was like, okay, I can simplify this even more. Hopefully you guys can get the theme here. Like, I'm always thinking about how can I simplify things. Okay, right. So before we dive into this, have we got any questions? We're gonna do you guys now. It's time to move on to the skills component of this session. Any questions so far? Awesome. Okay. How do you like to create and organize all your graphics? Honestly, Ethan, so I don't have a system to, everything's in Canva. I use Canva. So everything's in Canva. Everything's in Canva. I don't have like a system. I don't have like folders or anything. Literally, it's that simple. I just have everything in Canva. Napkin.io will make your graphics. Okay, I love that shout. Right, how does a lead magnet fit into your flywheel? So my lead magnet, it is... This is why I don't have I'm looking at like old versions of my flywheel. I'm thinking if I've got the new ones. So just this is a spoiler alert. I'm remodeling my model right now. So I have the answer to that, but I don't have the visual representation because I'm working on that. Because yeah, so the idea is that like, if we go to this, so my kind of like my model here, the lead magnet is essentially part of this. So it's part of the leads attraction system. So I just have a bunch of different tools that get leads. So it fits in there. How does a lead magnet fit into your flywheel? I mean, what's an example of one? Like a lead magnet. So my core lead magnet is my Skool community. So it's this. So this is my core lead magnet. Cool. Do you find there's such thing as too much, having too many branded frameworks? I don't know. I think it's really, I feel like I'm in a really good place with where what I've got right now. I think
I was going to say, Tom, but to be fair, like one of those stuck out to me more than the rest did. And if you got a lot of different branded frameworks, the way that they kind of appeal to different people, we don't all think the same. So having a whole bunch can seem overwhelming, but actually one of those will hit right with the right person, and that's then creates the conversation, right?
I think you nailed it. I completely agree. Completely agree with that, Annabelle. So, there's just like people. The way to think about this is that people are typically struggling with different things. So to Annabelle's point, they're looking for different solutions to different problems. So everyone's got different problems. And what branded solutions do is they give people a really quick, potential solution. And it's in a way that, like, if you make it so it sounds like a really amazing solve for their problem, yeah, I don't think you can have too many. I think the biggest thing is to not have it. I'm trying to think of, like, I think it's hard. It would be hard to have too many. I think like the biggest thing is like, not when you're talking about specific stuff, don't just have like a big long list of like 30. That's just where it is just going to look like, nah. We want to make pieces of content for specific problems, and then maybe we've got a few different solutions we add into those. But don't just be like, hey, here's a list of 30 branded frameworks that I've got. That's when you're going to start. You end up just immediately looking like on the bullshit end of the spectrum. Great question. Okay, so should we have large questions till the end? Yeah, if you want to save them to the end, how do you make them? So Dan, so I make these on an iPad. So I do like a blend between like, these ones I make on an iPad. Pretty simple. On Canva, I just use Canva for everything. So as you can tell, I'm a Canva nerd. And yeah, these things on Canva, just have fun. Just have fun. You can do whatever you like. This is the cool thing. This is where you get to be creative. And yeah, like I use Canva for everything. Okay. How does a lead magnet fit your flywheel? Got that. Who did your Scale 20 logo, Tom? Pele, good question. You'll know exactly who did it in a couple of weeks' time. So spoiler alert for you guys. I am going to be finally releasing a list of vetted and verified partners for different specific services that I've used over the past couple of years. So you will be getting access to the people who do all of my shit for me. But I won't talk about it here. Okay, maybe depending on where someone is in the client process, is there a nesting of IP frameworks like Russian dolls? Is there a nesting of IP frameworks like Russian dolls? I don't think about it like that. I just think about specific problems, and I'm going to show you how to do this, but it's like, what is the problem and what is the process that can help overcome that problem? Okay. What role do you think signature IP plays in other industries like fitness or arts, where our ideal customer profile isn't buying into a system as such, but a way of being? Everyone's buying into a system. I had to think before coming up with saying that statement, because I really had to challenge myself there. So that's just an incorrect. An ideal customer profile isn't buying into a system as such. Everyone buys into a system. No matter what it is, you need to give people a system to get a result. No matter if you're in health, fitness, money, relationships, they are buying people are paying to work with you to follow a roadmap, a framework, a system, a model, a method. It's always there. So yeah, so Ian's given an example there. Like P90X was the first time I ever got a six-pack was using P90X back in 2010, and their whole system was based on muscle confusion, the idea of muscle confusion, and their system was a whole bunch of different workouts to optimize for muscle confusion, which basically just means over a week, you do a whole load of shit and confuse the muscle. Okay, each framework has a particularly different use at a particular time. Another good book about this concept, Draw to Win by Dan. Okay, maybe stupid question. How much are you sharing in your free content from your paid content? I mean, how much are you giving away, since I struggle with deciding how much I should share of my unique methodology? And how does that fit into your flywheel? Okay, really simple a rule that I have. I talk about the why and I sell the how. I talk about the why and I sell the how. So all of the crew here in Scale 20, they get access to all of the playbooks that have the checklists, the systems, the steps to actually implement the stuff that I talk about publicly. That's how I do it. And okay, P90X. I did it in my I wasn't in a dorm at that point, but I was in my first year of dental school. I remember that yeah, the bands and stuff. Okay, right. So let's dive into the final exercise, okay? So, signature IP framework creation sprint. So you got 5 minutes for this one. And I'll get some elevator music playing in the background. Okay, so this is how it works. This is mine. Okay, so this is my one for Scale 20. My core client result promise is getting people to their first 20K month or their next 20K month. Okay, so that sits in the middle of this triangle. I then solve 3 core problems that help when they are overcome, when those problems are solved, they can get to that 20K. The first problem that I help people with is solving having a scalable offer. So they currently have an offer that isn't scalable because of their delivery mechanism. And so I help them fix that. And that's clients. The second thing is getting them hot and spicy leads. And I do that by fixing content. And then the third one is helping them close without sales calls if they don't want to. And that's getting conversions. Okay, so 3 steps to this. So first is, what is your core client promise? This is mine. I'll help you scale to your first or next 20K monthly income goal all the way to 100K per month. What is yours? What are the 3 core problems that your perfect future client face? Here are mine. So scalable delivery, spicy leads, sick of sales. What are yours? How can you describe those problems in 3 words? Bonus if you can make them all start with the same letter. Okay. Scalable delivery, clients. That's mine. Spicy leads, content. Sick of sales, conversion. What are yours? Okay. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes on the clock, and then you guys are all, you're going to wait 5 minutes, and then let's, I'll throw some of my favorite, tech house in the background. Okay. 5 minutes are going to go on the clock. Oh, shit. Let's get a live one. I was listening to this one earlier. Okay. 5 minutes on the clock. Can you guys hear that? Can you go give me a thumbs up? We can get music. Cool. Let's go. 5 minutes. And then don't put it in until I give you the 5 minutes. I'm going to just read them all at the same time, okay?
All right, 30 seconds left. Okay, so in the chat, I want to see, first I want to see, I want your promise, your full client result promise. I want to see what you guys, your promise is. And then I want to know, what are the 3 words? The core promise, I want to know how you help people. And I want to know the 3 words that are biggest thing. Shit, my bad. Let's turn the music off. Okay, so yeah, I want to know your core promise, and then I want to know your 3 words. Really simple. Core promise. What is it that you help people do or get? And what are the 3 ways you help them? Okay, so we've got Ian here. We've got I help frustrated adults 50 plus to play, compete, recognizable songs on the guitar confidently to friends and family. Nice. We build the system that turns your expertise into a predictable stream of qualified business contacts on LinkedIn. Content, chaos, trust vacuum, network, neglect. Love it. I will help freelance lawyers make 10K a month working less hours. I'll help people train like artists and move creatively. I help struggling managers become the kind of leaders their company fights to keep and promote. Love it. Lead, easy, expectations, accountability support. Okay, awesome, guys. Madeline, I help founders turn their authentic voice and vision into structured, systematized content strategies that feel real and sell so they can step out of the day-to-day content chaos and focus on growth. Awesome, guys. Keep it coming. Control their business finances. Annabelle, nice. Help business owners get in control of their business finances. Misinformation, misuse systems, misled. Very, very good. I like that. Small service-based business owners get to consistent 30K months on 3 to 4 days per week. CEO stack composed of CEO marketing stack, sales stack, team stack. Love it. Super, super clear. I'll help you transform your body in 90 days whilst creating habits of success for your life. Reshaping body, reordering food, recreation habits. Nice. Body nutrition habits. Love it. I'll help you hire your first virtual assistant with systems, mindset filtering, onboarding. Awesome, D. I help all or nothing drinkers quit drinking. Cravings, I want to quit. Confusion, confidence. Fucking love that one, Josh. Very, very, very solid. Awesome, Vince. Help you identify and dissolve self-imposed limits so you can live up to your full potential. Stuck, suffering, self-imposed. Nice. Okay, awesome. And Shanna, help small business women create pathway to 50K monthly and build the freedom in their life and business they truly desire. Sanity, systems, sales. Great. Nikki, I help doctors launch and improve a scalable non-clinical income stream that replaces their clinical income, giving them the freedom, purpose, and lifestyle they truly want without burning out. Identity crisis, meaning monetize current skills, unidentify current skills, medicine. Okay. Right, team. Thank you for that. We're now I'm going to give you the deployment roadmap. So this is a checklist that I put together based on how to actually get this out into your audience and business. So what I've shown you today is 2 years of developing my intellectual property. Now, signature intellectual property is pro league shit. This is a bit of a warning here. If you are just going to be hopping from one offer to the next every 18 months, which is there are people in the online business world that do this, chasing trends or the next biz opportunity, don't fucking bother with IP, okay? Don't bother, because it'll make you look like a fool when you inevitably hop onto the next thing. What you've seen today is just a glimpse of how to create signature intellectual property. If you're a guest here today, if you're one of the wonderful guests and you're ready to deploy this into your market, then you will move much faster with doing this if you join us in Scale 20. So this is where you get access to the implementation, and we help you actually implement stuff, all the stuff that I've used to grow my business. If you're interested or have any questions, I'm going to be here to answer them for the next half an hour. But just be aware that I'm closing the door for new crewmates tomorrow. So you have today and tomorrow to commit. to that. So, okay, so just want to run through the checklist here. So deploying your signature intellectual property, you're going to focus on three things, three areas to do this. So one is going to be in your marketing. So short form content, just frequently talking about your frameworks. If you notice my short form content, I make sure most of my videos, I talk about these things. Here's step 2 of my One Simple Flywheel. It's proof. Here's how to do it. YouTube and podcasts, so building long form content, that reciprocity bank that we talk about. As you guys will know, my 6-part mini series, deep diving into each element of your method. That's where you guys will do that. Lead magnets, like either free downloads or videos explaining your framework. Speaking and guest spots, so on podcasts. I don't do this often, but I do this maybe once a month. I hop on a podcast where I talk about my unique way of doing things. That's what makes you memorable. So that's the one thing I wanted to get across here is by talking about something unique, that is what makes you memorable when you go on as a guest on podcasts. Using it in your sales process. So for example, if you're doing it in DMs, hey, would it be helpful if I sent over a short training video showing the stages of my One Simple Flywheel so you can see exactly where you're stuck? So I really like this because this is, I shared an example of someone who's been trying to, an influencer or a creator that I followed who their appointment setter has been trying to get me and following up with me in just a really pointless way over the last couple of weeks. Just sending messages like, hey, you there? Or like, everything cool? Like shit like that. And instead they could have just asked a message, like send a message being like, hey, would you like to see how I do things with people and just to see where you might be stuck. Sales assets. So just visually displaying your framework so that prospects just see your system again and again. And then you can use it in objection handling. So like point back to your framework to address doubts in a logical fashion. And then finally in your client delivery. So really, really key. I want to bang into this onboarding. Kick off with a walkthrough of your method. So this is why I have a full level in Scale 20 to remind you of the model. It's intentional. Sets expectations and it really creates buy-in that this is a process that we're going to follow in. So don't miss out on that. No, not only don't miss out, make sure it's in there. It's absolutely critical. Use it as a framework for the agenda. Use it as a framework as the agenda so that the delivery feels intentional. That's why I have it at the top here. It's intentional. And then finally, progress like tracking. This is a fun one that a little heads up. I'm working on this for the crew in Scale 20 for how they can track their progress. Again, something I'm going to be talking about in the next couple of weeks, but you can use it to track progress for client delivery. I've been really excited about this one thing that I've been working on because it's been, a long time coming, but it's coming. Okay, so just going back up. So can you scroll back up, please? I'm going to just send you guys the playbook again in case you guys don't have it. So there you go. Ian, can it be 5 problems instead of 3? I don't like working off 5 things. I think 3 is plenty. So yeah, sure, it can be 5. I just think 5 is too much. I think 3 is the perfect number. If you guys like my clients in Scale 20 will know that we break these down. So we break down our model here into 2 parts for each one. So each one has 2 problems associated with it. And that's how we build our painkiller program method. But that's a unique thing in and of itself. That's one of our signature IP things that we build in Scale 20. Right, team. Okay, so I'm now here for the next 25 minutes to answer any questions. First up, if you guys are here, I would love to know if there was anything that you guys have taken away from this or was like a bit of a light bulb moment. Please just drop it in the chat. What was one thing that you're like, I'm not going to forget that? Jesus invented the personal brand. I'm double tapping that one. I'm going to take it. So Jesus did invent the personal brand. I had to save that one. Okay, what have we got here? I love that you explained the IP not being a legal thing. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just a big reminder. Like, if someone takes something that I do, I'm not going to sue them, because you're just going to spend money on lawyers and you're not going to win anything. Nail the one-liner transformation. It needs to be sticky. Absolutely, Pele. Huge. How Alex copied Russell. I would question using the word copied. I would say Alex does what Russell does, which is taking inspiration and turning it into his own thing. So that's the lesson there. He didn't copy. He made his own intellectual property off someone else's initial ideas. Frame it and name it. Absolutely. How can I set a new trend? Stop watching others. I think that's a big one that I would really recommend for you guys. I'm really thinking about being a trendsetter and a taste maker with what I do. And I think when you operate from that perspective, I think it puts you in market leadership category. So that's why I don't watch, I try not to watch shit from people in my market. V1 is never the final version. Absolutely not. I didn't know about the IP not being the legal thing too in the creative space. Yeah, and it's just a reminder that it's not a legal thing, because you can get sued. You can absolutely get sued for stealing people's IP. So I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't steal anyone's IP, but I also wouldn't sue anyone, because it's just going to be a whole load of headache, and I'm not going to make anything from it. Juice ain't worth the squeeze. Hey, Tom, appreciate this. I already have a framework. I've had big months, but it's not repeatable. I've invested in the 30K masterminds. Candidly, I'm feeling and searching for the thing, lol. But what would you say is the thing I would gain by getting in Scale 2.0 or Scale 20? As a coach, I'll tell you what I've got: a path and action. I'm finally making progress after being stuck running in circles for a while. Yeah, Alice just said it there. You guys are doing the selling for me. If you're not working in following a path right now, I've invested probably close to $70,000 this year in my education and mentorship. It's never a thing of like, I've invested this much. I expect everything to now fall into place. It's always a never-ending journey. I'm always investing in my education, and if I'm not, I'm always trying to follow a model and a method. So I've always got multiple mentors, as many of the crew in Scale 20 have multiple mentors at the same time, and I'm just one of them. So that would be my recommendation, Crystal, is if you're not following a game plan right now, get yourself a game plan. I could do that. I'm probably 50K deep and have a mentor now. I'm doing to DM for you. Yeah. DM me. So Crystal, if you can DM me on Skool, that's where I'm going to help answer your questions. So if anyone wants to ask me any questions directly, and I can go through and see if you might be a right fit for what we're doing, DM me on Skool, please. That's where my Instagram DMs, I don't have an appointment setter. I don't have a manager. I get hundreds of DMs a day from my automations, and I can't manage them. If you don't have IP, you don't have a brand, and you don't have a business. True. How can you be a category of one and claim your niche? Love it. Got to shoot. That was epic. Nice one, Pele. No such thing as a new idea. No idea is novel. How each IP is connected to solving a specific problem. Who were your biggest influences when creating your IP? So Jim, as I kind of like went through up here, my biggest influences were studying people, big creators in the market, and seeing how they were, how they had set up their business. So I studied I didn't study their models. I looked at what they were doing, and I modeled my model off what they were doing, not what they were teaching. How did you set up your first how did you get your first customers into Scale 20, and what was the price point for the 12-week program? So that answer, Andrew, is in the video that I mentioned the other day. I have all of the answers in this video. So was it that one? It says with the clients for Snowball. Yeah, this one here. So this, Andrew, this video. So if you guys want to watch this later, but it's just on my my YouTube channel. I go through all of the pricing, how I price stuff, how I launched my initial stuff. So you can see beta cohort down here. You can see $395 for 12 weeks. I literally talk through exactly how I started my business. This is literally 0 to 100K plus a month in that video. Okay, right. Let me just go back. Thanks, Ethan. Okay, I think I saw a question for you there. John, how would you recommend getting new case studies without any audience or even warm prospects? Would you focus on content, YouTube and IG, or reach out by cold DMs to get traction? Here's a mindset that I say to people. I like to remind people, your first $100,000 is sitting in your existing network. I'm going to say that again. Your first $100,000 is sitting in your existing network. You know enough people, family, friends, friends of friends, friends of family. So it's not cold DMs. Your first case studies are through warm DMs. You just need to viciously message as many people. So Alex Hormozy talks about this in $100 Million Leads. You need to build a fucking long list of everyone you know, and you need to message them and you need to say, hey, I'm looking for someone to help them get this result. Would you know anyone that this could help or could be looking for this result? So you're not going to your sister and saying, hey, would you be interested in this? You're going to your sister or your cousin or your friends and going, hey, I'm doing this. I'm helping someone get this result. Do you know anyone that could be a good fit? Okay. That's how we start. That's how I started. I just had a small audience on Twitter. But yeah, your first case studies are within your existing audience. How would you frame your signature IP in a creative industry that's centered around flowing freely and breaking out of systems in the growth operation space? We love logic and systems because we are business heads, but what would be more arts? What about more artsy stuff? Despite that everyone loves systems, just feels counterintuitive. I just really struggle with this, man. Like, if you want to sell stuff, you have to have a method and a model. And so to say, it's like, sure, you can have this is where the idea of being artsy and being throwing freely and not having constraints and not having stuff, this is why they're broke. This is why creatives are broke. So I can't answer that. Yeah, like to Ian's point, you have to test stuff, but like to not have a model or a system and just be like, hey, just free and flow freely with stuff. You have to give some people something. You have to give them some guidance. Okay, sometimes I get confused. So this is Ethan. Sometimes I get confused about how different or how much I should remix other people's IP to make sure my own material is unique and I'm not copying but rather taking inspiration. Yeah, this is like, this is one of those things where you have to kind of follow your gut on this. And when you've created something, you have to ask yourself, you're like, am I confident going out into the market and being like, hey, if I say this is my thing, is it a thing? I'll give you an example. So I have my DM closing framework I called Chat to Close. in the market, there are a lot of creators out there who that system is called sell by chat. And I've seen a few kind of creators talk about this, and I was like, I'm going to call it chat to close. So that's how I chose. So it's always a testing thing, and it's like feeling your gut instinct on stuff. Okay, as of right now, I only have one case study of my mentorship program and recently got 2 beta clients in order to create more results. Would I be a fit candidate for Scale 20? Fabio, can you message me on Skool and we can have a chat about that just to see exactly where you're at with things, because I don't know is the answer. I need to know a few more things. Jim, how did you go from running the agency to consulting for creators? How did you gain the confidence to work with that new niche without experience? So Jim, my agency was helping creators. So that was, again, in this video, if you go through this, I was a funnel analytics consultant for brands. And then my agency, the agency that I had over here, let's see if I can get it. Over here was building communities for creators. And then I just decided to work one-on-one with creators, and then I worked as a one-on-one consultant for them. Okay, creative. What are the main pieces of IP we need initially? An overarching 3-legged stool solution, like the implementation, and from there, yeah. So this is, if we go back to it, you need your core method. So how do you help people? That's the first thing that you need. And then the second thing would be your signature, what I call a painkiller program method. So how you turn this into actually helping people. And so, yeah, that's again, that's kind of like one of the things that, I help people with in Scale 20. So, okay, I make the question short. How do you share a blue ocean strategy nobody heard about that, despite a lot of student proof, sounds unbelievable to most people until they learn the how? That's why I get asked, how much should you give away? Okay. I make the question short. How do you share a blue ocean strategy nobody heard about that, despite a lot of student proof, sounds unbelievable to most people? I'll show you what I did. I'll just show you what I did. I just made shitloads of videos talking about my models, talking about my systems, and I just stacked it for a year. And I used client case studies, and I didn't worry about people thinking it was, I just did the stuff. I did the proof. I did the case study interviews after I just did it. How did you jump ship on the one-to-one agency stuff? Did it take time to rebuild this online stuff? I find it hard to manage between client projects to shift into the new ideas and online strategy. Yeah, again, I'm gonna that video. So if you go to my channel, so anti-funnel scaling, this takes you through exactly what I did. And yeah, it took me a full year and a half of working with multiple mentors and building all that stuff. Like of course, like there's no magic solution. This takes time. It's taken me 2 years to build this stuff. That's how long it's taken me. What do you foresee for the future of the market? Will the use of IP increase? And what do you think will happen after that? Will product take over and marketing becomes less important? So will the use of IP increase? This is a really hard question there's a lot of this is a big question here. Will product take over and marketing become less important? Okay, let me just be really clear. In my opinion, there's creators out there who will say that the only thing that matters is marketing, and that all you need to do is make content and get leads, and then figure out how to fulfill on those leads. I come from a different philosophy. I'm going to have the best fucking product in the world. And then I'm going to make sure that my clients are very aware that they have the best product in the world, because they're going to get the best results in the world. I just think about things differently, and I'm going to build my IP. I'm going to be hunting and searching for my signature IP, continuing to evolve it. And so, yeah, it comes back to like, what do you want to be known as? Do you want to be known as someone who hops from offer to offer, or do you want to be known as, do you want to have people do you want to have people use you as examples of intellectual property like these guys? Because that's where I want this. I've noticed some of your clients are building businesses in the same category as yours with the same frameworks, but maybe different names. How are they differentiating you from being seen as a copy of you? They differentiate because they're different humans, and they have different passions, interests, core values. They're just different people, and so they attract different people to who would work with me. And so that's why I love when I get people who work with I love it when I love having clients who come and learn from me and use my stuff. Because I'm not competing with them. They're not competing with me. When making content, do you lead with the flywheel IP or the core client content conversion IP? I do both. I flick between both. I make sure I flick between both. So I use both. I have two niches, helping them both with similar, gaining emotional clarity. Can I develop a for both niches, cause issues, diluting? Yeah. Okay. So I would really challenge why you'd be operating more than one niche. That is an amazing way to get a mixed marketing message, and get people to be really unclear with what it is you do. I'm a huge believer on just like focusing on one thing. Okay. Right, team, I'm going to wrap things up now. I think it's time. Can I see a one in the chat if that was a useful, if you learned something today? That was a lot of stuff I've never talked about before ever. So my voice is going. I'm nearly on the on the cusp. Thank you so much, guys. As always, yeah, really stoked with that, because I think that's going to help, really help you guys. So yeah, let's wrap it up. I'm literally looking at a screen of just Fathom note takers. Yes, Fabio, hit me with the flex. Just the one flex. Ian, pleasure to meet you guys. Ale, love you, bro. Andrew, Erin, lovely to meet you. Thank you very much. You guys will be getting the recording in your inboxes tomorrow once it's all processed with the playbook, and any other things I think is relevant. And then, you guys will have that for life. And then, yeah, if any of you guys if you have any questions about joining Scale 20, if you think it's going to be useful for you, just message me on Skool. Skool is going to be the place where I'll be able to have a conversation with you without it getting lost. So have an amazing rest of the week. Ciao. Okay, peace.
Okay, team, so now you should have a pretty solid idea of what your 5 Ps are, who your perfect future client is, and what your version 1 painkiller model that's going to be the solution to those frustrating headaches that your audience members are experiencing. Now it's time to package everything into one simple offer. This is the simple but premium transformational core client offer that you're going to ride like a majestic stallion to 7 figures per year. We're going to map out all of the client success milestones that make up the path for your clients to get that transformational promise, and then we'll build the roadmap for them to follow. I'm also going to share with you the exact offer document template that I've used to close multi-5-figure deals without sales calls, and share with you all of my lessons I've learned around pricing, payment structures, launching offers, and how we increase lifetime value with renewals and extensions. Just a reminder that the playbooks in this video are only about 1/12 of the growth infrastructure that I help my members in Scale 20 implement. The aim for this video is to help get some initial traction for you, and so that you can qualify to come and join us and maybe get my help to implement the other 11/12 of our one simple flywheel growth model. If you're already at the 10K plus per month level and you want an invite to join us, just click the link down below and DM me 77 on Instagram, and I'm going to get you the details. Okay, let's get your one simple offer built.
Right, so pricing and payments. This is something that I have kind of held off on talking about, because the truth is I've just been testing a load of stuff out over the last couple of years. The cool thing is now I've got the kind of evidence, and I've kind of figured out what I feel like I think has worked best for different circumstances. So I'm going to share with you all of that. So in this playbook, we're going to talk about pricing, how to price your business for max freedom, fun, cash, and cash flow. Models, which pricing model to potentially use based on your situation, because it is case dependent. And we're going to talk about payment solutions. This is something I get asked a lot about, and frankly, I haven't talked about because I've been testing stuff out, but I've got better information on this now. So looking forward, well, I'm excited to finally share it with you. With pricing, I want you to remember that pricing is a seesaw based on two things. It's what is the market rate? What is the market willing to spend on your services versus your confidence? So on one side, you've got how confident are you? How much, and that's really like we've spoken about, how much proof have you got? And what is the typical market rate for your services? Because, it'd be stupid me saying, oh, it's going to cost $1 million to work with me. Because probably unless I had a really specific offer where, I did have someone who, I think it was Steven, who was like, I'm going to go for $1 million offer this year. But he could only work with one client. He would basically be sat there all day. It would be basically, it's really it's a job. I'll remind you of Hormozi's kind of quote from $100 million offers. There is no strategic advantage to being the second most expensive in the market. There is to being the most expensive. So in my opinion, the aim is for you to get to that top of being the most expensive in the market. That's definitely my aim. So my biggest pricing mistake, I'm starting with this because I don't want you guys to make this same mistake. This happened in the summer of 2024. I copied the pricing models of some creators in my niche who were doing this. They were doing weekly payments, which turns out to be an admin nightmare, but it's common down under in the New Zealand, Australia area, APAC. And they were doing, plus I added a love it or leave it period, which was basically get your money back within the first 30 days. And then I also had a cancel whenever. So no minimum commitment. So not only did it completely nuke my cash flow, it attracted toe dipper clients, energy vampire clients, and poorly qualified clients. It was a fucking nightmare for 4 months. Now I did attract some awesome clients as well. There are a bunch of folks who are still in the crew who did join during that time, but most 80% of people just ended up, it was a fucking nightmare. And I have one of my mentors, Anthony Vicino, to thank for this. I started working with him a few months after I implemented this pricing model. And I was like, dude, it's just I'm at this level right now. I can barely afford to pay you as a mentor. Because he was like, I can help you fix this. And when we started working together, he was like, dude, your biggest bottleneck right now is sales. We're going to fix your pricing model. We're going to go back to optimizing for cash up front. When pricing your business services, you should always be optimizing for cash up front. Big lesson for me. So pricing models, there are three main ones there are three big ones. There's just pay in advance. It's just one option. It's just pay in advance. There's split pays, or there's monthly recurring payments.
subscriptions. I've tried all of them. So here's my pricing journey. In July 2023, I did $395 for my beta cohort, Project Stealth. That was to work with me for 12 weeks. It was actually 16 weeks. It was 4 months. Let's make sure we're clear, we're accurate. And I said to these prospects, I was like, hey, by the way, I'm launching the main thing in January. It's going to cost $4,000, which it was, and it did. And you can get it now for $400. And that's how I got my first tranche of beta clients. Then, so I changed to $4,000 PIF or 2K times 3. So 6K over a three month split pay. Then in September 2024, I had the 6 to 7.5K with 3 different payment options. So it was it was basically what we'll talk about. That was the sweet spot for me. That was when cash flow was absolutely the highest. That was when I was able to get past the leverage trap because I was accumulating cash flow. I had a lot of traction. That was when things were great. And then in May 2025, I moved to monthly recurring revenue, $1,800 per month for 12 months. And now I'm at $1,800 right now. As of this time, I'm $1,800 per month for 14 months. So this is how it worked. We're going to go through the split pay, but this is how my pricing has evolved over the last kind of couple of years. So my highest cash flow. Now you learned my biggest mistake. Let's talk about my biggest success. My highest cash flow producing pricing model. So this was the highest cash flow producing pricing model I used, and this is what I used to get my first 100K month. I offered 3 payment options: a 5-month split pay of $1,500, a 3-month split pay of monthly recurring payments, so 3 months in a row or 5 months in a row, or you can save 20%. This is how I positioned it in the offer document. I literally did it as this. This is taken from the offer document. I was like, these are the 3 options. Or you can save 20% if you pay in advance, which would be $6,000 in total. So I found that like 20 to 30% is a good paid in advance savings to give a good enough paid in advance opportunity for people. Like a tasty enough savings. Now, if you want if you want to access the 30, this is part of the offer, by the way. The pricing was giving people a heads up. If you want to access the 30-day prepay savings, you can activate it anytime within the first 30 days. Just whip me a DM to let me know. And then I'd literally send them an invoice to cover off the rest. All good. This was great. This is what most of you should be doing. And what I would recommend you do to at least you get to about 50K cash collected per month is my recommendation. Like I said, this is what I got to. I got to 100K cash collected with this. And we'll go into what happens when you move to MRR. So what should you charge? So first, go flywheel hack your competitors. Go research your market. You should know exactly what your competition are charging. Get a partner, get a friend to go through their process, get on a sales call with them, hack them, secret shop them. Confidence, then where's your confidence level at? You just have to ask yourself, right? Start low, and you can always increase your prices. Like typically, for me, it's like 2 to 5% every quarter is how much I increase my prices. And it is the best way to get urgency is to tell people in advance that, hey, the prices are rising at the end of this month. You want to start now to get these prices. You can always increase your price, but you should avoid at all costs going backwards on your by reducing the price. So be transparent about incremental price rises. These are an amazing way to get people to take action. Like I said, circa 1 to 5% per year. So let's say every quarter. To get people to take action. Okay, paid in advance savings period. Like I said, I give 60 days. It used to be 30, but now my offer is larger, so I want to give like 60 days. For me, we found our data is 1.9 months is the amount of time it typically takes for most clients to get back their full ROI on the entire first 14 months of working with us.
So I give you guys that 60 days to trigger and activate the paid in advance savings. And then this incentivizes you to help clients to get cash wins in the first 60 days. I've automated this in the new client welcome sequence, by the way, so you can check this out how I've done it here. You should have also got those emails. For the custom invoices, I use PayPunnels. You can get Sam Ovens discount here. I think you can make custom invoices in Stripe. I just never have. So I've always used PayFunnels. People ask me, why do I use PayFunnels? It's just because I'm used to it now, and it costs me like $20 a month, and it takes me a minute to set up invoices in there, or custom split pays, custom invoices. I'm just used to it, but I think you can do it natively within Stripe. I just don't know. I haven't fucked around with it. Okay, monthly recurring revenue. Here are the downsides of monthly recurring revenue models. Higher churn risk. You are the bank in this instance. When you do monthly recurring revenue, you take on the risk. I take on the risk. I'm taking the risk that some of you may not pay me. And guess what? Some of you don't. And it is annoying for me when people like don't pay me and they don't give me a heads up they're not going to pay me, and they just hope that I just don't notice. It's fucking annoying. So be aware of that. They might not use the product. They might hit a financial wobble. That is common, and they don't see quick progress. And so churn is the number one enemy of recurring revenue. You have to be aware that you take on the risk. There are going to be more payment failures because there's more payments. This is called a dunning. This is called dunning, where I don't know why it's called dunning. It just is. But monthly equals you're going to get more transactions, more chances for declined cards, expired cards, fraud alerts, billing issues. This is one of the biggest mistakes I made. When I moved to MRR, I didn't foresee this being an issue. I should have done. And so I didn't have the correct system set in place to deal with missed payments and failed payments. And so there were some people that literally didn't pay me for months and months and months and months and months. And I just didn't know. And so that's on me. That's my issue. I'm the idiot for that. So you need to have a solid system. If I was you, I would get a team member to be responsible for this. So it's not you who's checking up with people if they've had slip payments. Lower cash up front. This is a big downside. So you're going to collect smaller amounts of each month instead of larger lumps, which means slower cash accumulation. This is why I recommend you shouldn't be doing this until you've hit at least 50K a month. Harder to invest aggressively up front. So it means you can't reinvest into your business as much. You're going to have less instant liquidity. So this can be a bottleneck if you want to scale fast. This is a really important thing to know. This requires stronger retention systems. To succeed with MRR, you need great onboarding. You need ongoing value drops. You need clear future pacing. You need community activation. You need to have a great community. You need to have consistent product updates. You have to have churn prevention strategies. So we have our traffic light system to highlight when clients are kind of less engaged. And many businesses will fail because they sell subscriptions but don't support the subscriptions. It's true. Harder to manage refunds and cancellations. So monthly models require terms enforcement, clear refund cancellation rules, more customer support, more admin work, more touch points equals more friction. It's just the case. It's more admin. You have to be aware of that. Here are the benefits of monthly recurring payment models. More predictable and stable revenue. Your revenue will be more linear growth wise because that's just the way it is. Because with split payments and paid in advance, you might have a month where a bunch of people just say that going to pay in advance, and so you have a big cash influx that month, and so it really can be more of a revenue roller coaster when you do split pays and paid in advance versus MRR. But with MRR, you can have more forecastable cash flow, which I think is my recommend. That's why I do it now, because I'm past that 7-figure a year level. So for me, it's more about, okay, can we get consistency so we can know how much we can invest into the business? So it's easier to hire and plan. That's why I do it now. MRR lets you make decisions without worrying about random peaks and valleys. And that's the reason I do this now, but I will talk about what you need to be aware of if you pivot to this. Lower barrier to entry equals more conversions. Monthly payments feel more affordable than big lump sums, so more people can say yes. Customers can start sooner, less friction in the buying decision. $400 per month, psychologically easier than $2,500 up front. It just is. What I've found, though, is it hasn't necessarily translated to more people saying yes. That's the reality. It's still, I found that you still need to convince people just as much to get started with you, irrespective of whether it's a lower amount to start or a higher amount. That's what I found. Better long-term customer value. So customers paying monthly can stay engaged longer, consume more content, buy more products down the line, and it can create a customer flywheel type of situation. It's easier to scale with ads, with paid ads. So recurring model just gives you stable cash flow. It's easier to reinvest into that scale tax, that 15 to 20% scale tax of cash collected back into advertising if you need to get reach. It helps with lifetime value visibility. It just like I've got on Samcar, it tells me how much my lifetime value is, which is useful. More confidence in customer acquisition costs. It just gives you more confidence in knowing how much you can spend in marketing to acquire a customer. Because you can spend today knowing that revenue is going to continue tomorrow. And it de-risks the purchase for customers. People can love the lower barrier to entry, the no heavy upfront commitment, the flexibility if life changes. This can remove buying anxiety. Okay, so Ben sent me a message a couple of weeks ago asking, or you sent this in the questions channel. He's looking for a pricing pivot and would love some feedback. Right now, I'm sending out offer docs pitching 7.5K PIF or 3K split pay. Conversions are okay, but it still feels like too big a leap for many, especially coldish. This is where I recommend having that five split pay helps. That's why this is paid in advance, 3 split pay, 5 split pay, the sweet spot. So he was then thinking going to monthly. Here's the deal. The results are there. I've got multiple clients hitting 20 to 30K. I'm about to host my first in-person mastermind with 15 clients flying in. That's really awesome. The program works. Social proof is stacking. This will just make my entry friction lower and help me fill it faster. But I know the trade-off, churn risk, less burn the boat's energy, and the possibility of more dabblers. Anyone here made the switch from high ticket PIF to lower commit MRR? Would love to hear lessons learned or thoughts on protecting implementation and retention. I've done it. So yes, I am the person who has the lessons learned. So here's what I said. I made the switch 8 months ago. I would recommend switching post New Year. This is the time of year, because if you sent the message in the beginning of November, I was like, this is the time of year to max cash flow and get as much cash in the bank as possible. So I'd wait until February, and until then, just add a 5 split pay option, because it all works. You have to be prepared for, if you move to MRI, you have to be prepared for frequently missed payments. A mistake I made was not paying close attention to these, having missed payment. So you need to have a missed payment notification in Slack or somewhere, getting a DM, whether it's a WhatsApp automation. You must get a trigger, a notification telling you and your team if someone has missed a payment ASAP, immediately. And then you immediately reach out to the client. You want to get your team VA on it to manage missed payments so you're not the one chasing. That's quite key. You're going to, if you pivot to a split pay to a MRR, heads up, for the next 6 to 9 months, it might even be 12 months, for the 6 to 12 months, you're going to be catching up on cash flow. You're going to have reduced cash flow as you build up the MRR. You are immediately, if you move to MRR, you are going to reduce your cash flow by however many split pay. If it's 5, split pay is the typical one. You're going to reduce it by 5 times. So be aware of that. So for the next 6 to 9 months, you're going to be faced with lower cash flow. You're going to feel like feel like you're going to be pushed more towards a scarcity mindset, and you need to be mentally prepared for that. You need to mentally prepare yourself for that, and know that that's going to be the case. If you do MRI, you're going to get some poor fit folks that will churn, and that will piss you off. That's happened to me many times. You have to be more attentive to people to ensure that they fulfill their year commitment. You need to keep them to stay engaged. Like I said, you're better off getting as much cash up front with a Black Friday deal and then switching up in Feb, and being prepared for the 6 to 9 month catch up for cash flow. Just be aware and prepared for those things. You can be expected to be tested by scarcity during that 6 to 9 months catch up. Okay, so that's what I've put here. Okay, let's talk about payment processing now. So we've done the pricing models. Let's talk about payment processing. Let's get aligned on some definitions here, because I actually didn't know this stuff until pretty recently. So a merchant account. A merchant account is a special bank account that temporarily holds money from payment cards, from card payments, before it gets deposited into your bank account. This is a holding tank for credit card payments whilst the bank checks everything is safe. Okay, really important to understand what a merchant account is. A payment processor. What's a payment processor? A payment processor is the company that moves the money between the customer's bank, the card networks, the merchant account, and your bank. This is the money moving engine behind every card transaction. An example of a payment processor is Stripe, Easy Pay Direct, PayPal, WorldPay, and Klarna is also a payment processor. Payment gateway. A payment gateway is the digital tool that collects your customer's payment info securely on your website or a checkout page and sends it to the processor. This is the secure door that opens where the customer types their card details so the processor can approve their payment. And examples of a payment gateway: Thrivecart, GHL, Samcart, Stripe, Authorize.net, Shopify. Those are examples of payment gateways. Payment processing. So Stripe and PayPal are high risk for coaching and consulting. Yes, I will say that again. I no longer use PayPal, and I'm trying to reduce my Stripe the amount of money that I put through Stripe. So this is what I heard from the mouth of the Easy Pay Direct CEO, Brad Weimart. So he created Easy Pay Direct so that he could help more like coaching, consulting, education space businesses. You should have a range of payment processes to mitigate the risk of losing one. And it's important to split payments across all of them. What do I mean by that? He said that there is a big risk that if there is a sudden influx in increased payments through one payment processor, this was going to trigger the processor's warning systems, and it can automatically ban you. This is why he recommended you should rotate taking payments through a few different processors to risk the massive influxes of cash, for example, that can happen in Q4. So the mistake people make is say they're going to have they'll have Stripe set up, they'll have Easy Pay Direct, and maybe they'll have Skool or WOP as well. The mistake is using just one for basically everything, and then only using the others as backups. What he recommended is you should aim to have an equal amount going through each of them each month, so that they're constantly just having a similar amount of money going through them. I'll say that again. He said, don't try and have everything going through one and then just have the others as backups if the others don't go through. He recommended having multiple processes and rotating payments through those. So what does that mean in practicality? For me, it means I'm going to have I've got Skool, I'm going to have WOP maybe, I'm going to have Stripe, I can't get Easy Pay Direct because I'm in the UK. I could have Klarna if I was in the US. Have multiple ones. Just don't use PayPal. Do not use PayPal. PayPal are infamous for locking your money up. And then your aim should be to put a similar amount of money through each of those. And what I'm going to be trying to do moving forward is each month when I open the doors for Scale 20, I'm going to open the doors and get people the opportunity to sign up through one of the payment processors only. So let's say in January, I'll get people to sign up through WOP. In February, I'll get people to sign up through my Samcart link. In March, I'll get people to sign up through Skool. That's what I'm going to aim to do, to have a steady amount through each, and that will reduce the risk generally of relying on one payment processor. I wish someone had told me this shit before, and so I'm really happy that I can share this with you guys. But you should be looking to split your payments, spread your payments, so you've got multiple processes just in case you do get your Stripe account banned, because it can happen, and it might happen. Okay.
here's some like technical jargon that you should be aware about. Processor versus a merchant account. Stripe is a payment processor plus an aggregated merchant account. So what that means with Stripe, you don't own your own merchant account. Stripe bundles everything into one big fuck off merchant account. And it's called the aggregated model. So in between, so when someone buys from you and it goes to Stripe, and you know how they hold onto your balance for a week before releasing it to you, it's being held in their big Stripe merchant account, their big holding bundle. And that's not great. That is not ideal. The most effective way to take payments is direct bank transfers to you. And this is fine if you're doing paid in advance, but it's basically impossible if you're doing split payments and if you're doing monthly recurring. That's why these things exist. So this is why Stripe is easy to set up, but it's also why accounts sometimes freeze or hold funds. So it's really easy to set up. They will give people a Stripe account, but they don't do the due diligence to check if you're a verified business. Easy Pay Direct, however, helps you get your own dedicated merchant account. And so what they do is they actually will go and research your business. They will do due diligence because they are actually underwriting you. So they are going to look for consistent revenue that you've done previously. And based on that, they're going to give you a dedicated individual merchant account. Like I said, annoyingly, I can't use Easy Pay Direct. It doesn't work in the UK. Hopefully they're going to have it soon, but who knows? And there just isn't a like option. But if you're in North America, if you're in a country that can use Easy Pay Direct, get that set up, okay? This is going to reduce the risk of shutdowns or fund holds. And they often accept higher risk business models like us, like high ticket coaches, supplement businesses they operate with, and continuity programs use Easy Pay Direct. And that's why it's really good for that. Because coaching and education is considered medium to high risk in payments, with Stripe is the aggregated model. It's fast to set up, but there's a higher chance of sudden reviews, payment holds, account freezes, payout delays. With Stripe, what they do is sometimes if they categorize different types of businesses. So as a coaching business or an education business or a consulting business, you are categorized into a certain category. They will all of a sudden wipe out a category and basically say, nah, we're not releasing funds for this type of category. They fucking take your money. That's why people will have their Stripe accounts banned and hold, because they will take out a category. Not good. So with Easy Pay Direct, you get a merchant account for yourself. You get more upfront approval. It's more stable long term, lower risk of surprise freezes, and it's better for higher monthly volume if you're doing more than 100K a month. Okay, here's my payment stack. So my payment processors. So I'm trying to evenly distribute my payments across Stripe, Skool, and Whop. I don't use Easy Pay Direct. If I could use Klarna as well, I would add Klarna into this. I know some people can use Klarna. If you can get Klarna, that's going to be a great option as well, because then you don't have the risk. It's on the client, which is frankly great. Okay, payment gateways. So I use these to set up subscription payments. You can do this in Stripe directly. I use Samcart. I would have used Thrivecart in hindsight, but I got my new Stripe cart immediately banned when I set up Thrivecart. Samcart is more expensive as you scale, but I look at it as a cost of business, just like my Slack bill, and so I'm cool with it. Custom invoicing and transfers, I use PayFunnels for creating custom invoices. I think you can do this with Stripe. I'm just not used to it, so when I started my business, I started using PayFunnels. My mentor recommended it to me, so I just started using it. And so I use it to send unique invoice amounts, custom checkout links. If I need to do something unique, like a unique split pay, I'll use PayFunnels. Or you can use direct bank transfers. So I use, sometimes I'll use international bank transfers for paid in advances, or for international transfers, I sometimes use Wise as well. Okay, the TLDR on this, because this is a big one. And no one taught me this shit, so I'm glad I could bring this to you. Best model for cash flow to 100K per month, 3 options split pay. Paid in advance, 3-month or 5-month split pay. to get to 50K cash collected. If you want to transition to an MRR model, make sure you've got plenty of cash in the bank to weather the 6 to 9 months. It's going to take, how long it's going to take for you to catch up to stacking cash from the subscriptions. Payment processes, set up multiple processes and try to split payments across them evenly so you prevent those big cash spikes. And set up at least 3 of these, and then you can rotate payments to keep them even through each one. Don't do that thing where you just take everything through one and then you have those others as a backup, because you're just going to trigger the spam. You're going to trigger the flags on those other backups, and you don't want to lose those backups. Okay, this is what I have: Stripe, EasyPay Direct or an equivalent, Affirm, WAP or Klarna. If you can get Affirm or Klarna as those type of like, I can't remember what they're called, but you know what I mean. Okay, that is it. This is, as always, this is part of your implementation. This is your implementation checklist for level 3, but I'm really glad that I could take you through payments and processing, because this is shit that no one taught me. I had to learn this the hard way, and I've just given you on a plate. Right, team, welcome to the One Simple Offer Blueprint Builder. This is something I'm pretty proud of, because, I kind of was like, I wish I could have something that just made it really easy to build my offer and think about how I can structure the various components of it. So I built that into, some of you might be allergic to spreadsheets. I'm one of those people that isn't a massive spreadsheet nerd, but I found that using a spreadsheet was the best way for me to do this. So what I've done is I've set this up. You've got 3 sections to go through. I'm going to walk through them in a second, and then at the end, the idea is that you build out your access stack, so your different offers that you are going to take to the market. And I'm giving you the example that, me. So I did this, I guess this was, 2 years ago, I went through this process for the first time. And what I did was I've left it. I've given you the example of what I did when I kind of like launched the main thing, because I wanted you to see how far my offer has evolved since then. So, okay, let's just go through some offer fundamentals, and just so that you are kind of familiar with some basics. This will be we've talked about some of this stuff, but I want to remind you of this stuff before you build out your offer. So first up, an offer is made up of 5 core components. We've got the product, the promise, the urgency and scarcity, bonuses, and a guarantee. So the product is, have a clear name. It's better than complex, okay? Clear is better than complex. Stay away from things like course and program, and try and make the name of the offer tied to the outcome of it. It's when I first, I'm laughing because obviously mine is scale 20, and hopefully that is as like bloody obvious as possible. Like, scale to your next 20K month. At least made sense for me. And back when I launched this for the first time, I called it Launch, because it was to help get creators launched. So keep the name as close to the outcome as possible. Use the kind of the intellectual property words that we walked through in the Painkiller program: code, system, engine, machine, blueprint, framework, protocol, formula, all that stuff. Okay, promise: a clear outcome, a tangible and objective outcome should be the North Star. So for us, we're business consultants and coaches. The ultimate outcome generally always comes down to money. I'm not sure I can even think of, a specific, it's going to come down to time, money, time and money. It's saving time or increasing money. or reducing expenses, which ultimately results in increasing money. With this, small promises are easier to keep and easier to believe. So that's why my promises scale to the next 20K. Urgency and scarcity. So capping spots and time-bound limited offers promote action and FOMO. So this is why when I launch an offer, I try and keep the doors open for my core client offer, it's like between 72 hours to 5 days. And for a BTC offer, if I'm doing a kind of like a quick promotion, I do it for 48 hours. Because when you announce those 48 hours, that gives people a real incentive to move right now. So I found the shorter the period of time, the better. But obviously, when you're announcing it to your audience, if you're announcing it via email, some people aren't going to read their email until tomorrow. So that's why 48 hours to 72 hours I found as a bit of a sweet spot. And 72 hours for my core client offer is really good. But I tend to typically go for 5 days just because I get a little bit scared, just like anyone, right? Bonuses. Bonuses must be congruent with the core promise. Don't make the mistake of just chucking on a bunch of shit that you've created previously that doesn't help or isn't clearly congruent and aligned with the main thing. So don't just give them a course that you had from 4 years ago, all right? It has to be aligned to and help with them getting to the results. So it could be a tool. It could be, like this, for example, is our Blueprint Builder template. This is a perfect example of to help people get to build their one simple offer. This is an amazing tool to help them alongside the context. So you guys get this. Only people who pay me get this because this is the implementation part of creating one simple offer. Reward fast action and decisions. Okay, so give people an incentive to move fast with bonuses. And some of the best bonuses that I found are things like giving your time. So whether that's like a free 30-minute call, strategy call, whether it's like an added call, added time with you, an audit. It can be some done for you stuff. Anything like that are amazing bonuses. Okay, guarantees. I've tried every guarantee out there. The most important thing is you reward the right behaviors, and they are action-based guarantees. So if you're going to have a guarantee, in my opinion, the best one for most of us is I'm going to get you to XYZ, or I will work with you for free until I do. I'm not a fan of conditional guarantees, where it's like jump through 100 hoops. I think that's a bit shitbag, to be honest. I know there's some big players in the space that do that. And then, of course, when people oh, you only sent 99 DMs yesterday. Well, we said you need to be sending 100 DMs for you to qualify for our conditional guarantee. That is shitbag behavior, in my opinion. So that's the guarantee that I had. And I now have the guarantee of there is no guarantees. And I think once you've reached a point where you've got enough proof, and you're confident enough, moving to that guarantee is solid. You guys should be aware of the definitions by now. We talked about it. So lead, someone we can communicate with in a closed channel, DMs or email. Customer is someone who has paid us money, transacted. Client is someone who we commit time and resources and support to, which is access. An offer is an invitation. It's a wrapper around a product that asks for a change in behavior. A client offer is your core client high ticket promise. And the behind the curtains offer is a low or mid ticket one-time offer. For example, tickets to workshops, bundled trainings that you've created previously. Really, the idea is to give people a sneak peek behind the curtains. Offer laws. Okay, just a few things I've learned over the years. Sell the vacation, not the plane fight. This is about selling futures, not features. So sell where you want, where the person dreams of getting to. Don't sell the journey. So people don't want to know how many, that they've got 100, 300 videos that they're going to watch. Okay. They want to know what the outcomes are, the milestones, and the eventual end point is going to be. Small promises are easier to keep, from James Kemp. It's quite simple. People make the mistake, and I've made this mistake with myself. When I first had my big transformation of my first case study was getting a guide to 30K per month. I went to the market saying, hey, I'll get you to 30K per month. And then most of my audience are like, well, I haven't sold a single thing yet. So the idea of selling, making 30K a month is bewildering. So no, I won't, I'm not going to work with you. I'd be much better off being like, hey, I'm going to help you get your first 5 paying clients. Small promises, easier to keep. So don't make that mistake, the same mistake I did, which is like taking your best case study win and saying to the market, hey, I can help you get this. That is a big common mistake, and it's a mistake that I made. Not giving people a reason to act now. Russell Brunson, if you're not emailing every day, you're leaving money on the table. This is just something I like to remind myself of. I remember reading this in, I think, .com Secrets or Experts at .com Secrets, I think. And it's the idea of the more offers you make, the more money you're going to make. And his was very simple around email marketing, which is you should, every day you don't send an email, you're literally leaving money on the table. And so I like to think about that because in my opinion, there really is no downside to sending more emails. That's something that I've found and I've noticed that the people who are never going to buy from you, they'll just unsubscribe, and that's what you want. You don't want people on your email list who are never going to buy from you. And if people get pissed off with too many emails, then that's just the universe telling them that they're not for you. So yeah, I just try and think about that when it comes to sending emails, and really, especially in promotional periods. I'm just like, I'm going to make sure I send an email every single day. And then on the last couple of days, because I know that the majority of traction is going to happen in the very last 24 to 48 hours of a promo. We're going to go through that in the How to Launch campaign playbook. I really try and make sure that I push to the last minute, and I push maybe 2, even sometimes 3 emails in that final day. Phase the path of your offer for easy consumption, pre-sales and post-sales. This is from Building a Story Brand. Right by my side, Donald Miller. Let your customers see the path ahead. This is why in the offer document, you'll see how we phase it out. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Here's what we're going to do in phase 1. Here's what we're going to do in phase 2. Here's what we're going to do in phase 3. Okay. Right. Let's just walk you through the process. So first up is designing your offer. So this is 7 steps here. So we're just going to spitball some ideas. You're just going to brainstorm some ideas. What's your single outcome promise? What could it be? For me, I'm going to help you get to your next 20K monthly goal, all the way to 7 figures. What's your offer called? What time frame is needed to achieve this outcome? Who is this for? What is the price? What are some potential bonuses? What are some potential action-based guarantees? Just throw some ideas in here, okay? Client success milestones. We're going to flesh this stuff out in the roadmap builder. So this is really just I want you to think like, what are the big milestones for me? You've got our roadmap. So if we go to, we're literally on it. So you can kind of see what our roadmap looks like. This is what I'm talking about. I'm like, what are the milestones? What are the big projects? What are the big kind of milestones that are going to get people along the way? That's what we want here. So what are you going to get done in phase 1? What are you going to get done in phase 2? What are you going to get done in phase 3? If you want to refer to my offer document as well, refer to my offer document. The link will be in... Nope, sorry. The link will be in this one here. Okay, so you can see how I've phased mine. Okay, the offer stack. This is where we are going to, you can see I've got 3 sections here. So as you'll see in my example, that's because for 2 years, I had 3 main offers. I had a free one. So this is my free offer, which is still CreatorLaunch University. So scale. So this is my free scale group, which I spend absolutely no time commenting, managing, or anything. The big lesson here was the less I posted, the more other people posted. And a really interesting takeaway was that when I was posting every day in this, thinking that, and I was like, why isn't anyone else posting? It's because I was putting so much effort into the posts that they just felt like they couldn't outdo me. and their posts would be shit. And so as soon as I stopped posting in my free school group, everyone else started posting. Big lesson there. So this was my free offer. So you can see this was on my access stack. This was my free one. This was then my group offer, my first group offer. You can see my payment plan, the type of delivery, the main objectives, time commitment, how many members I'm aiming for, offer elements, what are the problems that it solves, who is this for, what do they get? And this was just me just being able to flesh out, okay, what are the things that I can talk about in my offer? And then this was the synchronous one-on-one coaching. And so this is where I would do calls once a month. And so you can see same thing, like what do people get? What are the offer elements? What are the problems that get solved? Who is this for? What do they get? Okay. Okay. So this is how you can just flesh out your offer. And then this is going to be the thing that helps you create the offer doc. Let's go. Okay, so you should by now have completed the One Simple Offer Blueprint Builder and the Client Success Milestone. So now let's build this into a roadmap for your clients. And for this, I've given you my roadmap. So this is the roadmap. This is the first version of Scale 20. So I think it's always really interesting to see how things have evolved. So this should look slightly different to the roadmap that you are experiencing now, but pretty much the same. So a lot of it should look the same, but this is it. So I kind of wanted to show you how I did this. So we have what are the skills that you need to help your clients with at every level? What are the trainings that you're going to need? What are the books and the checkpoints? So I did this for level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6. And so you can see how I've done this. And this was, like I said, this is the first version of Scale 20. And this is where I fleshed things out. I was like, okay, what do I need to bring to you guys? This is a really awesome process to go through. This is how you build your roadmap. And eventually, once you've kind of got all of this stuff out, eventually it's a case of refining, testing these out, figuring out what actually do clients need. And then eventually you get to the point where, like where I'm at, where you have a really clear roadmap and it can be really neatly packaged into something like this. So in my first version of Scale 20, I didn't have this because I wasn't super clear on what worked and what didn't. But now I've tested things enough and got data on what worked and what didn't. And so that's why I've been able to build this kind of visual roadmap. You can definitely create a version 1, but this is how to create the roadmap. So just duplicate these levels or do whatever you want. You can just make your own copy here. And then literally just duplicate and then edit. You can rename it, whatever you want, delete this stuff out, and then have your own. It doesn't have to be exactly like mine, but I'd recommend skills, trainings, books, checkpoints, that kind of stuff. Okay, let's do it. Right, the offer doc. Now this is misunderstood. So in my opinion, the offer document, there's nothing magical about it. It purely is just a sales page. And it's a place that allows you to have everything in your offer in one single location. So I think for most people, if you haven't got to 20K per month cash yet, I didn't have an offer document until I'd gone past 20K per month. I was presenting my offer on sales calls. And I think that there was value in doing that. But what I found was creating the offer document was actually an exercise at getting all of everything in my offer into one location. And so I actually want you guys as a mindset of like, okay, this is going to be just me getting my offer into one single place and location. And the ultimate aim is like, you should be able to send this to someone and be able to share who you are, who you help, how you help them, and how much it costs and how to get started. That's really quite simple. So what I've done is I've given you the outline here. So this is the outline of the offer document. So headline, stating the main promise outcome, quick context and some scarcity, aspirational identity fork. This is, do you want to be like this or do you want to be like this? Why this matters, plus a bit of a founder narrative. The goal, so our goal is to help you X without Y. The problem, call out the current market issue, the opportunity or the new model name. Introduce your proprietary paradigm, your signature system. This is really important. These two bits are really important. So firstly, who this isn't for. So calling out specifically who this isn't for, and then who this is for. This is really big when it comes to qualifying out people so you don't get time wasters. The plan. So what are the 3 phases, as we spoke about, as you've built out in the roadmap builder? What we build together, listing the assets, the frameworks and systems. Ideally something that gives people a fast cash sprint, like I've got in the 20K sprint. So giving people a clear idea of how and when they could get their money back. Delivery and support, so how the program operates. Investment, so the price, terms, ROI and framing. The FAQs, answer 5 to 7 common questions. Proof, screenshots, testimonials and case studies, and then the CTA, which is next steps and the deadline and how to apply join. Now, I've created this template, so you can just duplicate this template. You just press here and you'll be able to duplicate it. So if you go down to here, click on that and it'll take you to this and you can duplicate it. So you can see all these sections and just modify them to make them your own. Honestly, a big recommendation, like, don't just copy me. Like, a lot of people see my offer document, and you'll be surprised at how many people, you know, if you operate in a similar area to me, like if your stuff just looks like mine, they probably will know. So I spent an entire day, like 7 hours writing this out, re-scripting this and refining it, taking stuff away. So I've actually spent so much time trying to make this condensed and reduce this. Now, I will modify this probably once a year. I will completely change this, evolve it. And yeah, this is where it's at currently. And it might look different down the line. But this is where I'm at right now. I'm a visual person. So, you know, you'll see people with offer documents with no visuals. I'm a visual person, so I like putting some visuals in. We've got all of our kind of like proof down here, which is really cool. So there's nothing magical about this. One thing I will say is it doesn't necessarily matter where you host your offer document on. Mine is on Notion. I flicked between Notion and Gamma. I stopped using Gamma because I had a terminal error with the sharing link. So I used to be able to share it. So I used to be able to share this, but now all of a sudden, like it just suddenly, like it wouldn't allow me to share it. And then this to me, this link, the link, which is up here, was in all of my automations. It was in all of my emails. And so when people went and clicked this link, they couldn't open the document. That was really annoying. And so it was terminal. And I was like, okay, I'm moving off Gamma. So I used it for about a year, but then the issue of this bugged me out. So with Notion, you can, like, I've created my own URL, and you can change it, modify it. And this is, do not duplicate as a template. Okay, so that was a mistake. So make sure you don't have that. Okay, so right, so you should be good. And so this is like my live doc, and it means that, like, because this link is the same, if people have triggered my inbound DM flow through ManyChat, I can update this document however I want. It'll update, and if they click the link, they will get the brand new, the most up-to-date version. So yeah, I'm back to Notion. I like it. I think it looks clean, but you can do it on Google Docs. You can do it on Gamma. Just be aware of the thing with Gamma. I think you can, like, I just had issues with publishing and turning it into a website like Notion. So I just kind of I was like, okay, fuck this. And so I'm back on Notion now. But just be aware of that. Make sure to test your links. This is something that you need to do. I've been burnt countless times. So when you go live, just make sure you test these out, and you'll be good to go. Okay. Okay, so you have an offer. You're going to need to promote it to let people know about it. So this is how we're going to do it. Right, so this is the simplified playbook on how to structure promoting an offer or launching one for the first time. Anytime I have something, whether it's a new lead magnet, whether it's a new BTC offer, whether it's a new core client offer, or basically every month, you'll see how I promote on the same kind of rhythm and sequence. Right, so the big idea here, every launch or promotion is just an experiment, okay? So just detach from the outcome, just bless and let go. You need to come at this like a scientist. You have a hypothesis, you got an idea, you try it out, you try that shit out, you launch it, you get the results, you see what happened, and then you just analyze and adjust, and you just keep on going. So don't think about launching as this big, like, oh, I've got this goal and I know this is going to happen. It's like, hey, I've got an idea. Let's put it out into the market. Let's see what happens, and then refine and go again. Okay. It just takes away the pressure. And that's the most important thing. You just need to get stuff out there into your market. Right. So what is a launch or a promotion? It's a marketing campaign. It's a marketing campaign period for any offer. All right. Types of offers, 3 main types of offers: lead magnet offers, which are free; behind the curtains offers, which are the customer offers, kind of like low to mid ticket. For me, it's either seats to a private workshop or bundled resources; and the core client offer, aka your main offer, your signature offer. 3 types of offers. Okay. So we're not going to overcomplicate this. Here's the launch cycle. So right now with Scale 20, I basically have a launch period once per month to promote basically to get an ass off the fence moment by using scarcity and urgency. So limited spots and limited time to get people to take action. And then once per month, this is where I'm aiming to get to. I'm building this out. 1 workshop behind the curtains offer per month, or a bundle of products. So a 48-hour open promo I found works best. Like I said previously, 48 hours is the kind of perfect amount of time where if someone doesn't see the offer today, they'll see it tomorrow. And it's enough, if it's a short enough time to be like, oh, if I don't do this now, I've seen this offer now, I might forget tomorrow, so I'm going to get this done now. So for behind the curtains offers, I find a 48-hour promo works best, usually over the weekend. I just do it over the weekend. So this is the offer cycle that I currently do. So I don't want you to look at this and be like, oh my God, this looks complicated, because ultimately this is you'll see this is really simple. We have a tee up stage, which is the TU stage in purple. We've got the pre-launch stage, which I only run for the core client offer. The launch stage, which is when the doors are open. The last call stage, where the doors are about to close. And then the post-launch stage, which is where we do the review. So you can see I do this for my BTC workshop is the first 2 weeks of the month. So this is a whole month. The first 2 weeks of the month, I'll promote the BTC offer. And then the last 2 weeks of the month, I'll do the core client offer. Generally speaking, this is what I do. So the launch mindset. Once per month is a good cadence to run a promotion of some kind. Aiming for some sort of promo every month, cadence with a ballpark 2-week promotional period. But there are no hard or fast rules, okay? Apart from, I've tested this out. I've found that promoting for less than 7 days isn't optimal because it doesn't give people enough of a heads up. So especially if you're doing something live, my sweet spot is 10 days. So at 10 days, 14 days max, but 10 days is the kind of sweet spot. Giving people a heads up, hey, I'm doing this thing in 10 days time. But the key to this, if you're doing it live, I always allow, generally, have been some exceptions, but generally I've said if you can't come there live, you can get a ticket and get the recording sent to you. So you don't have to be there live. That helps people, that massively helps reduce the friction, because people will just use it as an excuse. If it's like, oh, I'm busy, they'll look at their calendar, they'll be like, oh shit, I can't come to that, I'm busy on that day. They'll just won't do it. So if you give them and you're really upfront about it, and I'll show you how I do it in my landing pages. I literally have it as my first thing in the landing page copy. Don't miss out. If you can't make it live, you can still get a ticket, and the recording playbooks and bonuses will be in your email inbox the next day. I make sure to have this front and center. So this is the first thing that people read when they see my offers. So yeah, this is, by the way, this is the landing page for my most successful workshop to date. So this gave me an additional $5,000 in additional cash for a session that I was already running for you guys, which is super cool. I think that's amazing. The mindset that I have with these now is like, this is my like luxury fund money. So every month I'll do this so that it can pay for my Porsche and the other stuff that I love doing. So I'd recommend having that kind of mindset. Like have a goal, like a financial like kind of thing, whether it's a car payment, whether it's a holiday, have it as like, this is going to be my like fund money. And look, if you get 10 guests at $100, that's an extra $1,000. That's sick. You're getting paid to deliver the stuff that you're already delivering for your clients, and having a way to speak to really hot leads in your pipeline. Amazing. So don't be afraid of doing these. These are amazing. It just hasn't been a focus for me over the past year. So I've been doing less of these because I've been focused on building the best thing for you guys. But I've now built that, so I'm going to be really open about sharing that. Excuse me. Okay, and remember, every launch is just an experiment. Detach from the outcome, bless, and let go of the outcome. Okay, the presumptive close. Just assume that the people in your audience want what you're selling. Okay, so it's true for people that it's true for, and it's irrelevant for the people that it's not. So just presume that it is what the people in your audience want. If it's not relevant for them, they just won't open the emails, and that's fine. It's cool. That's cool. Super important. Push to the last minute. Like a really big chunk of your sales for launches will come in the last 48 to 24 hours. And in fact, on the last day. Most sales will come in the final third of the launch stage and in the like last call stage. So I always make sure to have a final, like a last call email that goes out. Okay, urgency angles. These are urgency angles that have worked really well for me. New product launch, so beta case study group spots, founding member spots, product update or relaunch. So that's why when I relaunched Scale 20, I'm very vocal about it being a full launch. Limited spots, limited time exclusive bonuses. So the first 5 get maybe a free call with me, get a free audit from me, get some done for you services done for free, whatever it could be. Price rise is a really, really good lever to use. I don't use it more than 4 times per year. I generally aim for quarterly, circa 2%, and use that as a way to get people to take action. Works really well. Closing enrollments for client delivery focus, just being open and just saying like, hey, I'm not taking on clients for the next 2 months to focus on delivery. So just be aware, if you don't do this now, you're not going to be able to work with me for another like couple of months. Get used to repetition. Don't fix what ain't broke. This is with your marketing, with your content. Get used to being bored of the stuff that you talk about, because that is what makes you the expert. Experts have depth on a few small domains. And so get bored of saying the same things over and over and over. Go watch this guy's YouTube channel, Building a Story Brand, Donald Miller. He talks about the same shit, literally his story brand formula and how important, and the same stuff. What's his face? Debt Snowball guy. Dave Ramsey. The same stuff. Every time someone gets on a call, how much debt are you in? What's the largest debt? What's the smallest debt? What's your annual income? He's been doing that shit for like 30 years. He just asked the same 4 questions. That's why he's the GOAT. The selling, by the way, is done pre-launch. The pitching is done during the launch stage. So my recommendation with this is like, when it comes to launching, you want to send very short emails that are really like just getting people to take the next step, whether that's booking a call with you or actually just buying from you or DMing you. You want the emails when you open the doors to be short and sharp, not really long ones. You want the long ones to be in the tee up stage and the pre-launch stage. The pitching, the getting people to the next step, is done in the launch stage. Okay, so you can just literally use our workshop wizard to create your own copy, your own landing pages. It works bloody well, and it's been engineered with my highest performing landing pages. That will help you brainstorm some ideas and then give you some copy for you to just like do this straight out the gate. Okay, launch stages. So typically the tee up stage for me, there's, like I said, no hard or fast rules. I'm not like, it changes every time for me, between 3 to 6 days of like teeing up. And this is making people aware of the problems, headaches, and the pain your problem solves. So I want you to think about the idea that we talked about with Sabri Subi, talking about the kicking the bruised knee. I want you in that tee up stage to be kicking the bruised knee of your perfect future client. What are the pains? What are the problems like, and how does that manifest? What are the emotions associated with it? How do they feel frustrated about those different pains? Like, kick that bruised knee during the tee up stage. The pre-launch stage, you want to bring awareness and hype to your product as the solution to those headaches. So these are going to be your painkiller headaches. Also your painkiller, the headaches that your painkillers solve. Then in the pre-launch stage, you're going to be talking about the painkillers themselves. What are the painkillers? How do you solve those problems? Typically in one launch, I'll talk about just one pain and one painkiller. So one launch will just be one pain, one painkiller. And then that means every month I can have a different pain and painkiller to rotate through so that my messaging doesn't sound the same each time. And so if you do that, like if you've got 8 painkillers, you're rotating through every 3 months and people are going to forget, and you can give different angles. So just that's how I would do it every month, is like one painkiller, one pain, one painkiller. Launch stage, like I said, I typically, my best is keeping the doors open so people can take the step to either join me and work with me. Between 72 hours to 5 days is for my core client offer, and 48 hours for a BTC offer to get people off the fence. What I do for a workshop though is I sell tickets for the full week ahead of the workshop. So I open the door and I give them the link to buy the tickets for a full week. Last call stage. So the goal here is to squeeze FOMO and urgency. Most sales are going to come in this final stage as people don't want to miss out. Use urgency and scarcity through pricing and units. And then the post-launch stage, this is where you're going to review what happened. This is where you're going to look at the experiment and say, hey, what the hell happened here? How do we do? What did we learn? And what can we do next time? So this is kind of like the general launch timeline. So my recommendations is make sure the best times to like open the door is going to be when most people are at their laptops working. And most people are, or they're going to be working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursdays, like that's when I kind of like open the doors. And then I get people to like take action Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then, typically like, depending on how, like that's generally how I'll do it. And I'll have the doors open for about, again, it varies. Typically it's like 5 days. That's kind of like the sweet spot that I found. 72 hours to 5 days. You just need to test this stuff out yourself. Okay, launch content. I try to stick to this sequence of posts when promoting over the launch of a week. Each week, no matter what stage, the intention is to have one email that has one of these one ideas for the post. So we're going to have one problem. So one post, the first post is going to be talking about the problem. The second post, the email or the post is going to be about proof. The third is going to be the plan. The fourth is going to be principles. The fifth is going to be the proposition. Here's what we're going to do to get you to the promise. And I structure each post simply like this. The 1-1-1 framework, one big idea. So ideally a belief shifting statement or hot take. So something that could be controversial to what is normal in your market. One story, help the reader conceptualize the big idea with one story. And then one action. So just a simple next step for the reader viewer to make. In the tee up stage, generally speaking, that's me sending people to my long form content to get more depth and understanding around that topic. So super simple. This is how I structure an email. State the core insight, the lesson, belief shift, or hot take in 1 to 2 sentences. What is that one big idea? We'll change that to one big idea. One story, tell a quick anecdote. So whether it's your life, a client. So for me, I always go to my my Be Proud folder on my phone with all of my screenshots of all my client wins, anything that I'm doing in real time. And usually every single time I get a client win, I take a screenshot and add it to that folder immediately. And that is the fuel that I use to do these types of stories. I just go back to that folder. And in the last week, I'm like, okay, who had this win? And then I use that and I wrangle that into the story and tie it back to the big idea. Hey, this person was struggling with this. Look what happened when they overcame this. 3 to 5 sentences, doesn't have to be huge. And then give one action. So give the reader a simple next step. It could be a mindset shift in the tee up stage, a question to reflect on in the tee up stage. It could be a link to a workshop or a video. So in the pre-launch or launch stage, or a soft CTA to your program, which could be to your offer document, or to your one simple video sales letter. Right, and then the launch review. So I want you to look back and say, okay, what were the inputs that I made in this launch? How many posts did I make? How many emails did I send? How many posts did I talk about on my main primary social channel? I've tested a bunch of these where I only do a promotion on email, and then I don't do any posts on my social, or I don't do any posts on my YouTube, and I'm testing all these things out. And then it's like, you just go. I always talk about this idea of like, you want, when you're open, the idea of like, you want everyone knowing that you're open. So all social channels, all like on email, you want everyone to know that during these few days, you've got the neon sign lit on and you are open for business. So how much content did we make? What was the overview? What went well? Just some ideas on like what went well during this launch. What didn't go so well? What would you have liked to have happened, but it didn't happen? And then the results, what actually happened. If you used a wait list, I've stopped using wait lists now. Everyone is just on my email list. So I just send it out to my email list. How many units did you sell? How much cash was generated? How much revenue was generated? And how much cash was collected? Super, super simple. So this is how I simp about launches, very, very simply. Don't overcomplicate this. Generally speaking, if you can promote something for a week ahead of time and follow this sequence during the week of posts, you're going to be in a really good position. Let's crush it. Right, team. So Nave asked me a question the other day about renewals. How do I do renewals? Because he had some clients that are coming up for renewal. And the truth is that I've only just finally landed on how I'm going to do things. And this has been because I've had multiple stages in the Scale 20 journey when we had an initial founding member base who joined and they got preferential founding member pricing. And I'm going to go through that stuff with you now, but I've kind of feel like I've landed on what I've landed on, and I can kind of give you some recommendations. There is some bird here that just makes this crescendo screech. I don't know if you can hear it. Anyway, hopefully Loom removes it because it is annoying as hell. Anyway, renewals and extensions. So the key here was actually, it's all about the mindset, right? So the mistake that people make when it comes to renewals is that they focus on the stuff that they've completed with a client rather than what's to come. Your clients churn when they run out of future with you. So remember, we are in the game of selling futures, not features. And so this is why we have a really clear journey. one of the things I'm going to be working on this year is how do we make this journey even more tangible for you guys? How can we reward you hitting these milestones? How can we gamify it? How can we make it more fun and engaging? How can we make it easier for you to track through, like in the CreatorLaunch app? So this is a big part of how, we want you to stay around until you hit this number, if that's where you want to get to. And so it's up to us to provide an environment that inspires you to stay around, and you feel confident that if you stay around, that you'll get there. We had five crewmates do it last year, which is basically pretty good in the first year of doing this. So more to come this year. Okay, so my renewal offers. This is how it worked. When I first launched Scale 20 in September 2024, I went to the market and said, hey, if you join, the first 77 members are going to get founding member pricing. It took 9-ish months to fill up those 77 spots, so those founding member spots. So every month, I'd go out to my audience and say, hey, I've still got, still got however many spots left of founding members. You're going to get preferential pricing. And that's what I did. And this was basically the pricing model that I did. So the offer was their initial period for founding members was either, the initial period was initially 12 months. I've now extended that to 14 months. But initially for founding members, it was 6,500 paid in advance, or 3 times 2,750, which equals 8,250 as a split pay, or a seven-part split pay at $1,400, which was $9,800. I would not recommend a 7 times split pay. I'd recommend a paid in advance, a 3 or a 5. That's what I did for the majority of my time. At the end, I added in the 7, and in hindsight, I would have stuck with the 5. Reduces the risk for you, and generally, it's going to be feasible. I then offered the extension offer to founding members. So if you're below the number 77, you're a founding member, and to reward their faith and the risk that they took, I offer them a unique founding members extension offer past their initial month. So it was $5,000 paid in advance for another 12 months, $500 per month subscription, and can cancel any time. Then non-founding members, so the initial period for non-founding members is either, at the time of writing, is $20,000 paid in advance or $1,800 per month for 14 months. Really simple extension offer, $1,800 per month, and can cancel any time. Now, I've included our offboarding protocol and process, so you can see this here. I will let you study this. I'm not going to go through this, so I'll give you the playbook to be able to study this. To see how we do this, but I wanted to show you the main communication is a 7 days prior to graduation. We send this email out via Airtable automations. It's a renewal automation. So, hey, popping in to discuss your time, discuss your end time at Scale 20 and invite you to stick around and continue being a proud member of the crew. As you know, my intention is to help you hit your freedom number, and typically that journey takes between 12 to 36 months. It was a 3-year journey for me, and when I first started helping creators, your final day at Scale 20 is the date. So when you do this in Airtable, right, I've just got Airtable up. So when you do this in Airtable, that you can add in fields here. End date formatted, so you can just add in different fields to the email. So that's how we do it there. So as your time in the crew is coming to an end, you've got 3 options. Option 1, get an annual extender pass to Scale 20 for an additional 12 months. This is your preferred option. We'd love to help continuing you towards your next goals. You can extend your time with us here. This is a link to the checkout page, which has both the paid and advanced option and the cancel any time option once it loads. So this is going to be for founding members. So once the founding members all founding members have completed their first 12 months, this will change the email, because this will become void at that point. So we will change this up, and we will remove that link, because what we have is that now members are paying either $1,800 per month, or they've already paid in advance. We're going to need to set up 2 automations, one for people who have paid in advance for their initial year, and then the other is just a reminder that they can continue paying, and they can just cancel any time as long as they give us 7 days notice once they've finished their initial period of 14 months. Then you'll be officially offboarded if they choose not to. So they just need to let us know. So we just ask them to let us know in a private Slack channel what they're going to do. And then we know what's going to happen. And then we, depending on what they choose, this is going to be the offboarding process that we go through, which I mean, data gets archived or whatever, all of the different things, removal of access, that kind of stuff. So yeah, hopefully that is some clarity on renewal, keeping it really super simple. And we've automated that process now. So this is why we've made it really important, really key that we get the correct email address for all of you guys during the onboarding phase. So we make a really important note that your primary inbox email is the one that we have on file, so that you get our communications and emails like this. Okay, renewals and extensions. Okay, team, by this point, you've got a clear idea on your transformational core client, one simple offer. This is that majestic beast that you're going to ride to 7 figures per year. But we've just done the easy part, right? Now you've actually got to go and help get your clients that transformation. Now, unfortunately, the online education space has been operating over the past 5 years with this idea that all you have to do is write a bunch of Google Docs, record yourself reading them out, and there you go. You got yourself a high-ticket education offer. Now, that is an education. That is bullshit. Now, I've been in online education for over a decade from when I was a dentist, but I even found out recently that the word doctor in Latin means to teach. So technically, because I'm allowed to legally call myself a doctor, I'm absolutely going to claim that I'm qualified to talk about this shit. So in this section, we're going to be covering the absolute fundamentals of world-class delivery. Now, keep in mind that this is just the basics to get you started. If you really want to experience the reality of world-class delivery, you're going to have to join us in Scale 20. So if you like the invite to join us and to help you implement the other 11/12 of our growth infrastructure, hit me with a DM on Instagram with 77. I'm going to send you the details. Now, please keep in mind, I only work with folks making at least 10K per month with an existing business education offer. Okay. In this section, I'm sharing with you my exact onboarding system for frictionless enrollment, the platforms that I'd recommend you use to deliver your services, my simple 5-page playbook formula, how to run banger group sessions that your clients love, and I'm sharing with you the exact playbook of how you can create an AI version of yourself that your clients can have access to 24/7 in their pockets without needing your time. I think that's sick. It's worked really well for us. Let's get to work. A super common question that I get asked is, what platform should I use to host my community and my resources? And this is actually important. It's important. I have evolved which platforms I use over time. And so I just want to share with you like the benefits, the disadvantages to each one's, and the recommendations that I have for what I would consider if you're in certain circumstances. So let's talk about community. I look at two things. I look at there being a community platform. So this is where you can have a community, people can interact, they can have conversations with each other. It can be in a chat-based format or a kind of thread-based format, channel-based format, I guess. And so the ones that I've used, I have used WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, and Slack for communities. And so here's kind of like where I'd recommend. So when you're starting out, in my opinion, free like options like WhatsApp and Telegram are really great straight up options for if you've got less than 100 members. It can be really good for that, especially less than like 50. WhatsApp and Telegram are going to work great. So these work great for like high touch small groups, cohorts, short programs. And if you pair with like either Skool or Notion as the structured resource hub, avoid Telegram and WhatsApp for big communities. In my opinion, it can get really tough. That's what I found. And then we'll talk about kind of like all-in-one platforms that are, in my opinion, better for that. But like otherwise with like WhatsApp and Telegram chats, it could just be like, hundreds of chats a day, and it can just be overwhelming for people. That's really why I like kind of places like Discord and Slack, which have different channels where you can separate conversations out rather than everything being in one thread. Telegram's like free. It's less mainstream than WhatsApp, but it's good for like techie types. Discord, free and paid, gamer types. It can be it can be overwhelming for like older people, Discord, especially with the sound and notifications, all the colors. It can just be like, what the fuck? I definitely hate Discord. I used it a lot, and I built communities on Discord, and so yeah, wasn't a fan of it. But it can be a free option, so yeah, just be aware. Slack, so pay per member. It gets expensive quick for large groups. It's good for kind of like corporate exec. I like it because I'm familiar with it, and I think it feels like it's got more of a premium feel to it. And the way I'll tell you a little story. When I was in California, you may have heard me talk about this, but I was complaining to a guy called Sam, who is a business coach to farmers in Australia. And I was like, oh, mate, my Slack bill's getting expensive now. It's like $1,000 a month. And he was like, mate, my Slack bill's $80,000 a month. And so he's a multi 8-figure education business owner. And so he was like, look, I just see it as a cost of business. And I think like when that's like your main communication channel, that made me reframe things like my Samcart payments, which are pretty expensive, and my Slack bills. I'm like, hey, this is just a cost of business. I run a pretty high profit, lean business. I'm just going to soak up the cost. So that's just where I'm at for that. So if someone's willing to pay 80 grand a month onto their Slack bill, fuck yeah, I'll pay a couple of grand. Okay, so all-in-one platforms and resource hub. So I right now have my resources all in Skool. I made the decision to put them in Skool purely because I wanted to ride the wave of Alex Hormozi's announcement in his investment in Skool 2 years ago. I was actually going to go with Circle. That was my preference, but I was like, screw it, I'm just going to ride the wave. And to be honest, it's worked out really well because I used my affiliate code I had one video that went over 1,000, I think about over 100,000 views about Alex Hormozi's investment. I used my affiliate link in that video, and now I get over $1,000 a month in just affiliate commissions from that link. And so my Skool fees essentially pay for my Slack fees. So I got lucky. But I was going to go with Circle. I just thought it was a more well-rounded, professional, polished experience. I feel Skool's got that kind of like that low ticket vibe to it a little bit. And so it's easy for me to use. I really like how simple it is. It works very well. But Circle's a good shout. Facebook group, so it's free. That's a benefit. So you have to monetize via an external checkout or a paid group. The cool thing with Skool is that you can take payments through the Skool platform, which means you can have another payment processor, which can be handy. And I also use it for my BTC offers. So in my free group, I have my BTC offers. So this, and this are purchasable for $295. So you just can't see it, but they would be locked for people who haven't bought them. So there'll be a lock and it'll say buy this for $295. And I get like maybe, I don't promote these, and I get maybe one purchase every week or two. But I will be promoting them more frequently moving forward. So Facebook groups can be good for kind of like older groups. Skool is good because I can have like free and paid all in one. Circle is a good option, a great Skool option. Mighty Networks, we have a bunch of the crew who are Mighty Networks, works really well. I'm not a fan of Kajabi and I'm not a fan of GHL. Just going to put that out there. So my recommendations are have a community platform, either WhatsApp or Telegram if it's kind of small or even moderate size, and then a resource hub, either Skool or Circle or Mighty Networks are my favorites. And you can, if you have an older or a non-techie Perfect Future client, you can have the group be in a Facebook group. So that is an option there. So those are my recommendations. Hopefully it's keeping it quite simple for you. I truly believe that everything that you can dream of having is at the end of becoming world-class. And what do I mean by being world-class? I mean aiming to be the best in the world. Let me tell you a story about why I consider experience to be so important. The first mentor that I worked with in the online business space was about 2.5 years ago. And what this guy had done, he was a pretty young guy. All he had done was he had taken Sam Ovens consulting.com, or was it Consulting Accelerator? It was either Consulting Accelerator, and then I think this guy turned it and he created this thing called a consulting blueprint. And he just basically just copied and pasted everything that Sam Ovens had done. The problem is that, in my opinion, Sam Ovens wasn't a world-class experience person. He was delivering all of his trainings through just Google Documents. And that's what spawned a lot of copycats in the online education space, where the people just think it's like, okay, I'm just going to just basically have a Google document, and I'm going to read through this like block of text and call that education. And there was no architecture, there was no structure, there was no like actual experience around it. It was just, here's the information. And I think that's like when people talk about like the info space, that's where there's the info space and then there's the education space. Education isn't about just giving information. It's about what we're going to talk about here. So we're going to talk about the core pillars of world-class client experience: expectation, navigation, momentum, delivery, and celebration. Very different to just a fucking Google Doc, okay? So we're going to be talking about how to reduce friction, make every interaction feel effortless, how to create emotional safety so clients feel seen, supported, and committed, how to engineer momentum so they stay in motion and achieve transformations, and then the experience flywheel that makes clients naturally refer, renew, and rave about you to their mates. So the big idea here is that there are 5 C's of world-class experience. There is clarity, which is helping your clients know what is the next one thing to focus on and what the road ahead looks like. There is certainty, then that is the transference of belief that you need to give to your clients that they are on the track. And if they follow the path that you're going to provide for them, they will get the transformation that they've paid you for. There is connection, and that is like truly feel connected to both you as the kind of leader and also to the process. There is consistency, which is maintaining engagement. And this is a really important one. There is the celebration of milestones along the way and at the end, and just celebration in general and making sure that people feel good about making progress. So the definitions here, let's just get aligned on this. The experience architecture. So this is how you design the flow a client moves through intentionally. So things like roadmaps, playbooks, checklists. There's the emotional touch points. So moments where the client needs reassurance, clarity, or belief. This could be onboarding calls, game plan calls, audits. This isn't a spoiler, but like the time where your clients need the most emotional support is going to be in the first phase that you start working with them. This is where people are going to have that feeling of overwhelm, where you're going to have to remind them that that's normal, and you're going to need to support them during that first phase. Momentum makers, structures that keep clients moving. So these could be masterclasses, workshops, office hour meetings, assignments, Q&As, check-ins, templates, all that good stuff. So this is the experience flywheel. Kind of looks like the mastery cycle, but this is what it looks like. So we've got onboarding, which is making sure that at all points during onboarding, they know what their next one step is. So I make sure that every step in the onboarding journey, I'm just giving them like, here's the next thing to expect. There's orientation. That's talking about expectations. This is so important. I'll remind you guys about how, Alex, I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a second. We've got orientation, which is setting expectations. We've got early wins, which is about getting that momentum. We've got the mastery support, which is helping them with maintaining engagement on their cycle of going through the mastery cycle. We've got celebration, which is really making them feel seen and like celebrated. Then there's advocacy. This is them like raving and referring you to the people that they know. This is the ultimate aim. So one thing I want to like say with onboarding is this idea of drip, don't drown. So I think in the couple of videos time, you're going to have our onboarding system that we've refined over like 2.5 years now, and you'll see exactly how we do it. Drip, don't drown. So don't just flood them with all this shit. This is exactly why I set things up very specifically where everything is gated. Really important. So first step, personalized post-purchased DM video welcome. If possible, if you've got a DM channel with the person that's just bought from you, sending them a personalized video saying, hey, I'm ready to go, really excited to work with you. Here's the next one step to expect. It doesn't get better than that. It's so important. Welcome video. Here's what to expect next. Post-purchase page, welcome page, and a post-purchase DM. Start here roadmap, so welcome email, and then the start here module or level. So that's why I've got the start here level, which is like, this is just what to expect. These are all the expectations we're going to set. This is where we're going to start. 7-day new client email sequence. So this is daily touch points. We'll get to this in a second. The onboarding workshop, so the call and the invite, like make sure they've got the call and the invite. And then calendar of live calls, make sure that I use ad events so that you guys can add this into your calendar. There's a demo. If you click on here, you'll get sent to the demo. And then, of course, intro to the team members so they know who team members are. This is really important that they know who the team members are. And I'll do this typically in a video format so they're aware of who the team members are. Okay, so we have emotional touch points. Everything worth doing is hard, and the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. More for you. Validate that they made an incredible decision during onboarding, okay? So the congrats on betting yourself reminder. You've done exactly what most people never do. Commit to a better future. The you're exactly where you need to be message. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Empires weren't built in a month or a day or a week. The normalizing struggle response. Okay, overwhelm is the best sign you'll ever get that you're actually outside of your comfort zone and actually leveling up. Here's the next best step redirect. Keep me clear what the next one step is. It needs for them to be during the first 7 to 14 days. The you're closer than you think reframe. So the leverage trap is all the signs that are screaming at you to stop. I talk about this a lot because you're all going to go through it. So momentum makers. So this is going to be things like our weekly wins form, keeping things really short and lightweight. So we're going to highlight the link between winning and engaged check-ins. So Monday wins is active feedback where you guys need to give feedback. Wins first and don't miss 2 in a row is the kind of like the reminder that I give for you guys, and that comes from Atomic Habits. When you're trying to have install a new habit, just don't miss 2 in a row. So Monday wins, that's the Monday wins. Then we've got progress dashboards. That's where we've got our performance portal for you guys, so you can see your numbers, visualize your progress. We've got checkpoint assessments. So this is where we do the audits, flywheel audits every quarter. And then we have our micro checkpoints, which are our POSI levels, and self audits, which are like, okay, how hard are you playing the game right now? So that you are like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of like, don't feel like I'm doing a great job down here. So let's focus on increasing how well we're playing the game over the next next sprint cycle. Do this next one thing focuses. So little mini audits where we can go through with a quick like, okay, I feel like I'm doing okay here, not doing great here. And then this is what allows us to get onto the roadmap of like, okay, now we're going to focus on this. Celebration rituals. So celebrating the journey. This is why we have this broken up into the colors of the rainbow. And we talk about wins. I make sure that, so Ed shares the wins from you guys, like every time you level up, shouts you guys out in the Scale School. And client momentum wins. So we've got the Cha-Ching channel, we've got the wins channel, and just milestone wins. Super important that we're sharing this stuff. And then you help like sharing the wins of your clients. So spotlighting wins. When clients have big wins, sharing that either to your audience or to your community, and like showcasing how your crew are winning. And then physical tokens. This is something that we've been in. Took me like a year to basically scope out, and we finally got them. Okay, so you lead by example, and you lead by like making sure that your clients are supported along the way. Those are the tools that I use. The 5 C's are the tools that I use to keep you guys on track, engaged, confident, connected, and consistent. And most importantly, clear. Okay, smashed. Okay, team, onboarding principles. We're going to talk about the most important and critical phase of the client journey, which is the onboarding phase. It is what will determine the lifetime value of your clients. And I didn't learn that from anywhere. Well, I didn't learn it myself. I learned it from this guy. So a few years ago, I was listening to one of Alex Hormozi's podcasts on the game, and he was talking about the importance of the first week of the client experience. And that typically what happens is most businesses, they'll have maybe one touch point on the first day and then maybe one a week later. And he was like, what they were doing at Gym Launch, which was they were making sure that there was a touch point, a kind of a check-in with the client every single day of the first week of onboarding. And that had a massive impact to the lifetime value of their clients. And this is really simple, right? Like this is about clients are making a big decision by working with you, and they want to feel like they've made the right decision. And so in the first kind of 24 to 48 hours, some clients are going to be having like that, not decision regret, but they'll be having that kind of like, did I make the right choice? And the truth is, I've never experienced that. Whenever I've made an investment, it's always been really exciting for me, and I'm sure for most of you that's the same. But what we want to do is we want to just nail in and validate for our clients that they made the right decision. Now, I'm not saying that you have to have a physical touch point, say like a call or a DM with your clients. I'm going to show you how I've automated it, so it's a bit more subtle, and it's more manageable and automated. I mean, you guys will have gone through this yourself. So I've been testing this out for the past few months, really happy with how it's working. And so I'm happy to give this to you guys now as the system that we've decided to use. I just want to talk to you guys about some onboarding principles though, because this is really important when thinking about the whole system in itself. So what we really want to do is we want to just make it clear to the client at every stage, here is the next one step to expect, okay? And this is the time where you are going to hold their hand through this phase, this onboarding phase. We call it the orientation phase now, because that's really what it's about. It's about understanding where things are, where they're located, where to find things, how to ask for help, whatever it is, orientating the client to what to expect with working with you. Really important, keep it simple. And this goes on to this idea, which is drip, don't drown. What you don't want to do is you don't want to flood your clients with all of this information all at once. This is an incredibly important reason why we have gated all of our resources, so that you have to submit proof of skill implementations for us to give you the access to the next step. Because we know, and I know from personal experience and experience of others, when you give them everything, when you give people just everything all in one go, it's all of a sudden you are in this giant fucking library and you've got all of these books around and you're looking around being like, kind of scanning and reading a couple of different titles, being like, I've read that, I kind of read that. I remember I've read the first couple of chapters of that, didn't finish it. Shut up. And yeah, then it's like, that's the gateway to overwhelm. So what we want to do is we want to mitigate and reduce the risk of overwhelm by dripping, not drowning with stuff. So that's why this automation that we're going to show you, the email automation that we've got, is really clutch for our clients. Next up, we've got setting clear expectations for the onboarding phase. So this is where you're going to set the expectations about what to expect, what are the next steps. So we're going to do this on the post-purchase page. So this is the Notion post-purchase page that you would have seen. We have it on Notion, so it's easy to amend and add stuff and change every now and again. We've then got the welcome email, which is the first email of the welcome sequence. And then we've got the first 14 days welcome sequence, which we'll show you. Then again, big lesson from Alex Hormozy. He was like, look, people try and like exceed expectations for their clients, when in reality, all you need to do is just meet their expectations. If I can give you one takeaway from this video, it's your job isn't to exceed people's expectations. It's to just deliver on the promise that you made and meet the expectation that your clients have, which Hormozy said most people don't do. They fail or they fall short on just even meeting the expectations. So keep that in mind. So we're going to have a 7-day check-in via DMs, 14-day and 30-day. So that's in the kind of like the personal touch type of realm. So just checking in, making sure that they're okay. And that's going to be really lightweight. And it's all about making sure that they're clear on, do they know the next one step that they need to take? Okay, so onboarding calls. So generally my recommendation and the way we do it is we have our group onboarding workshop. And depending on if there's people who are in APAC, we'll have 2 different ones, either 1 week. But what we want is we want it within the first 7 days, ideally, definitely within the first 14 days. What we do is we create a calendar invite. So in my calendar, and then we send calendar invitations for that invite to make sure that the clients have accepted that invite and they are really clear that they are expected to be on this fucking call. And really important to remind them, not just automatically, like, through the calendar reminders, remind them, send them a DM, get your team to send them a DM, and remind them that they've got the onboarding call tomorrow and at what time. Then when it comes to game plan calls and audits, so you can either do this synchronously or asynchronously. So you can have a call with people to create a game plan, or you could just take their information and do an audit, and give that to clients in a on-demand type of thing, on-demand video for them to watch. So the key with this is I've tested this out I've tested doing these within the first couple of weeks of starting with a client, and within allowing you guys to just choose when you want this, if you want this. So a lot of you guys don't even, by the time you've got full context, you're so clear on the game plan that you don't need my advice, which is really cool. And frankly, that's got to be the ultimate outcome, right? They shouldn't need you. You shouldn't need me to necessarily go like back and forth. It should really be like an optional, if kind of not a last resort, but like if you need to ask some questions about what to do and some decisions to make once you've got full context. I found that this has been best. This is why we do it at the end of the levels, so that you book it in once you've got full context. It means we can actually have a meaningful kind of like game plan made. So that's what I found. Okay, so contact points. So this is like kind of actual contact points with you and the clients. So this is kind of how we do it at the moment. So our trigger for everything is the payment that has been received in our checkout platform. So we use Samcart, and then the next thing is the next thing for us to do. We get a notification within Slack. So in an internal Slack channel, we get a notification. The next thing is me to send a message to congratulate them and say, hey, here are the next steps, and ideally send a little video. Sometimes this is possible sometimes this isn't possible because you're not connected to people either in the DMs or whatever. But if you're messaging people, if you're closing people in the DMs on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever, send them a little video being like, so fucking stoked to have you in and help you with this. This goes a massive, this is such a long lever. And so do that. And so we do that immediately. Then the next thing we want people to do is fill in their onboarding form. This is where we're going to get the initial batch of information and data about their business. And we're going to get that within the first 24 hours and really kind of prompting the clients to do that. Then within the first 48 hours, first 2 days, we're giving them access to the resources and the community. We now don't do that until we've got the onboarding form in, because this also acts as a bit of a qualifying form. So if we get people who slip through the net and they're not perfectly qualified, then this gives us an opportunity to say, hey, unfortunately, hey, like we've just checked your information, and right now you're just not the perfect fit for people we know that we can help. Here's someone who can be the better fit for you, and then we'll take that conversation. So that is when we give, once we've got that and we've been like, okay, they're qualified, we're going to give them access to the resources and the community. We're going to intro them to the team. So we're going to make sure that they are literally intros. So hey, this is for us, whoever we've got in the team, and then we're going to make sure we send the invite to the onboarding call. So the calendar invite has gone to the onboarding call. Then we've got a 7-day check-in DM. So this is typically going to be me going to be sending them a DM, just being like, hey, checking in with you, making sure that you've got everything kind of like set up and you know where everything is. Then what we're doing is we're doing a 14-day check-in DM, and this is going to be, for us, it's like a different team member. We're doing 7, 14, 30. We're going to do different team member on each check-in so that they've got the opportunity to meet people. Then we've got the one-on-one game plan, which is asynchronous, or if it's a synchronous or asynchronous call or an asynchronous audit. We're going to do that. We're going to allow the clients to book that in or submit that within the first 4 months. Then we've got quarterly check-in. So this is going to be our pulse check-in with the clients to see if they're really clear on what their next one thing is. And then this is at the end of their initial period. There's going to be a 30-day renewal check-in. That's going to be automated with an email. Then the end date's going to come. There's going to be a renewal email and a DM being like, hey, are you cool? Do you want to keep on going with us? Congrats. That's going to be when they just continue their payments, just continue with us, or we go through the offboarding phase, which is where we just simply, hey, you're gonna get your access revoked. It's been awesome working with you. Just a heads up, your access is going to get revoked at the end of today if you want to just collect some stuff. So that's how we're going to do. We do that. This is what our onboarding automations look like. So it actually starts down here. So we'll start down here. So we've got payment received via Samcart. We get the internal notification on Slack. So in our new client, new scale 20 client channel. So we get notified, so we know we've got a new client. The client gets sent to the post-purchase page after they've made the payment. And this is a Notion page that we have. This is the post-purchase page, by the way. Let's grab it up here so you can see what it looks like. It's designed to be very simple. So welcome, and then a little intro video just saying, and this is all about being clear on what are the next steps. Then we're pushing people to the onboarding form. So this is like, hey, so on the post-purchase page, we haven't updated ours yet, but this is going to be the next one thing is going to be, hey, fill in your onboarding form. So that's going to be really clear. We'll also send the onboarding form in DMs or wherever we've got a conversation with the client so that they're clear on this is the next step. They've got to fill this in to get access to everything else. And then once they filled in the onboarding form, we're going to have a automated Slack invite. So this is done via Zapier, and automated Skool invites to their email that they've put into the onboarding form. So this is going to give them access to the resource bank. And then this is going to be the trigger. So the onboarding form is going to be the trigger for our new Scale 20 welcome sequence. So if we go to sequences, what we've got is our welcome sequence. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we've got 14 emails The first 7 days are going to be every single day. So day 1, day 2, day 3. Then on the day 3, we've also got an ad event reminder. So this is really key, so that they've got the events in their calendar. Day 4, day 5, day 6. And then day 7 is going to be the onboarding check-in. And this is where we're going to get a notification on Slack internally, where we get notified, and then message from, this is going to be a message from Sam, message from, actually, this is going to be a message from Tom. So I'm going to be the first one. And then, okay. And then 14 days, same thing. We're going to get an internal notification on Slack, internal notification on Slack on 30 days, 45 days. This is the email that we send out, which is, hey, by the way, you can get access to the paid in advance discount by paying off these invoices. And then we get a notification internally that says that they've cleared their balance, and we'll go and manually stop their subscription. And then this is the final heads up a week later. So this is just ahead of the 60-day. This is like the 50-day mark, which is, hey, final chance to lock in that prepay savings. So every one of these emails is designed to get the client kind of like buzzed about joining and seeing some wins from people ahead of them, and giving a little bit of a kind of a like mini checklist of like, hey, here's the next one step that we want you to like think about. So by the way, here is like all of the things that are going to be there in level 1, and then a couple of things like add my name to your email address so you get the emails. So the one thing that we want to do here in the we've got a separate email for our events calendar. In our welcome email, this is where we're going to spell out the kind of like, here's what to expect things. This, as you're reading this now, this won't be the exact same one that we have, because I'm about to update this, but this is what it looks like now. And really just quickly giving people a clear idea of like, here's what to expect next. The idea that I had with these daily check-ins was, okay, make it clear it's from you. So we got S20 day 1. Then what I'm doing in each one of these emails is giving people a little taste of what's to come. So I'm giving them a little sneak peek with a link to a video from levels that they haven't got to yet. And again, I'm giving people kind of like hey, this is, if you're going to be thinking about some things, here's one really tactical thing. So for example, I gave the exact gym launch, our case study framework in this email, so that if they're immediately in the idea of like, okay, I need to think about getting proof. Oh, here's a really great framework to like gather proof. So this is our proof gathering playbook, which is going to be really key. Like the earlier our clients and you guys know about this, the better. Then again, this is the ad event one, which is on the same day, a few hours later, just making sure that you guys have got the calendar in your in our calendar in your calendar. Then again, another kind of teaser, another teaser, another kind of tactical thing that they can roll out really quickly. So 9-word posts and emails, and some examples. And then the onboarding check-in. So this is where it's like, hey, this is where we're like, have you done these things in the first 7 days? 14-day check-in. This is, hey, by the way, you might be feeling overwhelmed right now. Most people do at this stage. That's a cool thing. It means you're actually leveling up. So just reminding people, and I give this little parable about the boy and the horse. And then again, just a little pulse checklist of where they should be or where they could be. Trying to keep it like manageable and not too out of reach. 30-day check-in. This is where it's like, okay, have you done this? 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 And then these are the 45 days and kind of 55 days prepay savings check-in. So that's how we've automated the email check-in there. So I wanted to give you that quick run through. What we've got is Sam has built all this stuff out on Figma as well, which is just a different way to to showcase our systems for you guys. It's the one place where we're going to have all of our systems for you guys to access. And so we'll update these as we modify and change them. And so you will have access to these as well. This will we'll either have this here, you'll either have the link to it in the resources here, or it'll be in the AI and systems level specifically in there. Not sure yet where it's going to be, but you will have access to this. And if you can't find it, just message us in Slack and we'll make sure that we've got the link for you guys. Okay, cool. Hopefully that's clear. This is the most important part of the client journey is onboarding. And so if you get this nailed, you've got a good chance of working with people for a lot longer than the initial period. Banging. Okay, so I have a really simple methodology when it comes to creating playbooks. As you'll hopefully have seen, there's like a kind of generally a consistent format of how we do things. And I call it the 5-page playbook. So this is how to structure your playbooks for maximum clarity for your clients. So it looks like this. So first up, we have setting the objective. So getting really clear on what are we trying to achieve in this playbook? The next thing is talking about the problem. So what is the common mistake or problem that is either common in your market that kind of market operators are making these mistakes, or a common problem? Like, what is the problem? How does that like what is it? Just stating what it is. Next, we've got the context. So why does this problem exist? And this is where we can talk about also the manifestation of the problem. So like, what is the things that can go wrong based on that? So like, what's going on there? We've then got the solution. So this is going to be the framework, formula, or process to overcome that problem. And then we've just got the checklist. So what are the next steps? So keeping it really simple, like all of my my playbooks are kind of like generally structured in this way. So objective, what's the problem? What's the context of the problem? What's the solution? And this is where it's going to be the education part to this. So the education part is the context and the solution. So why does this problem exist? How can we fix it? And then the checklist of what are the next steps for us to complete. So that's just a simple way for us to do it. Like, and I like using Gamma for my playbooks. You can use Notion. You can use Google Docs if you want. Canva. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But like keeping super simple, 5-page playbook, banging. You've got it here. Super, super simple. Okay, so I've definitely done over 100 group sessions with my own business. But I actually used to be my last job that I did when I was an analytics consultant, I would host the big client group demos and sessions. I was the one. I was the person in my team who was the face of doing live sessions with hundreds of people. So I've been doing this for a while. So I've learned some stuff. The cool thing is it's not complicated. You have to just sit with some really simple ideas here. The first one is just be professional. Be on time, okay? Be early, okay? Be early, be ready to go 5 minutes before. Just don't ever be late. And whatever you do, don't cancel on short notice unless it's a genuine emergency. And keep people in the loop. So whether that's through your community platform, whether it's WhatsApp, Telegram, Slack, Discord, whatever it is, just keep people in the loop. Send announcements either on the day before, the week before, with the call link. Do what I do, like just have it really clear. And, this used to piss me off in the first mentor that I had. I just, spoke about in the world-class fundamentals training, was how this guy used to, he'd have 3 group calls a week. And there were so many times where he would literally 2 hours before he'd be sent a message in the school group, just being like, today's call's cancelled, need to go away for a 3-day trip with my wife. Or today's call's cancelled, would just give some bullshit excuse. We used to talk shit about this guy behind his back, like me and the other clients.
because it was just so unprofessional. Don't be unprofessional. Okay, next up, make people feel seen. This is why I call out, your names at the start of sessions. When people drop in late and you haven't said hi, make sure to do it if you see their face pop up. Get attendees to stay engaged on the call by asking questions and getting them to engage in the chat. You obviously know that I do that a lot. Make people feel good. Play some fun, upbeat music for the first couple of minutes whilst the room fills, and ask for a win before an attendee asks a question. I forget to do this because I'm totally in the moment, but this is really important. When there's a conversation, make people start with a win. That brings really good vibes to the entire group. Generally, we have really good vibes, so typically that's why I generally forget it, because you guys are always crushing and winning, but I'd recommend doing that. Make people feel heard. So when someone asks a question, don't just go straight into answering the question. The key to this is when someone asks a question, you need to take that question and you need to make it relevant to everyone else in the group. So firstly, make sure that you say it back to the group so that everyone can hear exactly what it is, because they may not have heard it from the person who asked it, and try and make that question contextually relevant to everyone. So don't just go straight back in and just answer it to that person. Take a second, process the question, repeat it back to the person to make sure that you got it right, that they asked the question, and then repeat the question, making sure it's contextually relevant to everyone in the group. So for example, if someone says, yeah, really struggling with my short form videos right now, I'm just not getting any traction. I'm just have you got any ideas on where I could go with this? What I would do is then I'd be okay, just to confirm, you're you've obviously posting a lot at the moment, you're struggling, you're feeling like you're just not getting traction, you want me to take a look and see where we can go from here? And they're yep. And then I could be okay, cool. So for all of you guys, you've got to remember that this game, the short form content game, is a long-term game, and all you need to do is make sure that you are showing up consistently with the right mindset. And then we can kind of go on to this. And so for all of you guys here, we're all doing short form posts. Who else here is struggling with or feeling like they're not getting traction? Getting people involved and getting people engaged by asking that question back and getting them engaged. That's the way to answer questions in a group setting. Okay, those are the keys. Those are the keys to running banger group sessions. Engagement, being professional, being on time, make people feel seen, make people feel good, and make people feel heard. Okay, team, so let me show you how I set up calendar events in Advent. So this allows people to subscribe to your calendar and have it show up in their calendar, your calendar, you know what I mean. When you sign up for our ad event, you would have got this page, and this allows you to just follow the calendar and then follow the instructions to add it into your calendar. So our events are in your calendar. So let me show you how to set things up, because it is a little bit, it's not super intuitive. So I've just got one main calendar, the Scale 20 events calendar, and we're going to go to create. We're going to create event. We'll move this over here. I'll add an image. So this is just the one that's in our folder. And then this is going to be for our AI and systems session monthly for APAC. And I'm going to change the color to orange. So this is going to be an event series. So I choose an event series because it allows you to pick specific dates. If you do a recurring event, it will recur on a regular kind of cadence. But I find if I'm traveling, I might need to have a specific date where I can or cannot have a session. So I choose an event series and I look ahead to do that. So this is going to be, we'll get my calendar up. So this is going to be 10 a.m. UK time. And this is an event series. And we're going to choose select days one by one. So today is the November 20th. So I'm setting this up because
we've just gone through the period where we go through the Northern Hemisphere daylight savings time switch, and the USA switches at a different time, a couple of weeks after the UK, which is really annoying. So it means for 2 or 3 week period, the calendars are like misaligned by an hour. And so it's always a bit of an annoying period because it's like, oh, when is it? And it's like, it's confusing for everyone. So I'm resetting this up for the next kind of few months. So we're doing this today, and then we're going to be doing the next one on the 11th because we looked at that. So the 11th, the next one's going to be on the 22nd. So I'm actually going to move that to monthly on the 3rd Thursday. I don't know why that isn't shifted. We're going to do that to monthly on the monthly on second Wednesday. Anyway, okay. Well, I need to just play around with this, but anyway, so we'll set this up so that this is going to change monthly on the first Thursday. So that's going to go to okay, I need to edit one of these because, again, this is where it can get confusing. But anyway, so I'm going to show you how to set this up. So let's just assume that I'm going to do this once a month. So I'm going to do December the 11th. Let's say the 15th of January, the 12th of February, 12th of March, Thursday the 9th of April, 14th of May, and I'm just going to add this in for like the next 6 months. And we're going to go save. We're going to do the Zoom link. So for me, we've got it set up as Scale 20 Zoom is our forwarding link. And push notifications. And then this is where you can set it as either default free or busy in other people's calendars. So what this means is this allows you to essentially block out someone else's calendar so that people can't book into your calendar, so there's an overlap. So this means that it means when you've got this in your calendar, people cannot book into your calendar at the same time as this. So if we have it as busy, so we'll have that, and then I think that's it. So I usually put a little description here. Join us for our monthly APAC AI and systems session to get up to speed with the apex of AI for your sort of implementing AI for your business. Okay. And I think that's good. So all you need to do is then press create event, and then it'll get added into your events calendar here. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to go through and I need to figure out what the actual dates are going to be for this thing. So that is how you set up an event series in Add Event, and makes it really easy for your clients to follow your calendar and make sure that they've got stuff in their calendar so they don't miss stuff and are there. Okay, cool. Okay, team. So after having quite a few requests to show you how to do this, here's how to create an AI coach like I created Tom AI. So I've been kind of using this myself, using this to help me for the last 6 months or so. And I want to show you guys how to do it too. So I know a few of you have been using it and like Luke here. Anyone who's not talking to Tom AI is missing out. I know I've posted some funny memes about it, but genuinely getting quite emotional as Tom is helping me build my origin story for my YouTube strategy better than therapy. The key to understand here is that I have programmed, and I'm going to show you how I've done it, programmed Tom AI with over 14 million characters of my intellectual property. So I'm going to show you how to do it. Now, caveat to this, I am not an AI nerd. I am AI curious, like a bunch of you guys. I'm sure I'm doing this incorrectly. I'm sure this is fucking wrong. I'm sure whatever. I'm just going to show you guys what I've done. I do not profess to be an AI expert. I just, yeah, I'm probably the same as you guys. Fuck around and find out. This is how much I've fucked around and found out so far. So there's 4 steps to this, or at least that I did. Step 1 is creating your knowledge base. So this is pulling a pool of your intellectual property together. Step 2 is creating a context document. So the AI understands who you are, what you do, who you serve, and how you serve them. Step 3 is creating the prompt. So these are the instructions for the GPT. And then step 4 is actually creating the AIU at the end, which is pretty straightforward. You just put it all together. Okay, so step 1, this is going to be the biggest part of this whole exercise. And look, the truth is I didn't do this. I got my virtual assistant to gather all of this information because it would have taken me probably weeks to do this. So if you either haven't got a VA or if you've got a VA, use them to do this. You need to instruct them to do this. And if you haven't, then I'd potentially consider hiring someone on a short-term basis for a few $100 to get this just done as a project, because it is going to take you a shit ton of time. Okay, so step 1, the goal, create your knowledge base, your intellectual property. The goal with creating your knowledge base is to train the AI model with as much of your intellectual property as possible. So the great news is you likely got all of this out there. All of your intellectual property is already out there. You just need to gather it and put it into the right format. So the main sources of knowledge that I've used and that you could use. So first up, video transcripts. Anything that you've made, any video that you've made that is talking about relevant stuff is relevant for this knowledge base. So any time where you've talked about things, or maybe you've been interviewed yourself, or any videos, you can do this. Now, remember, if you've made scripts for short form videos and transcripts, those things already exist. You just need to go into your content calendar and pull them out and put them into documents, as I'm going to show you. So long form videos, YouTube or podcasts from yourself, short form content like Instagram videos, courses or training videos. So the stuff that you've got private for your clients, and then any other podcasts that you've been interviewed on. So I've been interviewed on a few podcasts. So I've taken a couple of podcasts, which have been like 2 to 3 hours of me being interviewed. And these are really clutch ways to get your intellectual property in perspective in a very authentic way, like into this, which is really cool. Now, there's a hack. If you haven't done this, you can literally interview yourself. All you have to do is just go into ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm creating a knowledge base and I want to interview myself as if I've been interviewed by someone, talking about me, my core values, my mission, my goals, my kind of like all of that stuff, my origin story, and then literally just record yourself answering these questions for 45 minutes or an hour, as if you're being interviewed. And then you can just take that transcript and then put them in here. So there's video transcripts, then there's any playbooks, standard operating procedures that you have, you can pull them and put them into either Word documents, or I just take them as PDFs. So all of the Gamma playbooks, I've just downloaded them as PDFs. Any email posts, so emails that you sent out to your email list as blasts, you can take those. Same as written posts, anywhere if you've done like Facebook group or school group, or any places where you put a written post, those count as well. And then notes, you can also use your second brain, like Notion. I've got a ton of notes. I haven't done this because I haven't been bothered, but I could gather all that stuff that I've taken notes on in the past and then add that in. I guess I could pull a data export from Notion, but I haven't done that. So far, all I've done is videos, playbooks, kind of emails. That's it. Okay. Really, really, really key. And as far as I'm aware, this is the case. But AI models, large language models, LLMs, work best when information is chunked. So information is fed to it in chunks. Because if it's all in one just big long text, it can struggle to decipher where things are, and it's just easy to get confused. So the more you chunk things up into either individual videos, ideally individual, if you've got a video on a topic, it's got to be an individual video, into a single document, that will help your AI model be able to decipher things and not get confused about stuff. So don't just put everything into a giant document. Okay, split things out into video transcripts into separate documents so that the information is within contextual chunks. So first step here is create a master Google Drive folder with for all of your AI context. This is where all of them are going to sit. So I've got an AI folder within my CreatorLaunch folder, and I've got AI context. So this is where I'm just going to keep stuff and store stuff. Second, create subfolders based on knowledge sources. So Instagram transcripts, YouTube transcripts, playbooks, course training transcripts. You can see I've created folders. So I've got Instagram videos, course video transcripts, interviews that I've done, my offer document, and then playbooks, other research that I've taken from other people, and then YouTube transcripts. So it's got all of those into separate folders. Now, for some of those folders, mainly for like the course materials, like the course transcripts, what I did is I created subfolders for each level within Scale 20, and then each one of those has the individual documents. So then I've got every single training video, every single module within each classroom has its own. Every single video has its own single Google document, and it's titled the exact same as the thing. So this is literally structured as the course in Scale 20. Okay, so how do you get the actual video transcript? So you've got a few different options. If your videos are on YouTube, either if they're unlisted or public, you can use YouTube transcript generator. It's free. You literally just put the YouTube link for both public and unlisted videos. I don't think it works for private videos, but I have tested it. I think it works for public, for unlisted videos. Put the link in there, and there's like a little thing that you can you just copy the transcript. It works in like 3 seconds. It's sick. Loom videos is really simple. All you do is you open up the Loom video, you go to the transcript, click on transcript, and then click on copy. Super simple. Then if you've got like a content calendar, which you bloody well should have, all of your transcripts are going to be within there. All of your scripts are actually just going to be there ready. So you don't pull them from the videos because you've already got the source material. So you just go and copy and paste these into individual Google Docs. Any other videos that you have that you can't take, like they're not YouTube videos or Loom videos, you literally have the video and then you upload it to something like Descript, and then you can pull the transcript. The transcript will be able to be pulled from that itself. So you can do that for like other maybe podcasts you've been interviewed on or whatever. Playbooks I've taken down as PDFs. And so I just download the PDFs from Gamma, all of my playbooks. If you've got them on Notion or wherever you store your playbooks or SOPs or any documents, you can download them there. Okay, so the final step is just export all of the knowledge base folders as zip files. So you just go to each main folder. So for me, if you go to YouTube videos or course transcripts, you go to click on it and you go to download, and it'll download it into a zip file. Now, the cool thing about this is you can upload it to your GPT as a zip format. So super easy. Okay, here's a little checklist for your knowledge base. So have you got your videos? Have you created a folder with your YouTube videos? Have you created a folder with other podcasts, your short form videos, course playbooks, SOPs, ebooks, lead magnets that you might have that have a lot of information on, any email posts, written posts? Have you got all of these things and chunked them into folders? Okay, step 2 is you're going to create a context document. So this is training the AI model about you. So you now need to create the document that trains the AI model about who you are, who you serve, and how you serve them. So a hack to this is that you can go through these questions. So there's a bunch of questions that I've got here that you need to just answer. My recommendation is you could speak this out, you could record it. My recommendation is to write these out, to be honest, and just sit there for a couple of hours and write this out. Just take the time to do this and get it really clear and concise. So first one is like, okay, who are you and your origin story? So your name, what you do, your title, what is the result that you're known for, and just explain some credibility. So like give some client transformations, and give it as much background as possible. Second is like, who do you help? So who is your perfect future client? Describe them. So you should have this information from level 3. You'll have the worksheets from level 3 to go through and just copy and paste into here. So top 3 problems. So these are going to be the headache problems, three things that they typically struggle with before working with you. Then your core frameworks and intellectual property. So what is your signature system called? Outline the steps and phases within it. So just throw in your phases, what it's going to be. And then if your client hits a wall, what do you always say or do? Okay. 4 is your tone and vibe. So how would you describe your tone? The best way to do this is just literally take a video transcript of your or a written post or whatever and put it into ChatGPT and ask, hey, can you just analyze this transcript and summarize the tone, language, and all of that stuff, and it will summarize it there. So you can kind of like, this is one of those things you've got to play around with this stuff, okay? You've got to test this stuff out, play around with it. Then finally, it's implementation style. So when a question is vague, the bot should just like, what should it do next? So just you need to give it instructions based on how you want it to react as if it was you. And this is where you've got to think, oh, okay, if I was in this situation, how would I react? And then you're going to write this stuff there. Right, step 3 is creating the actual prompt, the instructions that is going to tell the GPT how to act. So this is it. I've literally created it for you. So what you need to do is you just need to add the relevant information into information into the brackets. So you need to take this and add your information into this. Okay, don't just like copy and paste it like this. And then once you've done this, you will have that information. So, oh, bloody hell. So you're going to have that. You're going to post your full context doc information into here. So into this bracket, you're going to put that stuff in there. So it's going to have all of your information. It's going to have all your context, and it's going to know exactly what it's trying to do. And then finally, it's actually creating it. So step 4 is creating it. So currently, as this works in ChatGPT, you go to GPTs. No, you go to create. Then you are just going to fill in the information. So you can add a profile picture. So this is in configure, by the way. So in profile picture, a name for the actual GPT, a little description. So the description is what ends up in here. So give it a bit of a description for like, so if someone's landing on it, explain to them what this is, how it's actually helpful, and what it can be used for. And then the instructions. So this plus the context doc are going to go into the instructions field. And then the final one is going to be what this is, which is the little button that you can press as the conversation starter. And then that's it. That's all I've done. And then the final part is just test it out a few times and then get your clients to be the beta testers for it. So that is it. That's sick. I'm excited to see yours. I want to have a play around with yours when yours are built. So that's how I've done it. That's how you can do it too. And let's make AI versions of ourselves. Okay, ciao. Okay, team, that is a wrap on our one simple offer. Hopefully, you've learned a thing or two, and who knows, maybe I'll see you inside Scale 20 someday, hopefully. Like I said at the start, the material here was about 1/12 of our growth infrastructure that we help our members in Scale 20 implement. If you want to see what else there is, I would highly recommend checking out this video next. We're going to break down the entire business of one of our crew, Richard, who just scaled to his first 100K cash collected month. Right, that truly was sick. I will see you in the next one.